Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Temari. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Our favorite blonde couple was sleeping in a deep sleep with small smiles on their faces as our hero had his arms wrapped around his Haim's waist, and she had her back against his firm chest, and both were spooned to each other as our whiskered-faced hero's eyes were hidden in the silky blonde hair of his Haim. The nurse came in along with Chio to see the cute scene, and both smiled as the nurse went to the window and opened up the curtains as sunshine hit the faces of our favorite couple and Temari's eyes fluttered open a bit groggily. Naruto buried his face in the back of her neck and hid his face in her hair, sighing happily as he kissed it softly, and Temari blushed as she felt his lips on her neck and his breath feeling a bit ticklish. She saw the nurse with a blush on her face and her hands on her mouth, and Lady Chio had an amused smile on her face as her blush deepened when she realized her position. Instead of feeling embarrassed, she turned around in his arms and placed her lips over his softly and her arms around his neck as Naruto's eyes opened when he felt something soft on his lips and brought her closer, pressing his own lips over hers, and broke off with a smile as she pecked his nose softly and giggled. "Morning, Naruto," she whispered softly, and he smiled. "Morning, Mari-chan," he whispered back equally softly, making her smile. Chio faked a cough to get their attention, which they promptly ignored, and Temari placed her forehead against his, gazing intently into those cerulean pools she loved so much. Naruto gazed into those teal-green eyes that mesmerized him so much, and his heart warmed up at holding his Haim in his arms and tightened his hold on her waist, and she snuggled closer, pressing herself against him, and kept staring into those eyes as she put a hand on his cheek and rubbed those whiskers she loved so much softly, making him close his eyes and lean into her touch, and she smiled. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" she whispered, and he kept his cheek on her hand as she kept rubbing those whiskers with her thumb a bit, making him purr, and she giggled. "Much better now that you are here," he whispered, and she smiled and pressed her lips on his softly and broke off with a smile. "All right, now I'll go and get freshened up and you take care of the two ladies behind me," she said softly, and he frowned a bit. "Is it necessary?" he asked, annoyed to have to let her go, and she giggled and pecked him. "Yes, it is, Baka, now let me go so you could get checked up," she said, and he shook his head and hugged her tightly, making her smile as she brought her lips on his ear. "If you let me go and be a good boy, then I might give you a little gift," she whispered, trailing her finger on his cheek, and liked and kissed his neck softly and pecked him softly, and he blushed a scarlet and let her go, making her giggle as she kissed his forehead and stood up, walking to the bathroom with a sway of her hips as he followed his gaze to her, and just as she was closing the door she winked and gave him a flying kiss, and his blush deepened, but he kept staring, and she closed the door with a giggle. "Naruto-san, can you sit up so I can check you up?" asked the nurse, who was blushing a deep red herself, seeing the interaction, and saw that he didn't hear her and was still staring at the door. Chio saw this, and her smile widened at seeing his tranced face. "Naruto?" she asked, shaking him a bit, and he turned to her as she saw his glazed eyes and faint pink blush. "Huh," he whispered intelligently, and she sighed, shaking her head, and the nurse giggled. "This idiot doesn't think twice about battling two S-class ninja or fighting an army, and look what effect Temari Haim has on him with just a touch. I swear she could kill him and he wouldn't even know it," she said tiredly as she slapped his head on the back harshly, and he snapped out of it and glared at her. "Hey, what did you do that for?" he asked indignantly, rubbing his head, and she sighed. "You really are hopeless when it comes to her, aren't you?" she asked, and he blushed and stuttered out a "no," making her sigh and the nurse to laugh. They got onto him, and he took off his shirt as Chio went about and worked on his torso, slowly extracting the bit of poison that the demonic chakra had pushed towards the wounds, and checked his other wounds, and the nurse jotted everything down on the medical chart as Temari came out, having brushed and washed her face as she had combed her hair into a single high ponytail coming to the middle of her waist, and saw his naked torso and blushed a bit. Naruto caught her blush and grinned. "Like what you see, Haim?" he said teasingly, and she blushed harder and glared at the grinning blonde. "Shut up, you baka. Why would I be embarrassed? That chest belongs to me." She trailed off at his grinning face and the amused expressions of the two ladies, and blushed harder as she glared at the snickering blonde, making him laugh harder at her cute expression, and she jumped him on the bed, making him yelp. "Now look what you made me say, now I'll show you," she said and started tickling him as he giggled and was glad that Chio had closed up all his wounds and she was taking full advantage of it. Stop, Haim, I'm sorry, I was just kidding, it hurts. He said laughing, and she smiled and stopped as she laid on him and put a strand away from his face, gazing into his eyes with a smile and a blush. He put his face in her neck and kissed it softly. I belong to you, Haim, why would you be embarrassed about that? He whispered, making her blush, and she held his head tightly close to her and closed her eyes. I wasn't embarrassed, I was just. She trailed off as he grinned at her. Being teased? He asked, and she nodded. Hi, being teased, she said innocently and trailed off as she realized what she had said and glared at him, puffing her cheeks. Chio and the nurse saw that they were too caught up in their moment and left, leaving their breakfast on the side table, and closed the door behind them. You are so. She trailed off, wondering what to say as Naruto finished it off. Cute? He asked, and she nodded sagely. Hi, cute. She trailed off as he laughed at catching her again, and she growled and bit his neck softly, making him gasp and giggle. I didn't know my kitten had fangs, he said, chuckling as she blushed and buried her face in his neck, and he laughed a bit as he brushed her ponytail and laughed at her obviously embarrassed hiding. She knew she couldn't beat him at teasing and sighed as she kissed his lips softly and gave him a heartwarming smile. She saw the breakfast beside the bed and smiled as she sat up, and he pulled her on his lap and she put the tray over hers and started peeling an orange as she put a slice in his mouth, and he bit her finger a bit, making her glare and him giggle. She started peeling an apple and kept feeding him as he held her in his arms and his chin over her shoulder. Then she remembered the special day that was a couple of weeks from now and smiled. Nerquin, do you remember what it is 2 weeks from now? She asked softly, and he smiled and kissed her neck softly, making her smile, and rubbed her stomach softly, making her feel fuzzy and warm there. Of course I do, Haim, how could I forget? It is the day that I proposed my angel to be my girlfriend, right? He whispered softly, and she smiled and rubbed his cheek and nodded. So what will you get me? She asked timidly, and he raised an eyebrow at her timid voice and knew that she wanted something and was too embarrassed to say it. He turned her around as she looked down, playing with her kimono, and he put his finger on her chin and brought her gaze to his eyes and smiled at her warmly. What do you want, Haim? He asked softly, and she blushed and averted her gaze as he cupped her cheek and brought her face to him and pecked her softly. Tell me, what do you want, and I promise I'll make it happen, he said softly, and she looked up with a blush. You promise to get me anything I ask for? She whispered timidly, looking at him nervously, and he smiled and nodded. Really? She asked timidly, biting her lip as her blush turned a rosy pink, and he kissed her forehead softly, cupping her cheeks, and smiled and nodded as she squeaked out something that he didn't hear. What was that, Haim? He asked curiously, and she again squeaked out something, playing with her shirt, and he smiled. It must be something truly embarrassing to her if she was acting this way. He brought her chin up with his finger and gave her a smile. Haim, I can't get you what you want if you don't tell me properly, he said softly, and she bit her lip and nodded. I want you, she whispered softly and looked down, playing with her kimono, and he tilted his head to the side in confusion. You already have me, Haim, remember? He asked and was confused as she shook her head. No, I want you, she whispered softly again, and he was confused at her demand, not understanding a word. She looked up and he saw her eyes watering and her bottom lip quivering, and now he grew worried. Whatever she wanted must be truly important to her, he thought, and cupped her cheeks with his hands and kissed her tears away softly. What do you want, Haim? Tell me, he asked softly, and a tear rolled down her eye as she answered him. Marry me, she whispered softly with a sniff, and his eyes widened in shock at her words, and she saw his shock, and tears rolled down her eyes as she buried her face in her hands and cried. I'm such an idiot. I shouldn't have said that to him. A girl never asks a boy for marriage. He must be thinking I'm so stupid. I ruined everything. Please don't let him be angry. Her thoughts were cut off as he grabbed her hands and pulled her close in a passionate kiss and wrapped her up in his arms, sitting her up in his lap, and their lips moved in perfect sync. He ran his fingers on her waist, feeling her every curve of her curvaceous figure, and both opened their mouths at the same time and massaged each other's tongues, connecting their mouths completely as he pulled off her hairband, letting her flow, and buried his hand in it and pulled her closer as she did the same, pulling him closer by his neck and deepened the kiss. Both were lost in their own worlds as they broke off the most passionate kiss they had ever had, and Temari saw that his eyes were glazed and she was still crying as he hadn't answered her. Naruto. She was cut off as he dove in again and captured her lips again, pushing his tongue completely in her mouth, and dominated her completely as she ummed when he pulled her closer by the waist and ran her fingers through his hair. He broke off, both breathing heavily as she saw him gazing at her with a flushed face and a swollen lower lip that she had bitten slightly, and she kissed it softly and he grunted a bit in pain and pleasure, and she liked it a bit, cleaning the blood, and was surprised as he captured her tongue in his lips and massaged it with his own, making her and he broke off, and she saw as a tear rolled down his eye, and she was worried that she had hurt him when he again captured her lips and surprised her. But she kissed him back equally lovingly, trying to make up for her stupidity, and thought that he must be putting out the pain he must be feeling at not fulfilling her request. He broke off the kiss and saw as she sniffed and pressed his lips, this time so softly that she melted in the chaste kiss and almost had her orgasm from the pure and loving lip lock that he gave her, and broke off as she saw his eyes that held all the love and warmth in the world for her, and was transfixed with his gaze as she saw his lips move and words come out that took her breath away. "When?" he whispered, and her eyes widened as tears rolled down her eyes, and he chuckled as she threw herself in his arms and wrapped his Heim up in his arms, safe from the world and into his warmth, with a chuckle as he held the hysterically crying girl in his arms, rubbing her back softly as she cried in his neck, and cooed the girl softly and held her close to him. She cried in his arms for half an hour and broke off a bit as he still held her close and saw her sniffing and wiping her eyes as he saw her look so adorable with those red puffy cheeks and eyes and those small soft and supple lips that were a bit swollen from their intense kisses. He watched her wipe her eyes with the sleeve of her kimono and smiled as he cupped her face and wiped her nose with his hanky, and she giggled a bit in that sweet melodic voice, and he smiled and he pulled her close. He put her face in his neck and his chin on her head as she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his neck, pressing up against him, and he held her by her waist, rubbing it softly, calming down her sniffing a bit. After 10 minutes he saw her relax completely in his arms and pulled her off the hug a bit, and she looked at him curiously. "My Heim is so adorable with those puffy cheeks and eyes." He cooed, and she blushed in embarrassment at his voice as he treated her like a child, and he giggled and kissed her forehead softly. "And don't you feel embarrassed, because no matter how dangerous you get, you'll be my cute little Heim forever," he said in a cooing voice, and she giggled at his stupid words and started hitting his chest in giggles, muttering, "Baka. You idiot, why couldn't you have just said yes? I was so scared that I had lost you. You complete baka baka baka," she said, hitting his chest with tears, and he chuckled as he hugged her, stopping her hits. "And who's the baka really?" he asked, and she looked at him curiously and looking so cute with that adorable face that he kissed her puffy cheek, making her giggle. "To think you thought that I would even have to think of that. We are engaged and I was the one who really rushed it, not you, my baka Heim," he said, chuckling as he saw her adorable face turn all the more red, and she hugged him tightly to hide her embarrassment as he held her tightly with a laugh. They sat silently cuddling as Naruto asked a question that had been bugging him. "Why did you ask for marriage so suddenly, Heim?" he asked, and she sighed and buried her face further in his chest, and he held her tightly. "I'm scared, Naruto," she whispered, and he frowned at her answer but let her speak her heart out. "Why?" he asked gently, and she stayed silent for a few moments, then spoke up. "Because of what happened during my time in Konoha," she whispered, and his frown deepened and he tightened his hold on her. "What happened in Konoha?" he asked softly, though on the inside anger was bubbling up and he wanted to hear her answer. "They tried to get me to marry the Uchiha for an alliance," she whispered, and the temperature of the room dropped a few degrees and his eyes turned cold. "They what?" he asked in a low voice, trying to rein in his temper, and she hugged him tightly, calming him down. "They tried to force me into a political marriage with him, and that bastard tried to flirt with me and eyed me like a piece of meat," she whispered as killing intent flooded the room, and Naruto was getting furious by the minute, and she decided to calm him down. "But Gaara refused completely, and when they tried to trick us into an alliance that benefited only them, he told them off completely, but Tsunade will come during the finals of the Chunin exams for the final talks. Naruto, I don't want to be forced with marriage to anyone besides you. I would kill myself if—" She was cut off as he gave her a gentle chaste kiss and rubbed her cheek softly. Haim, I would tear that village along with that bee if they even tried to lay a finger on you. He said, and she nodded as a tear rolled down her eye showing her fright, and he hugged her close to him. Haim, that Uchiha, he didn't do anything to you, did he? He asked, and she giggled and pecked him. As if that Spieti could even touch me, I would castrate him with my blunt fan first before he made a move on me. She said, and he chuckled softly at her fiery temper, knowing she was very much capable of carrying out the threat if needed. Haim, you aren't doing this only because you are scared. He was cut off as she looked at him with a hurt expression, and he felt ashamed for asking such a question. Do you think so low of that I would? She was cut off as he hugged her tightly, stopping her. No, I don't want you to be forced into anything, Haim. I didn't mean it like that. He said softly, and she nodded in his chest and hugged him tightly. You didn't tell me when, Haim? He asked playfully, and she giggled and put her arms around his neck and her forehead against his and gazed at him lovingly. The same day you proposed me to be your girlfriend. She whispered, and he nodded and kissed her softly. All right. He whispered back, and she giggled like a schoolgirl, making him confused as she spoke up softly, hugging him. I'll loosen up that wallet of yours with a whole lot of shopping now. Let's see how much you've saved all these years, mister. She said, and he smiled and kissed her neck. Shop all you want, Haim, but there is one thing that I will buy for you. He said, and she looked at him curiously, and he smiled. Your wedding dress. I have an idea for it in which my Haim will most likely make my heart stop, so leave that to me, all right? He asked, and she nodded with a smile. All right, then I'll choose your clothes and the rest we'll shop together. I'll do everything I have dreamed about and make it perfect. She said dreamily, and he smiled and kissed her forehead softly. We'll make it perfect, Haim. He said, and she nodded with a smile, liking the way we sounded. So now you will have to change your name and reveal your heritage, Narukuan. I am going to be Temari Namikaze, right? She whispered softly, and he nodded with a smile at the sound of her name. I was already going to reveal it as soon as I was up and about, but I guess we'll do it at our wedding, all right. He said, and she nodded happily that he was going to take up his father's name, and then she would get to be his wife. An hour later, the door slid open as he saw Gaara come in and gave him a smile as Gaara too smiled, seeing the two cuddling, and was followed by Kankuro, who took a seat beside him. Uzumaki, the council has been pretty happy with your work and has decided to give you a new position. He said, handing him the scroll, and Naruto took it and unrolled it, and his eyes widened as he read each line again, and Temari too was stunned at the contents of the letter. Are you serious? He asked, and Gaara nodded as he stood up and put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto Uzumaki I Gaara no Sabaku, the Godame Kazekage of Tsunade no Sato, appoint you as the military commander of the village. Do you accept? He asked, and Naruto nodded with a smile. Hi Kazekage-sama, he said formally, and Gaara nodded and turned to Temari with a sad smile. Temari, you will have to leave for the Leaf Village next week. He was cut off as Naruto spoke up. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Gaara. He said, confusing Gaara, and he continued. We put in a leave application for a month. He said, and Gaara glared at him. Uzumaki, you know her mission. The council will need a very solid reason. He was cut off as Naruto pulled her closer by her waist and kept his head on hers with a smile. We are getting married in 2 weeks, Gaara. He said, and Gaara stood there stunned with wide eyes, but was broken out of his thoughts as they heard a thump behind them and turned around to see Kankuro on the floor unconscious, and he sighed, face palming, and the blonde couple chuckled. I swear he won't live long if you keep doing this. He said with a sigh and turned back to them with a smile. All right. That is a good enough reason, but she will still be in charge of the preparations as well as the liaison for the dignitaries in the finals, that I cannot help her with, but your leave I will get approved. He said, and Naruto nodded with a smile. Congratulations are in order then. He said, and they shook hands as Gaara hugged him, shocking the two of them, and looked at Naruto with a smile. The family just got bigger. He said, and Naruto and Temari nodded with a smile as he picked Kankuro up with his sand and went out, giving them the privacy, but Naruto stopped him. Gaara, I will reveal my heritage at the marriage ceremony and take up my father's name. He said, and Gaara nodded. The council already knows, since most of them were veterans and recognized your fighting style from the last battle. It's about time too. He said, and Naruto chuckled as he walked out with an unconscious Kankuro in tow. 1 week later. Naruto was released from the hospital having been fully healed and up and running as he walked with his hime wrapped up against his arm through the village streets as they entered another shop for some marriage decorations. He watched as Temari went through every little detail she wanted and he just stood back answering her questions every once in a while and paying for everything. The council had happily approved of the marriage leave and Gaara had sent a message to Konoha letting them know of the absence of Temari and had apologized for the inconvenience, and Tsunade had made Shikamaru the complete in charge for the first 2 parts of the exams. The whole village was in buzz as they heard their favorite couple announcing their marriage and were eagerly waiting for the ceremony to happen, though there were many broken hearts among both the male and female population. Naruto watched as the men looked on in jealousy at him while the women were giving the same glances to his hime and were blushing at him, and he sighed as he watched Temari going on happily about the various plans of the marriage, half of which went through his head, but he tried to listen and understand everything she said and gave her a small kiss every now and then, making her beam and more enthusiastic. He himself couldn't wait to finally have his hime as his wife and a chance to start a loving and happy family in a village that respected and accepted him completely. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure no Sato, Tsunade sat in her office as she read the scroll from Suna and grinned as she called Shizun, and she came in and saw the smile on her face and knew she was up to something. "Get me Shikamaru Nara Shizun," she said, and Shizun nodded as she called for him, and 15 minutes later the lazy but Nara entered the office lazily with a yawn. "You called Hokasama?" he asked with a yawn, and she twitched at his laziness but then smiled. "Yes, Shikamaru, I did. You see, I just got a message from the Sand Village saying that Temari has been granted a leave due to some personal important things in her life and their council has approved it," she said with a smile, and he looked at her curiously. "Then how will she help me with the first 2 parts of the exams?" he asked, and his smile widened. "She won't," she said, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't mean?" He saw cut off as Tsunade spoke up. "Chunin Shikamaru Nara, you've been hereby given the complete authority for the first 2 phases of the Chunin exams, while the 3rd part shall be taken care of by Temari completely. So I suggest you get to work," she said, grinning at his stunned face, and after a moment Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome blondes," he said, and Tsunade's eye twitched. "You want some extra duties too, I presume then?" she asked sweetly, and he sighed again. "Troublesome," he said, and Tsunade developed a tick mark on her head as she threw the bottle of sake at him, and he dodged and ran off as he heard a shout. "Now get to work before I get my hands on you, you lazy butt," he heard, and walked out with a sigh as he bumped into the person he least expected to and gazed at the curious eyes of the last precious Uchiha. "Hey Shikamaru, I was just looking for you," said Sasuke, and Shikamaru sighed as he yawned and wondered how he would get all the work done on his own. "What do you want, Uchiha?" he asked in a dismissive tone as Sasuke twitched but shrugged it off as he looked behind him. "So where's Temari? I thought she was with you to help in the preparations of the first 2 phases of the exams," he asked curiously, and Shikamaru sighed. "She isn't coming to the leaf for the first 2 phases and has been granted a leave by her village for some reason and will complete the preparations of the last phase all on her own," he said, and Sasuke frowned. "Damn it. There goes my chance to win her with my charm and make her mine. But oh well, I'll swipe her off her feet in the finals then," he thought in glee as he imagined the Suna princess falling in his arms and her beautiful body in his arms, and saw Shikamaru staring at him blankly, and coughed as he shook off his thoughts and realized he had spaced out. "Oh well, then I suppose that you have a lot of work to do then," he said, and Shikamaru suddenly had an idea. "No, you are lucky I found you here, Uchiha. Tsunade-sama just ordered me that you will be helping me for the final phase of the exams, and now it saves me time to find you. I volunteered you myself," he said, and Sasuke frowned. "And why the hell would I waste my time with that stupid stuff?" He was cut off as Shikamaru spoke up. "Oh, I just thought how much you wanted to win Temari over and how she would be so grateful that you took her place and organized the exams so well in her stead," he said as he saw the smile and look of dreaminess on his face and smirked. "Hook, line and sinker, and that's checkmate, Uchiha," he thought, laughing in his mind as he saw Sasuke break out of his thoughts and nodded. "All right, Nara, we will organize this as best as possible, and with the perfection of an Uchiha, then Temari will realize how much I want her to be mine," he said, and Shikamaru nodded as he saw Sasuke go in to ask Tsunade to make it official. He is so easy to manipulate. No wonder he went to be Orochimaru's beach so easily. He thought, shaking his head as he followed him inside, and had removed the burden from him completely, courtesy of an easily manipulated and stupid Uchiha. Tsunade no Sato. A week had passed and the Sabaku estates were bright and fully decorated as the day the whole village, the Sabaka family and especially our two favorite blondes had been waiting for had finally arrived. The whole open area of the compounds were decorated with some of the most expensive food from the village lined up on the tables to the sides. There was a special stand to the side that had been kept covered for later and was to be opened by someone specifically. Kankuro stood at the entrance of the compounds for the first time in a normal suit and without makeup as he welcomed the guests to the wedding ceremony with a smile. Temari had specifically threatened him not to wear any makeup or bring any of his dolls to her wedding, or only Kami herself would save him from her wrath. Needless to say, he hadn't argued to any of those points, even though he thought it was war paint and battle puppets inwardly and thought they were really cool. Naruto and Temari's bedroom. On Naruto, Temari as Naruto captured her lips and was laid on over her, completely pressed on her. She had her hand in his hair pulling him in and the other on his neck while he had her waist straddled and his hand in her open hair as he pushed his tongue in, and their tongues battled for dominance, and he gave her a lip lock again as he broke off, breathing heavily, and saw the flush face of Temari and her rosy pink blush as he kissed her cheek softly and buried his face in her neck and kissed it softly, making her smile and snuggled in her arms. She giggled softly as he looked at her curiously, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and their foreheads touched as she gazed at him lovingly and with a bit of longing as she bit her lips softly. Today is the day, Naruto, and here we are making out instead of getting ready for the wedding. She whispered softly, and he chuckled as he gave her a soft kiss on the lips and rubbed her cheek softly. And when have we been a normal couple, Heim? He whispered softly, and she giggled in her melodic voice that warmed his heart and made him smile. Are you nervous? She asked with a blush, and he nodded with a smile. Hi, he said honestly, and she looked at him with a worried glance. Why? She asked gently, and he smiled as he kissed her forehead softly and gave her a heartwarming smile. Today is the most special day of my life, the day I complete the dream that I have had since I was a child. Have a loving wife to hold, who would be at my side no matter what, and spend my life with her. I know that it is even more special to you, and I don't want anything to go wrong. I want it to be the most special day of our lives and one which we remember forever with smiles on our faces. He answered honestly and softly, and she smiled as he washed all her nervousness away and kissed him softly and rubbed his whiskers, making him lean into her touch as she smiled. Don't worry, the most important thing is that I have you by my side. It will be the most special day of our lives and everything will be perfect as long as I'm with you. You want to be with me too, don't you? She whispered softly, and he smiled warmly and nodded as she saw the love his eyes held as he spoke up. I won't exchange the chance of being with you for anything in the world, Heim. He said softly, and she kissed him softly and nodded with a smile as Naruto sat up and put her on his lap, brushing her hair softly as she kept her head on his shoulder and sighed happily. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Uzumaki, the guests are arriving already. Get ready, you guys are about to be married anyway. Fool around later. Came the stoic voice of Gaara, and Naruto sighed and Temari giggled with a blush hearing his voice and words, then got up from his lap as she reeded her hair in a high ponytail and turned to him with her hands on her hips and a mock glare with a playful smile on her face as she tapped her feet and looked at him, an angry mother, though the ever-present blush took most of the effect off, making her look all the more adorable in his opinion. And where is my dress, mister? You better not have forgotten it, she said in mock anger, and he smiled at her as he walked to the closet and pulled out a wrapped package in an elegant wooden box as he walked to her and put in her arms as she clutched it to her chest softly, and Naruto smiled as she looked at him lovingly. You'll love it, Heim, I promise, he said softly, rubbing her cheek, and she smiled with a faint pink blush and nodded as she hugged him tightly, and he wrapped her up in his arms with a soft chuckle. Now where are my clothes, Heim, or should I come out in my boxers? He asked playfully, and she giggled, hitting his chest softly, muttering baka, and looked at him with a smile. And risk all the girls in the wedding jump you belong to me and me only, mister, she said sternly, and he nodded with an amused smile at her protective nature and obediently muttered a hi, as she nodded with a small smile and walked to the bedside table and pulled out another elegant wooden box and handed it to him with a smile. "You'll love it too, Koibito," she whispered softly, and he took the box with a smile and nodded as she started to leave when arms wrapped around her waist from behind and pulled her close to a firm chest, making her smile as Naruto put his chin on her shoulder and kissed her neck softly, making her "I can't wait for tonight, Haim." He purred in her ear, making her shiver and blush a scarlet red as she looked down, fiddling with her shirt as she whispered, "Hi, me too." She whispered softly in embarrassment, and he chuckled softly and kissed her cheek, making her smile as their cheeks touched, and he held her to him firmly and she melted in his arms. "Naruto, let me go, I have to get ready too." She whispered half-heartedly, not at all struggling or wanting him to let go, and he smiled as he turned her around and hugged her as she hugged him back tightly. She was worried about his sudden silence as she felt a tear drop on her shoulder and tightened her hold on him. "What's the matter, love?" she asked in a worried and soft tone, and he buried his face in her neck. "Nothing, it's just that I'm too happy," he whispered, and she smiled and nodded in his chest as he broke off the hug and let her go as she wiped his eyes with her sleeves and kissed his cheek softly with a blush and rubbed his whiskers softly. "Get ready, all right, I'll meet you in a bit," she said with a wink, and went out as he chuckled and went to the room that Gaara used and saw him standing there stoically, his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He opened his eyes as he saw Naruto come in, and his sand closed the door and locked the room as Naruto gave him a nod and he nodded back. "So, Uzumaki, or should I say Namikaze, the day is finally here, huh?" he asked, and Naruto nodded with a smile. "It is, Gaara. I can't believe it's already been 3 years and I'm going to marry my Haim," he said softly, and Gaara nodded with a smile as he put a hand on his shoulder and he looked in his eyes to see the look of respect and admiration in the Godame Kazekage's eyes as he spoke up. "Naruto, you are the only one I would want to see my sister with and trust her with for life. You were always a part of our family, but today even the formalities are completed. Keep her happy, Naruto, that is all that I ask," he said, and Naruto nodded, smiling genuinely at his best friend. "I love her more than anything, Gaara. You know that I would give anything for her happiness. And I am happy that we are now officially a family, Gaara," he said, and Gaara smiled and nodded as he hugged him, shocking the blonde who hugged him back, and Gaara stepped back and Naruto was shocked as a tear rolled down his eye. "Keep her happy," he said, and Naruto nodded with a smile as they shook hands. "All right, I'll let you get ready then. Hurry up before the guests start throwing a tantrum," he said, and both chuckled as he walked out, and Naruto opened the box and was wide-eyed at what his Haim had bought for him and smiled as he put the clothes on. In the compos, Kankuro, Gaara and Baki were welcoming the guests to the seats as they all saw the arrangements. Naruto and Temari had insisted that it be a small affair between close friends and important people, only with Gaara agreeing wholeheartedly in the matter. He saw as all the guests were seated and Kankuro walked into the house to fetch the blonde-whiskered hero, with Matsuri doing the same for Temari. A few moments later they saw as Naruto walked down, and the whole crowd's breath was caught in their throats as they saw the blonde coming down the aisle with Kankuro in tow. He wore a simple blue shirt with exquisite embroidery of navy blue flames at the bottom with the same navy blue pants matching it. But the thing that caught their attention the most was the white cloak he wore over it. The cloak was just like his jacket, with the blue flames adorned at its bottom and the same blue color on the inside, with golden patterns adorned in various parts of the cloak, and a 5-pendant necklace that he wore on his neck. His blonde, unruly hair came up to his eyes as he walked down the aisle with the confidence and an aura of power around him as all the men looked on at him with respect and read the vertical kanji for "Second Flash" written in blue on the back of his cloak as he stood at the aisle of the ceremonial altar and waited for his Haim to come. His breath hitched as he saw his Haim come down the aisle with her hair done in a loose bun with a gold pin and a ruby at the end of it and 2 bangs adorning her face. He watched the pure white kimono with the same blue lilies at the bottom of the kimono that ended at her thighs, showing her toned legs that were covered with white stockings from down the knees and white heels on her feet. He watched her face as she only had the light pink lipstick on her lips and the little eyeliner and blushed eyelashes, as her mouth was covered with a small translucent white veil. He couldn't even begin to compliment how beautiful she looked as he saw the stares of lust the men were giving her and unconsciously leaked killing intent at them as they gulped and shook their heads, with Gaara doing the same as they both looked at each other and smirked. Temari blushed at their reactions and was flattered that he had remembered the kimono she had worn on her first date. It was the same design her mother had once worn on her wedding, and her blonde baka had gave her the dream she always had to wear that on her wedding. She saw his blush on his cheeks and the loving gaze and smiled at him under her veil, herself blushing as she saw him look so drop-dead gorgeous in that attire she chose for him. She liked her lips a bit as she imagined what she would have to do when they got alone, and shook off the thoughts as she felt nervousness take over when she reached the aisle on the altar and stood beside him with the desert lily bouquet in her hands as both turned to Gaara, who nodded at them both. "You look wonderful, sister," he said, and she nodded, smiling under her veil, and nodded as she looked at her to be husband, and both looked into each other with all the love they could muster, and back at Gaara, who smiled and cleared his throats, getting everyone's rapt attention. "We are joined here today to witness the holy matrimony of our two loving lovebirds," he said as all of them chuckled, and Temari looked down in embarrassment as she spoke up. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, do you take Temari no Sabaku to be your lawfully wedded wife? Do you promise to be true to her in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, to love her and honor her all the days of your life?" he asked Naruto, who smiled and nodded. "I do," he said, and Gaara nodded and turned to Temari with a smile. "Temari no Sabaku, do you take Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze to be your lawfully wedded husband? Do you promise to be true to him in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, to love him and honor him all the days of your life?" he asked Temari, who smiled and nodded. "I do," she said, and Gaara nodded as he spoke to the crowd. "Is there anyone who has any reason for which he shall want to stop this marriage under the witnesses Kankuro no Sabaku and Matsuri Yukata should speak now?" he asked the crowd, who smiled and shook their head in unison, and he nodded and turned to the couple in front of him. "The bride and the groom may exchange their vows," he said as Naruto went first. "With this ring, I give you my promise that from this day forward I will give you all my love, and you shall not walk alone. I have no greater gift to give. As your love is my anchor, and your trust is my strength, may my heart be your shelter and my arms be your home. As this ring has no end or beginning, so shall my love for you be. As I place it on your finger, I give you all that I am, and all that I shall become. I will love forever and beyond my love," he said as he took the ring that he gave her for the engagement from Kankuro and slipped it into her finger, and she went next. "I Temari no Saba, take you baby-faced one to be my husband, my friend, my lover, my tormentor, my companion in life and my instigator in trouble. I will love you unconditionally, support you in your goals, honor and respect you, without too much sass, except on Fridays. I promise to love you faithfully through perfect times and the merely fabulous times, regardless of how often you are ADDBOI. I hereby promise to resist the urge to beat your butt when you are difficult to get out of bed. In the presence of our family and friends who insisted on bloody tagging along, I offer you my solemn vow to be your brat in sickness and in health, despite your Nancy Boi whining. In good times and in bad, and in joy as well as in sorrow, I give you my trust, my love and my soul. I will forever and ever be yours and even the times beyond my love," she said, and he smiled as she took the new platinum ring matching her own and slipped it into Naruto's finger, and both turned to a smiling Gaara as they heard this, and, "So cute," from the background, and ignored it as he nodded. So through the mutual consent of this loving couple in front of the eyes of everyone present her, Gaara no Sabaku the Godame Kazekage of Tsunade no Sato declare Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Temari no Sabaku husband and wife. May Kami bless your marriage and your love stand strong through the rifts of life. You may kiss the bride," he said, and Naruto smiled and walked up to his Haim, who looked at him and wrapped her arms around his neck as he removed the veil and saw her shining pink lips and lowered his own as he captured them in a deep and loving kiss, and the whole crowd stood up and clapped brightly as Gaara smiled and held Kankuro by the shoulder, who was releasing streams of tears and crying heavily. They broke of the lovely lip lock and saw the faint blushes on each other's face as they kept their foreheads together and gazed at each other lovingly. "I love you," Naruto whispered, and she smiled as she pecked him softly. "I love you more," Temari whispered, and he smiled as he broke the hug a bit hesitantly, and Naruto held her close by the waist as she kept her head on his shoulder, and both walked down into the crowd with Gaara as they greeted the guests, as all of the clan heads and council members, along with the important people and many simple civilians who Naruto and Temari knew, greeted them and handed them their presents, wishing them a happy marriage. As Naruto and Temari smiled and met each other when Gaara clinked a glass, gathering everyone's attention as they all looked at him. "All right, the food has been served. There are delicacies of the best chefs from all over the elemental nations, but there is one stand that you all must have seen is still covered. This was arranged by my sister especially for her newlywed husband as a surprise, and I request the couple to please come forward so that we could unveil it to the person it was intended for," he said, and Temari smiled and pulled a bit confused Naruto to the front, who looked completely lost as she smiled at him and kissed him softly, and he kissed her back as he looked at her curiously. "Haim, what have you arranged for me as a surprise, no less?" he asked, and she smiled as she took the small scissors from Kankuro and cut the small ribbon on the cloth as it fell, and the stand was unveiled, and Naruto gasped as he read the board and looked at the two chefs in front of him. Ichiraku's ramen was displayed proudly in front as Tuchi and Ayam smiled at their favorite blonde fondly as Tuchi called the stunned boy, breaking him out of his stupor. "Yo Naruto, my boy, congratulations on bagging such a beautiful angel. Now come on, sit down. Tonight the ramen is on the house," he said as the whole crowd chuckled and Naruto's eyes watered as he moved around the stand and hugged the both of them happily. These were the ones who had hidden him from mobs and fed him when he had no money. The father and daughter smiled and hugged their whiskered blonde boy back happily as he sobbed. "I'm glad you two are here. It wouldn't have been the same without you, I am Nei-chan, and especially you, Tuchi-ji-san," he said, and both smiled warmly as Tuchi broke of the hug and chuckled wholeheartedly. "Look at you, these desert people don't know how to feed my boy. Let's get that solved. Now sit down and let's have you some of that Naruto special ramen you always used to have," he said, and Naruto and everyone chuckled as Temari watched their interaction fondly. She had requested them to come here and had arranged everything for them in the village with a restaurant in the most popular part of the shopping district with the help of Gaara. "So many would you like, kid? Hope you haven't lost the touch?" asked Tuchi as he started boiling ramen, and Ayam giggled while Naruto chuckled happily. "Didn't this bring back memories?" he thought. "Keep them coming, old man. It's been a while since I had the food of the gods," he said, and Tuchi chuckled as Temari sat beside him. "That's my boy," he said as he worked on his ramen, and Ayam turned to the happy guests. "Would any one of you like to eat ramen tonight? I know it's not a thing for marriages, but we will serve anyone if they want," she asked, and everyone nodded and raised their hands as Temari and Naruto chuckled while Tuchi laughed wholeheartedly while Ayam's sweat dropped as she started noting down the orders. "Now people here know how to eat real food," he said, and all of them chuckled as they too wanted to eat what the groom and their hero was so infatuated with. "Thank you, Mari-chan, you gave me the best surprise I could have asked for," he said, and she smiled and nodded. "I've arranged a restaurant and their living needs here love. Now Ichiraku's belongs to Suna along with its #1 customer," she said softly, and his eyes widened as he saw the old man nod and hugged her tightly, saying thank you, and she giggled and hugged him back as she watched him eat ramen and ate herself. This was the most unusual delicacy any wedding must have had, she mused as she watched the happy faces of the guests and thought that their business would certainly boom here, especially with her ramen-loving blonde teddy by her side. They all laughed and ate ramen as the other chefs started helping Tuchi and the waiters helped Ayam, as it was a wedding where only ramen ruled supreme. The whole crowd of guests started moving out as Naruto, Temari, Gaara, Kankuro waved them off and thanked them for coming as Gaara turned to Naruto and pulled out a small box as Naruto took it with a raised eyebrow and Gaara smiled. "That's our present to you too. I certainly do hope so that you'll like it," he said, and Naruto and Temari looked at each other and smiled as Temari hugged her two baby brothers and thanked them, kissing their cheeks as they blushed in embarrassment, making the blondes chuckle as Naruto opened it and saw a pair of keys with a small note and opened it to find an address that was just beside their house. Actually, it was their front house, and Naruto looked at him confused and Kankuro and Gaara grinned. "Yo Blondie, we don't want to hear any more noises tonight and sleep peacefully. So go on and break the new bed at your new house now," said Kankuro, and Temari blushed at his words but let it slide just for today as she hugged them both again, and Naruto tried to say it was too much but Gaara said he would have none of it. Gaara and Kankuro waved them off as they walked to the empty house in front of them, and Naruto opened the door to the house as they stepped in the mansion. Naruto saw it was a traditional old Japanese two-story house with lots of open space and walked in as they explored the living room and the kitchen as well as the various other rooms and saw the garden with a small koi pond in the middle. They moved upstairs and opened the master bedroom as Naruto saw the king-sized bed and the closet as well as the bedside table and thought it must have cost Gaara quite a bit, since this was the most expensive part of the village's clan grounds. Lemon starts. Then his eyes landed on his Hime as he saw her looking at a painting and smiled as he pulled off the cloak and hung it in the closet as he moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her neck softly as he rubbed her stomach, making her feel warm and fuzzy, and she turned around in his arms as she looked up into his eyes and saw the love and adoration in his eyes and moved up as her eyes were half closed as their lips touched and they broke off as if current passed through. They moved towards each other again as their lips touched for a moment and they broke off as they went in again, and this time the kiss was longer and Naruto's eyes became half closed as he cupped her cheek and captured her lips in a lip lock. Their lips moved in perfect sync as she wrapped her arms around his neck and he ran his hands across her waist, feeling every inch of her hourglass figure, making her in the kiss as they broke off, breathing a bit heavily, and dove right back in as Naruto pushed her on the bed and got on top of her, all the while kissing her small soft pink lips, and she brought her hand on his neck, pulling him closer and ran her fingers through his hair. He liked her bottom lick softly and she opened her mouth, instantly giving him access as she moved her tongue around his, massaging it while he dominated her and hungrily explored her caverns, and broke off as Naruto looked at her with glazed eyes and saw her breathing heavily and flushed face and those lovely soft swollen pink lips as he pressed his lips on her softly, and broke off as he cupped her cheek and she leaned into his hand, closing her eyes. He smiled as he kissed her cheek softly and pulled off the hairpin holding her hair and threw it aside as it fell on the floor unceremoniously with a clang. He ran his fingers through her hair, grabbing a fistful of them gently, and pulled her head back as he placed his lips on her neck, kissing it softly as his pull gave him greater access, and she and her back arched as the voice of her soft escaped her lips. Naruto? She and he smiled as he liked and kissed her neck softly and moved up, pressing his lips onto hers softly, and looked at her lovingly. She was a bit confused as he was looking at her a lot. "What's the matter, love?" she asked softly, rubbing his whiskers, and he smiled and leaned into her hand, making her smile. "You look so beautiful, just let me look at you tonight," he said softly, and she smiled and leaned up and pecked him softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and smiled at him warmly. "Make love to me," she whispered softly, and he looked at her for but a moment to see any doubts and saw none as she placed her hands on the buttons of his shirt and started opening them slowly and pulled it off gently as she threw it aside and kissed his lips softly and pulled off as he tried to deepen it and kissed his neck softly, trailing her lips on him, and he grunted in pleasure as he closed his eyes, and she ran her hands on his ripped chest, and his breathing hitched as he pulled her closer by her waist and let her do what she wanted. He felt so good as he felt her lips on him and watched her as she moved up and nibbled his ear softly, capturing it in her teeth, and liked it as he grunted in pleasure. "Hime," he grunted, and she smiled as she heard his pleasure-filled voice and pressed her lips on his and liked his lips softly as he opened his mouth, and she pushed her tongue in his mouth and their tongues battled as she dominated the kiss. They broke off after a couple of minutes as she saw him looking at her lovingly and watched him go down as he pulled her kimono a bit up and liked the inside of her thigh softly and her back arched in pleasure. Naruto, yes," she as he liked and kissed her thigh and caught the edge of the stockings in his teeth and the other with his hand as he pulled them off slowly and sensually, looking at her as she looked down with a blush and threw them aside as he liked and kissed his way up softly, trailing kisses on her right leg and moving his hand, feeling her left leg with his free hand, and she as she threw her head back as she felt him feeling her legs and move up as his head moved into the bottom of her kimono, and she pulled his head by his hair as he kissed her inside of the thigh softly. Naruto, it feels so good," she as he stopped and pulled away, and she looked at him disappointed when placed his lips on her neck and moved up, liking and kissing softly, and he nibbled her in his teeth and liked it softly as he whispered in her sensually. "Don't be so hasty, love. I'll make love to you tonight. Slowly and softly till the morning. He whispered, and she blushed as her spine shivered as he liked her ear and slowly blew his breath on her ear softly and pressed his lips on hers softly and gave her a loving lip lock as she ummed in pleasure and ran her lips on his own as she cradled his head in her arms and pulled him closer. He broke off and she felt his hands on the obi of her kimono as she had her arms around his neck. He looked for any hesitation as he started opening the obi and looked at her loving gaze as the white silk belt fell on both sides and her pure white cotton bra and panties came into view as she slowly pulled off her arms, and he lowered himself on his goddess and saw the rosy pink blush on her face as she fiddled with her legs and tried to cover herself with her arms as he caught her wrists and pressed his lips onto hers softly and broke off looking at her lovingly. "Don't let me look at my princess completely," he whispered softly as she nodded and brought her arms around his neck as he dove in for a kiss, and she kissed him back equally passionately. He broke off and placed his lips on the sensitive skin of lower neck as she ummed softly and pulled him closer as she ran her hands on his firm naked back, softly feeling his firm back and his form as he towered over her, and she felt so safe in his arms. She felt his lips on her collarbone and ummed in pleasure as her back arched when he tickled her on her most sensitive spot with his lips. "Ah, Naruto right there, yes," she ummed, and he smiled as he kept liking and kissing her as his hands ran on the insides of her thighs just above her soft white cotton panties as he felt his hands feel a bit wet, and smiled as he felt her heard breath and gasps along the soft She was really close. Temari felt his whole body press against her almost naked form and couldn't feel even a little cold as she took in his warmth, and her stomach was starting to churn as she felt him massage the inside of her thighs just above where she wanted him, and he had her wrists pinned above her head with one of his free hand, and suddenly she felt his teeth graze on her skin and felt them embed in her as her eyes snapped open and the floodgates in her lower stomach snap open and she threw her head back in. The pillow in her back arched as a scream cut across her throats. "I'm coming, Naruto," she ummed loudly, and Naruto felt his hand drench in her liquids as he looked at her flushed and panting face and her heavy blush as he smiled and brought his hand up and liked it softly as she pulled his head to her neck and buried him in her hug. "Please don't do that, it's embarrassing," she said in a soft voice, and he knew no matter how much she tried to make her seem, she was really shy when it came to these things in bed. He moved out of her hug and pressed his lips on her softly and smiled at her warmly. "Nothing is embarrassing about it, princess. Just let me make love to you. Don't stop anything. I promise you I'll make you feel really good." He whispered softly, and she smiled and nodded as he suddenly chuckled softly and started liking his hand clean again, and she blushed but didn't stop him. He pulled off the last lick and looked at her with a small smile. "Plus, my hyme tastes really good," he whispered sensually, and she blushed and buried her face in his chest from the embarrassment. He chuckled as he rubbed her hair softly and hugged her, kissing the top of her head softly as she broke off and tried to glare at him for his teasing, but the heavy blush made her look extremely cute instead, and he smiled at her softly as he kissed her on the lips, and she tasted herself a bit, but didn't mind it in the least as she saw him break off and his hands travel around her back softly and his lips move down her throat and into the valley of her breasts as he kissed her softly there, and his hands stopped on the lock of her bra as he unclipped it, and she raised her back a bit as he pulled it off and threw it aside as towered over her and looked at her beautiful high C borderline D perfectly round and firm breasts and those pink supple nipples as she tried to cross her arms around her chest, and he caught her wrists and pinned them on either side of her as he looked at her nervous face and gave her a soft smile. "Are you nervous?" he asked gently, and she nodded and squeaked out a "hi," making him smile. "Are you scared?" he asked softly, and she looked into his eyes lovingly as she whispered, "No," and he smiled and pecked her softly. "Then why do you hide yourself from me?" he asked gently, and she bit her lip and looked at him with a blush. "You are really too beautiful, you know that, Haim?" he asked, and she blushed harder as he moved his lips down to the edge of her breasts and pressed his lips on the soft mounds of flesh and moved to the pink supple nubs as he kissed it softly, and she squirmed her wrists and he let her go when she put her hands on his head and pulled him closer, making him smile. He opened his lips and captured the nub in them as he suckled and pulled on them like a child, and she ummed softly as he ran his tongue on the pink nub, making it starting to get harder as he pulled. liked and suckled on her berzi like a newborn child and caught her other berzi in his hand and gave it a soft squeeze as she ummed and grabbed his hair and pulled him to the other berzi, and he captured the supple nub again and suckled on it as her back arched in pleasure and her stomach churned as he grabbed both of her BRs and squeezed them gently and kneaded them as he suckled on her NPL until it hardened and kept switching between her BRs as her back arched in pleasure. Yes, Nergan, keep going, I'm so close. She ummed, and he kept skiing and kneading on her BRs, switching and giving them the same treatment as if milking her as she gasped and ummed when he grazed his teeth on them. Finally, her walls tightened as Naruto felt her thrashing around and pinned down her waist as he bit her NPL softly and pinched the other one in his thumb and index finger, and her head thrashed around as her release came. Nerguin, I'm coming. She ummed as her second orgasm hit her, and she fell back and panted as she felt a bit lightheaded from the intense pleasure and saw him looking at her with a smile, letting her catch her breath as she saw him move down to her entirely drenched panties and saw him capture the helm of her panties in his teeth and pull them down as she raised her hips, and he pulled them down and threw them to the side on top of the pile of clothes and moved up as he put his hands and legs on her sides and looked at her from top to bottom. He saw her eyes and her heavily pink cheeks, and his eyes traveled down to those swollen soft pink lips and looked down to her perfect breasts that shone a bit and her hard nipples that he had taken care of just now, and then finally down the completely shaved prize between her well-toned legs, and was startled as she pulled him in a hug and held him tightly. Please don't stare, I feel nervous. She whispered in a vulnerable and soft tone, and he nodded and kissed her neck softly. All right now. Let's taste that delicious nectar right from the source. He whispered, and she was confused as he moved down and buried his face between her legs, and she blushed as she closed her legs tightly, and he smiled as he put his mouth in between the legs and started kissing the top of her prized nether regions, and she ummed as she pulled him closer, and her voice betrayed her pleasure-filled instincts. No, Narukuin, please not there. She pleaded as he forced her legs open and saw her wet pink lips that hadn't even flowered yet as he gazed up and saw her biting her lip and looking at him nervously, and he smiled at her for assurance and moved his head down and placed his lips on her puffed-up PP lips and kissed them softly as he took in her scent and placed a small lick on her pink PP, and she ummed in pleasure and grabbed a fistful of his hair and pulled him closer, closing her eyes shut tightly from embarrassment as he smiled. And started liking her softly and gently, and she ummed as he suddenly pushed his tongue in and caught her swollen silly in his teeth, and her back arched in pleasure as he liked the bud in between his teeth softly. Yes, Narukuin, like that, keep going. She ummed, and he smirked and kept liking and exploring her inner walls as he felt her getting wetter by the second and felt her walls tightening as it got hard for him to move his tongue inside her, but her kept going, and finally her stomach churned as he bit her silly and gave it gentle fast licks, and her eyes snapped open as her head thrashed around left and right, and he kept her waist in his iron grip, and she screamed in joy. Oh God, yes, I'm coming, lovey. She screamed as she released her fluids, and he lapped up her juices and liked her clean, making her them softly in between pants, and moved up as he pressed his lips against hers and was surprised as she suddenly moved her tongue in forcefully and dominated him in the kiss, and he grunted in pleasure as she broke off, and he looked at her in lust-filled eyes. He removed his pants and boxers and threw them on the pile of clothes as she saw his 10-inch fully erect member, and he lowered himself on her as she tried to move down to return the favor as he caught her shoulders, and she looked at him confused. But Narukuin, you did it for me. She was cut off as he put his finger on her lips, shutting her up. You don't like doing it, do you? He asked gently and looked at her lovingly, and she bit her lip and didn't answer as he smiled. But you did it for me. She was cut off as he pressed his lips on hers and broke off as he cupped her cheek and looked at her lovingly, brushing it with his thumb. I did it because it will make it easier when we move forward and a lot less painful for you, love, and I love doing it. Don't force yourself into anything, let me just love you tonight. He said softly, and she smiled and nodded as she wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled warmly. Make me yours, love. She whispered softly, and he nodded as he stroked his member and rubbed it against her wet pee-pee, lubricating it, and looked at her, biting her lip as she trembled a bit, and he pulled her in for a hug, and she cried in his hug. I'm scared, Narukuin. What if it hurts? She whispered, sobbing, and he held her close, rubbing her back softly as he cooed the crying girl. Shoo, it's all right. He whispered as he calmed her down, and she looked at him with puffy cheeks and sniffed as he smiled and kissed her tears away softly, making her smile. He cupped both of her cute puffy cheeks in his hands and looked at her lovingly. "Do you love me?" he asked and she nodded. "Do you trust me?" he asked and she nodded yet again. "I'll be as gentle as possible, love. It will hurt a lot at first, but I'll take it all away, don't worry. It'll feel really good after the little pain. We'll become one tonight, love." He whispered softly and she nodded with a sniff and smiled as she kissed him softly. "Thank you, my blonde teddy, you always take my fears away," she said softly, and he smiled and nodded. "All your fears are mine and my happiness is yours, love," he said softly, and she smiled and nodded as he guided himself to the entrance of her PP and rubbed his tip on her lips as he looked at her nervous face and biting lip as he captured her lips and pushed himself in slowly as his head was engulfed in her, and she gasped in pleasure and ummed. He knew she hadn't ever done anything to relieve herself that way and had just fooled around with him a bit and was a pure version, which would make it even more painful for her. He kept his lips on hers, softly kissing her as he pushed himself inch by inch in her, and she felt really good as he engulfed 4 inches of his in and hit a barrier as she gasped a bit in the kiss from the little pain, and he broke off the kiss as he looked at her gently. "Now I will push in, love. It'll hurt you, but please bear with it. It'll pass in a few moments and then we'll move on," he said softly, and she nodded as he pulled out till only his head was in and looked into her eyes and pushed himself in forcefully, slamming his hips onto hers and buried himself into her to the hilt, and she cried out in pain as a few drops of blood dropped, and she screamed in pain. "Ah, it hurts, Naruki. It hurts so much," she screamed as tears streamed down her eyes and her nails embedded in his shoulders as she whimpered in his shoulder, and he held her close to him, brushing her hair and kissing her hair softly as she cried in his arms. "Shoo, I'm with you, my love. Shoo, it's all right," he whispered and rubbed her back as she scratched his back, and he winced but held her softly, cradling her in his arms, and was amazed at the vice grip her PP had on his PP and how good it felt, but concentrated on the crying girl as he kept still and held her close, rubbing her back for 10 minutes as she calmed down and was only sobbing a little bit. She moved her hips a bit and he looked into the eyes of the sniffing girl and kissed her softly. "Does it still hurt, Haim?" he asked, gently rubbing her cheek, and she nodded as she spoke up. "Yes, but it's a lot less. You can move now, but please go slow," she said in a vulnerable voice, and he nodded as he put his forehead on her and looked at her lovingly. "I'll be as gentle as I can, love, don't worry," he said softly, and she nodded as he pulled it to his head and buried himself hallway as she winced in pain, and he did it again slowly as he found a slow and nice rhythm, and her wincing started turning into small gasps and slowly into soft as a lung. "Deeper, love," she ummed, and he smiled at her pleasure-filled voice and obliged as he buried himself deeper and started going through the same slow and deep hard rhythm as she ummed loudly, and her body moved up and down, and he captured his NPL in his lips, suckling it softly, and pulled and suckled it as she ummed, and their hips slapped together as Naruto grunted in pleasure and kissed her neck, burying himself in it, and she pulled his head closer, her eyes closed in pleasure as she heaved up and down from his moves. "Yes, it feels so good, love, go faster, ah," she ummed softly as he grunted and started picking up his pace as their hips slapped together, and she spread her legs wider and pulled him in closer, giving him access as he moved himself harder and faster and grunted in pleasure. "You're so tight, love. Your PP feels so good, my PP is melting in it now," he whispered in her ear huskily, and she blushed and ummed from his hard and fast moves as he held her close. "Yes, of me, love, stretch my PP oof," she ummed as he moved himself, and nodded as he moved up and sat down, spreading her thighs wider as he entered her again and caught her shoulder with one of his hands to pull her down as he started pumping his hips back and forth, and she ummed in joy as he found a new hard and fast-moving rhythm, and put his head down from the feeling her tight velvety folds were giving him as he gazed at his shining PP pistoning itself in and out of her, covered in her fluids, and the way her PP was sking it in, and closed his eyes, or he might release from the RDC scene as looked at her head fallen to the side and her eyes close with a small smile of pleasure as he watched her bee jiggle up and down and her body move, and the sounds of their hips slapping and dance and grunts filled the room. He stopped as he put her legs together and bent them forward, leaning down, and started pumping her PP hard and fast as she screamed in pleasure. "Oh God, love me like that, ravish my PP," she screamed as he grunted and pumped her as he watched her pleasure and lust-filled face and kept humping her hard and fast. He couldn't believe how good her pee-pee felt. It beat the hell out of him, Serbidian, he thought, and kept going like that for a few moments. He saw her BRS and liked his lips as he spread her legs again and leaned down and suckled them and kneaded them as he went through a slow and SL pace, and she felt him ravish her, completely feeling her, and she loved it. It made her feel complete as he moved up and kissed her and kept moving at that Ansel pace as she felt her stomach churn from the 15 minutes of ailing, and she as she pulled his head to her neck and held him tightly close to her, safe in her arms. "I'm so close, love," she softly, and he grunted in pleasure as he too felt his ball churn from her azil voice and whispered in her ear huskily. "Me too, together, love," he whispered, and she held his hair tightly as his moves became hard and fast from the essential pace, and she as she felt her pee-pee starting to grip his pee-pee tightly, but he still kept pumping her like no tomorrow. "Naruto, it feels so good, baby," she softly as he grunted and kept his humping up and kissed her neck. "I'll come in you, love. I'll fill that pee-pee tonight," he whispered huskily, and she as her stomach clamped from his whisper and the pleasure that he rocked her with, and her pee-pee clamped down on his pee-pee as she felt him bury himself deep in her, and she loudly. "These Naruto, I'm coming," she and Naruto grunted as he buried himself to the hilt when he felt his feel the Essen to the tip and held it down but lost it when her pee-pee tried to milk his pee-pee and released his globs of cum deep in her pee-pee that ate them all in. "These here I come, love," he screamed and released deep into her as a bit of it leaked from the sides of his hilt, deep buried pee-pee, showing how much he released in her, and fell forward as she caught him in her arms and held his head in her neck, cradling it lovingly as both panted, completely spent with satisfied smiles on their faces. She kissed the top of his head and smiled, brushing his hair softly as both of their eyes drooped from exhaustion. "I love you, Naruto," she whispered softly, and he smiled tiredly. "I love you too, Mariheim," he whispered, and both of their eyes closed and they dozed off with Naruto still buried in her pee-pee as the deep silence of the night claimed the loving newlywed couple. Naruto woke up as the sun rays came in through the window and hit his face. He yawned and stretched his body when he felt something snuggle into his chest and gazed down. He looked at the free-flowing hair of his blonde girlfriend, now wife, and smiled. He kissed the top of her head and pulled her closer by her slender naked waist and let her cuddle up to him. They had enjoyed their first week of marriage a lot, but then much to his charging, her responsibilities for the finals had come up over her. He too had been working hard, but not nearly as hard as her. She had to take care of everything from the preparations to the places where the dignitaries would stay, the official food stalls and bedding areas. He had taken over her duties for the responsibility of security for the finals from her and Gaara, who too had been buried neck deep in paperwork. He rubbed her back softly as she turned around, and he pulled her to his chest, making her back press against his firm chest. He put his cheek over hers and knew she was awake now and just playing to be asleep. He pressed his lips on her cheek softly and nibbled her ear softly in his teeth. "You know, if you are awake, then you shouldn't act like you're asleep, Haim. Let me see those pretty teal-green pools of yours," he whispered softly, and she smiled and opened her eyes with a cute yawn, turning around in his arms and gazed into her husband's eyes lovingly. "Hey you," she whispered softly, making him smile and kiss her softly with a chaste kiss, and brought her close, hugging her. She snuggled in his arms, and Naruto brought the blanket up, covering their naked bodies up to their necks. "So how have the preparations been going, Haim?" he asked, and she sighed tiredly and pressed herself to him, saying nothing, making him chuckle softly. "So it was that tiring, huh?" he asked playfully, and she nodded in his chest while he kept brushing her hair with his fingers. "Please don't ask me about it. None of those idiots know anything to do without my guidance. Please tell me you took care of all the security measures nicely?" she asked softly, and he nodded, pecking her. With a smile. "Of course, love, there's nothing to worry about. All the shinobi will be notified of their security protocols today by the ANBU and Jounin commander personally. I kept everyone in the dark until the last moment so no leak could be made for any breach of security," he said, and she smiled and hugged him happily. He heard the bell to the house ring and was surprised at the sudden interference. "Were you expecting someone, Haim?" he asked, and she shook her head innocently. He nodded and got up, making her whine. He chuckled and captured her lips in a soft, gentle kiss and rubbed her cheek softly. "I'll see who it is, all right, Haim." he said, and she nodded, pouting at the lack of her morning cuddles, and he put on his pajamas and walked out of the room and down the stairs. He opened the door and saw Matsuri standing there and was surprised at seeing her this early in the morning. "Ohio Matsuri, do you need something?" he asked politely and was confused at her blushing but realized he wasn't wearing a t-shirt and smiled in amusement at her staring. He waved his hand in front of her and she broke out of her stupor with her blush intensifying. Namike-sama, Kazed-sama wanted me to inform you and Temari-sama that she would have to welcome the dignitaries arriving today at noon. He also asked me if you have prepared all the security measures or not. She said politely and he nodded. "All right, I'll inform Temari of the welcoming arrangements. Tell Gaara not to worry about the security arrangements. The plans will reach him at lunch on his desk. Tell him not to worry and handle all the other diplomatic stuff and leave this to me," he said in an authoritative voice, and she bowed and nodded at the military commander of Suna in respect. "Have you had breakfast, Matsuri? Would you like to come in?" he asked politely, his earlier authority now forgotten, and she smiled and shook her head. "No, it's very generous of you, Namike-sama, but Kaze-sama needs me with him today. I must decline," she said politely, and he waved his hand dismissively and she left. He closed the door, walking into the kitchen to prepare the breakfast. He started cutting the vegetables with precision when two arms snaked around his waist and his love hugged him from behind. "Are you already bored of me just after 2 weeks?" Temari asked in mock hurt, and he brought her in front, making her hold the knife and started cutting the vegetables, putting his chin on her shoulder, making her blush. "How can I get bored of my Heim, especially when you were so amazing last night?" He purred in her ear, making her blush harder, and she elbowed him with a giggle. "Pervert," she said with a giggle, and he chuckled, kissing her neck. "And you say that after your M's last night, especially when after the third time you please Naruto one more time He teased, whispering in her ear, and she turned red like a tomato and turned around, burying her face in his chest from embarrassment, and he chuckled. He kissed her neck softly and brought his lips to her ear. "Small lemonade, go and prepare the bathtub, I'll join you in a few minutes," he whispered softly, and she nodded in his chest and went upstairs while he put the finishing touches on the breakfast and kept the ready plates on the table, walking to his room. He saw his t-shirt that she was wearing down on the floor along with her panties and smiled, stripping off his pajamas, and stepped in the bathroom. He saw her with her back to him and her hair by her right shoulder, making him smile. He got behind her, keeping his hands on her shoulders as she moved a bit in front, and he stepped in behind her, pulling her close to him. Both sighed happily together, and Naruto ran his hands on her stomach softly, and she melted in his arms. Naruto ran his hands through her waist, and he felt himself getting hard as he took in the scent of beautiful sandy blonde hair. Temari felt his hands running through her waist and feeling her, as she felt his hard member on her, but she gasped when she felt his hands on her bios. "Naruto, not now. I have to get ready for the..." She was cut off as he grabbed her BRSTS and picked her up. He kept her hands on the edge of the tub, bending her over, and lined his member to her PP, leaning on her back, pressing himself on her back, and kissed her neck, pinching her pink soft nipples softly, making her in delight. "I can't hold it anymore. I need you now. Don't worry, I'll be quick," he whispered in her ear huskily, and she knew from his voice how much he needed her. He slid in inch by inch, feeling her tight PP sking him in, and groaned as he felt her tight walls clamp him down. "Yes, you're so tight, Heim, even after so many times. How are you so tight?" he whispered in her ear, making her blush and as she felt him filling her up with all his 8 inches buried in her to the hilt. "Yes, Naren. You're so big, always stretching me to the limits," she and he smirked and pulled out halfway and moved in harshly, making her back arch as he caught her close to him and started ravishing her neck and moving with a smooth, fast rhythm, feeling her tight PP, trying to suck him in each time he pulled out. "Yes, I can deeper, love," she in delight as he obliged and started going deeper and faster, making her louder in complete joy. Naruto groaned as he felt her walls starting to tighten around his PP and moved harder, not letting up his rhythm, and the slapping sounds of their hips filled the bathroom completely. "When I'm so close, keep going, please, like that, yes?" she her mind clouded in pleasure, and Naruto kept pumping in and out of her and looked down to see her dripping fluids covering his shining PP as it pistoned in and out. He loved seeing them connected like that. He closed his eyes and threw his head back in pleasure as he felt his ball churn and his pee-pee twitch violently in her. He pulled out till his head and bend a little as he moved in and hit her G-spot, making her eyes roll to the back of her head, and he started pistoning in her pee-pee, hitting it repeatedly. Oh good. Yes. She ummed in pleasure, feeling his pumping and dominating her body while he held her by her breasts and kept hitting her. I'm close, love. I'll come in your pee-pee. Do you want it? Do you want me? He asked huskily, kissing her lips, their tongues battling, and she ummed in her kiss as she broke off. Yes, together. Come in me. Fill me up. She ummed in between his moves, and he smiled, hearing her longing voice, and started pumping harder and faster as she buckled under his moves, but he kept her firm in place. She felt her stomach churn and ummed in pleasure. Naruto felt her tightening and knew she was close. He wasn't faring good either. Finally, he pulled out till the last inch and moved forward, burying to the hilt as he hit her G-spot, and Temari's dam broke as she screamed in pleasure. That's I'm coming. She ummed loudly and clamped down on his pee-pee as Naruto's eyes rolled to the back of his head and he grunted his own release coming. He buried himself to the hilt and released thick ropes of his own load deep into her and caught her as felt a bit light-headed from the last release, and Naruto pulled himself out and turned her around gently in his arms and fell back into the water as both came down from their highs. Small lemonins. You've spoilt me, she said with a schoolgirl-like giggle, and he chuckled softly himself. And you've spoilt me, Heim, he said softly, and she nodded in his chest. He picked her up in his arms bridal style, making her squeal in glee as she snuggled in his chest, and walked into the shower. Both showered and got out as Temari walked to the closet and started getting dressed. You know that I have to meet the dignitaries and foreign convoys today for the welcoming. And still you do all that just before I have to get dressed. What if I had a limp from all that? She asked in mock anger, and Naruto chuckled softly. Well, you didn't seem like complaining back then, he said, making her blush. And it would be fun seeing you explaining it to the others, he said, and dodged a hanger as he chuckled, seeing her blushed and embarrassed face as he saw her in her black-laced bra and panties, and moved forward and pinned her to the wall. Plus, if you keep blushing like that wearing this, I might have to make you miss the welcoming and give you that limp after all. He whispered in her ear huskily, and she hugged him tightly. What am I going to do with you? She asked tiredly, and he smirked. Well, you could. He was cut off when Temari put her fingers on his lips, shutting him up. Oh hush, it was a rhetorical question, my baka blonde husband, she said softly with a giggle, and he pecked her and put her down, walking back, putting on his cut sleeves white shirt over his blue ANBU pants and sandals, and fastened his blue fingerless gloves with metal back plates. He finished off his attire with his signature white waist-length jacket with blue flames at the bottom and the kanji 4-second flash embroidered vertically down his back. He tied his headband on his right arm, letting his hair fall free over his eyes a bit, as he had kept them the normal size to avoid the heat but grown them slightly to fall over his eyes as his love liked it so much. He was putting on his white medical tape when he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Temari coming out from behind the wooden dressing separator. He dropped the roll of medical tape when his eyes landed on his wife. There she stood in a black thigh-length elegant kimono without her usual fishnet stockings, letting the toned legs out in the view completely. Light blue flames matching his jacket's color completely were designed to give the look of a large desert lily, and her hair done in a loose bun with a sunbon holding a shining blue sapphire at its end, accentuating his eyes and her hair. The light blue obi matching the pattern at the bottom of her kimono was done beautifully with the same design embroidered on it. She was wearing her usual black shinobi sandals at the bottom and no makeup, just the way he liked it, and just stared at her in a trance. Temari had a rosy ink blush adorning her cheeks from his reaction, but was shocked at his words. You should not go out like this, he said, and she looked down thinking she wasn't looking nice and was stunned at his next words when he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in a hug. I don't want others to see my Heim looking so pretty, he said, and she blushed and hit his chest lightly, muttering baka, and giggled. His heartfelt compliments and soft kisses that came with them made her feel really special. Naruto kissed her lips softly just like she knew he would, and she rubbed his cheeks softly, making him nuzzle in her hand, and she smiled. Heim, Matsuri came in the morning to tell you that you have to welcome all the dignitaries at noon. he said softly, and she nodded as he picked her up bridal style, and she squealed gleefully, snuggling in his chest happily. He walked down to the dining table and sat her on his lap, and both ate the breakfast he had kept earlier, slowly making slow, soft talk about each other's days. Naruto saw it was almost 11 and they had to leave in 10 minutes to get to their posts, and hugged her, burying his face in her neck, making her smile. "You don't want to go, do you?" she asked with a giggle, and he whined in her neck as she cradled his head with a fond smile, brushing his hair softly. They sat in silence for 10 minutes as Temari got up from his lap and fixed her kimono properly and put her hands on her hips with a playful glare. "Now let's go, or do you want me to get late for my welcoming?" she asked in mock anger, and he smiled. "Well, I could make you get late and spoil that pretty kimono a little if you'd like," he said, making her turn red like a tomato and bonk his head. "I didn't mean it like that, you baka. Now come. Escort me at least halfway where we will have to part ways," she said, pulling his hand, and he went with her, locking the house behind them. They walked through the streets with Temari wrapped around him, her head on his shoulder and his arm around her waist securely as they walked through the village with smiles. Everyone either smiled, waved, or bowed at the newly married couple, and they walked on, reaching the central square of the village, and Naruto saw Gaara and Kankuro there waiting for them and raised an eyebrow. He saw Kankuro handing Gaara some money and grumbling and was confused. "Hey guys, what's all that give take about?" he asked, and Kankuro huffed while Gaara smirked. "We just made a bet that whether you would make her come late or not after seeing her in her attire as our representative for our exams that she had to wear for 3 days. Kankuro said you would and just paid up," he said, and Naruto chuckled at the makeup man's expense. "Oh, believe me, I was sorely tempted," he said, making her blush and hide in his neck as he hugged her and kissed the top of her head. The brothers watched happily at how happy their sister was. "All right, Haim, I'll go and take care of all the shinobi stuff while you and your brothers go and have fun with the delegates, all right?" he said, and she nodded and broke the hug hesitantly, missing his warmth. "Thanks for taking over all the stuff for me, Naruto. I appreciate your help," Gaara said, and Naruto nodded as he waved and watched them leave. Temari took a couple of steps and turned back, running up to him, and threw herself in his arms as he caught her in his arms and twirled her around, making her giggle happily. She kissed him passionately as the crowd watching them was cheering on in happiness, and the Sabaku sibling fiddled around uncomfortably. It was hard seeing their sister, seeing her kiss someone, even if it was her husband, they thought, and the couple kissed for a couple of minutes as they broke off looking flushed. "What's wrong, Haim? What is with this all of a sudden?" he asked, putting a lock of hair behind her ear, and she smiled and pecked him. "Nothing, just like that," she said, giving him a wink, and pulled her brothers with her to the gates, and Naruto smiled and shook his head in amusement, walking away to the Kage Tower into his office to take care of all the militaristic stuff while Gaara handled the diplomacies. Village gates. Temari, Gaara and Kankuro walked to the village gates at a slow pace and came up to the gates. The Chunin standing there bowed to the three, and Gaara nodded to them as they sat down. Gaara knew that there were ANBU place everywhere if he knew Naruto, but for the life of him he couldn't see a single one since this morning. He saw how the commanders of both ANBU and the Jounins looked up to him and how they had started reporting to him, and was glad at the burden being split from him with some of the civilian affairs that Naruto had taken away from him too, and watched over the activities of the council. He had offered the hat to him, but the Diamond Blonde had given him such a great answer with a smile that he had speared where he stood with his sand before he flashed away, and still cursed the Diamond Blonde for his answer. "Oh, you can keep the hat. Kami bless you with all the more paperwork, Kage." He had blessed him, and that annoyed him to no end. He saw as the several carriages and people came into view and held his stoic mask on while Temari smiled to welcome them all. It was the first time that all the 5 great villages had sent their genin teams to the exams after the civil war in Kiri had ended. The main reason being Suna was the most neutral major village at the moment, and every village wanted to scout them out with all their new defense systems cutting them off. Temari welcomed the party from the Earth Country with the Sandaime Tsuchiki Jinoki, Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi at the front along with their daimyo. She greeted and welcomed the guests, sending them off with their personal ANBU escort teams to the Desert Oasis, the finest hotel in Suna. NWA was completely neutral with them now, as all their past differences of the last war were being forgotten and they were moving up from it. Next came the delegation from Kumo with the Yondaime Reikage I, Darui and C at the front along with their daimyo, and she greeted the rigid and shrewd man politely who nodded, respecting the kunoichi. He viewed strength, and the Wind Mistress of Suna was a well-known name in the bingo books now. And he also saw the elegance and grace with which she carried herself, making him respect her even more. She greeted everyone and sent them off to the hotel with their own personal ANBU team, and the rest of the parties with the Genins and Jounins were being sent to another hotel assigned to them by Suna Chunins. Unknown to them, the whole village was riddled with hidden ANBU black ops keeping eyes on everyone and wearing heavy Uzumaki chakra suppression seals, making them the eyes that reported directly to Naruto, watching their every move for security. She saw the delegation from Kiri come into view and was nervous at how this was going to play out, since relations had always been tense with them ever since the last war with what her father had played on them. She saw a really beautiful and stuffed woman wearing the Mizuki's hat along with her two bodyguards and smiled, greeting them, and was happy that they weren't holding any hard feelings. Maybe with the new Mizuki, their relations could be improved, Gaara mused, welcoming her personally. They were escorted to the hotel with the same detail. Temari had chosen the hotel personally, seeing it had many different buildings like a resort and would keep the different villages away while at the same time together. Lastly came the last delegation, and Temari frowned a bit but smiled, concentrating just on the woman wearing the Hokage's hat and the only leaf shinobi she respected apart from her apprentice Shizune. She welcomed them as Tsunade took off her hat and took the hands of the young girl in hers with a gentle smile. "You look lovely, Temari, absolutely beautiful," she said happily, and Temari smiled as they hugged each other lightly. Temari scowled inwardly seeing her two bodyguards and gave them a polite bow and smiled. She wanted to bash the head of the white-haired pervert into the ground as she saw him eyeing her like a piece of a meat, but she couldn't and just settled for inwardly cursing him to hell. "Welcome to Suna Hataki-san, Jiraiya-sama," she said as politely as she could, and they nodded with smiles, and she saw two Jounins behind her that made her snort in disgust inwardly. Shikamaru and Sasuke stood behind them with the fire delegation eyeing her carefully, and both frowned as she dismissed them without even sparing them a glance. Sasuke saw her looking so beautiful, and the elegance with which she walked and held herself made him want her even more. She would be the perfect matriarch for the Uchiha clan and a fine partner for him to revive his clan, he thought, liking his lips as he watched her greet everyone with that entrancing smile on her beautiful lips. And now she had a new glow on her face that wasn't there before, which made her look all the more entrancing to him. He would have her see him like this when he saw her fiancé in the finals, he mused, grinning. Several others of the rookie teams were there too, and she wanted to just tell them to OFF, but diplomatic things stopped her and she motioned for them to the escorts to the hotel as they left. She welcomed them all and many others from several minor villages like Waterfall and Grass, and sighed as the last of them left. "Thank God. It's over," she said, sighing tiredly as she plopped down on a nearby bench, and the Chunin at the gates handed them bottles of water, which she took gratefully. "Well, there are a lot of people this time for the exams," Kankuro muttered, gulping down the water, and Gaara nodded. "Yes, these are the biggest finals ever in the history of the 5 villages. There has never been the gathering of the Big 5 at one Chunin exam finals. It will be good for diplomatic talks between our villages," Gaara said, and Temari nodded, knowing it was true. Her thoughts trailed off to her blonde baka as she stood up tiredly and saw the setting sun and looked back at her brothers with a tired smile. "Guys, I'll be heading home now. Naruto will be back by the time I reach home. I want to rest till tomorrow before the finals," she said, and they smiled and nodded as she walked away to her home with a small, tired smile. Namikaze's residence. Temari walked in through the stone steps and saw the house still locked and frowned. She had hoped her would be home, but it looked like he was running late. She walked in, keeping her sandals in the shoe rack, and walked straight upstairs. She went inside her room and fell straight down face first on her bed with a tired sigh. Suddenly she felt a presence behind her when she felt 2 hands press against her back and massage it, and smiled. "My Heim looks really tired tonight," spoke the loving voice of her husband as she felt him massaging her back and thighs, and sighed happily, miming as he broke the tiredness off her. "A little down, she ummed, and Naruto worked his hands on her back, gently massaging it, and took the small fans from her sleeves as he squeezed out the muscles in her arms. He flipped her around and saw her tired face and half-lidded eyes, making him smile. He undid her obi and opened her kimono so only her black-laced bra and panties were in view and picked her up by the waist, softly removing her arms from the sleeves and put her in bed, hanging the kimono on the wooden separator. He brought the blanket up and tucked her in as he saw her fast asleep already and rubbed her head, kissing her forehead softly, and changed, getting into bed beside her. He knew she would wake up in the middle of the night and he would make both of them dinner then, and snuggled with her as they cuddled up and slept in each other's arms. In the dead of night, Temari's eyes opened as she felt her snuggled up to her hubby and without her kimono, as she smiled seeing Naruto cuddled up to her and knew what must have happened. She kissed his lips softly and Naruto woke up with a smile. "Hey you," she whispered softly, rubbing his cheek, and he smiled. "Hey yourself, princess," he whispered and pecked her, hugging her in his arms. "You didn't eat dinner, did you?" she asked, and he shook her head, making her smile. "You don't have to sleep on an empty stomach just because I did it," she said softly, and already knew the answer that was about to come. "How could I eat when my hind was sleeping on an empty stomach?" he asked softly, and she smiled and pecked him, wrapping her arms around his neck and kept her forehead on his, gazing into his lovingly. "I'm hungry," she whispered softly, and he smiled and pecked her. "You want to eat at home, order something, or go out?" he asked softly, and she smiled, thinking of her options, and smiled happily, coming to a decision. "Let's go out, a midnight date," she chirped happily, and he nodded with a smile, getting out of bed and put on a simple t-shirt over his pajamas, and she wore a simple pink top and her white floral pajamas, tying her hair in a loose bun, and both walked downstairs putting on their sandals. They walked in their usual way as Temari snuggled into his warm body to escape the cold breeze, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close to him. They walked through the almost deserted streets and into the shopping district of the village, where some people were still up and about, and walked to a small restaurant, and Temari pointed to it as they walked in. The manager of the small establishment saw the most popular couple of the village come into his restaurant in simple sleeping clothes and smiled at seeing the newlywed couple snuggled into each other. He walked up to them and greeted them politely. "Namikaze-sama, it's a surprise seeing you here at this late hour," he said, and Naruto smiled at the man and nodded. "Yes, well, Mari-chan slept on an empty stomach and I followed her. That lead to our midnight date tonight. I hope we can get a small corner for ourselves seeing our simple attire," he asked politely, and the man beamed and waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. This place is always open for our favorite couple. Please come with me, I'll get you a nice quiet booth," he said, and they smiled and followed him as the few people that recognized them widened their eyes when they saw them and greeted them happily. They sat in a corner table on the second floor, completely empty and to themselves near the window, and Temari giggled, making him curious. "This has got to be the best date ever. I mean, we just got out of bed and came out at almost 2 in the morning on a date in a small restaurant, completely without thought," she said, and he chuckled and nodded as the manager came, and they ordered some sushi and a little sake as they chatted about the day's events, and Naruto chuckled at her descriptive curses for the delegates as the food came, and both ate, sometimes feeding each other, and had a bottle of sake shared with each other. Not much, since they wanted to enjoy but be fit for the finals. And Naruto could always keep his alcohol in check if he needed, due to his tenant watching over him. He and the fox had gotten pretty close over the years. Well, as close as a human and a bloodthirsty bijou could get with his heavy sarcasm. They had a mutual respect for each other, as the fox had told him of his life and Naruto had told him about his, which he already knew, and which was why he respected him, and especially his mate Vixen, as he called her, who helped him out from darkness before he did something stupid. The demonic chakra beacon on her ring was his idea, and he was always keeping his senses out whenever he was a little careless, not wanting to see his container be beaten due to his carelessness and disrespect him. Naruto knew underneath all that bloodthirstiness, he was just an overgrown plushie. "So, I saw Sakura here today with many of the rookies from the Konoha delegation along with their Jounin senseis," she said in between her eating. And Naruto brought her hands to him and kissed them softly, looking at her lovingly. "You don't have to worry about anything, love. I have no feelings for anyone other than you. Neither will I ever have, so don't worry about anything. Almost all of Konoha except a select few died for me when they betrayed me. My heart belongs to you and only you," he said, sensing her emphasis on Sakura, and she smiled and drank her warm sake slowly and nodded. He took all her insecurities away with just that loving look. She was scared that if Sakura was to come to her senses he might re-emerge his feelings for her. She knew she was being stupid, but the slightest chance of losing him scared her to no end. They saw as the manager walked up to them and asked if they needed anything, but they shook their heads and paid the man with a good healthy tip and thanked him for the hospitality, leaving. They walked through the barren streets when Naruto saw a little girl running with tears streaming down her eyes and frowned. He crouched down and caught her in his arms as she hugged him innocently and cried her heart out while Naruto held her softly, rubbing her back. Now my little angel, no need for so many precious pearls," he said, wiping her eyes and nose, and smiled as he gazed into the teary brown eyes and puffy cheeks of the small black-haired girl and gave her a gentle smile. The small girl recognized Naruto seeing his whiskers and smiled happily. "You're him, Whiskers-kun," she chirped happily, and Temari giggled, causing him to glare at her, and he too recognized the girl from that day when her father came to him for her admission to the academy. But what was such a little girl doing here in the dead of night? "What are you doing here, Haru-chan? It's late, and why are you alone?" he asked, and her tears renewed as he hugged her softly, letting her cry before she spoke up. "I broke a vase in my house when I went to bathroom and Daddy yelled at me. I ran away, but now I can't find my house. I'm scared, please get me back to my daddy," she said in sobs, and Temari took the little cute girl in her arms to cradle and coo the crying little bundle as Naruto stood up with hardened eyes and flared his chakra in secret Nbu code as 4 Nbu appeared in front of him and kneeled down. "Hi Namikaze-sama," they shouted in unison, and he glared at their kneeled-down forms and spoke. Several people around the open shops had stopped to see their military commander calling Anbu in front of him and listened in. "If you were in the vicinity, why didn't you help this little girl? What would have happened if some drunk or psychopath would have gotten a hold of her instead of me?" he asked coldly, and the Anbu team gulped from his tone, and the leader spoke up. "But Namikaze-sama, according to your orders we are to look after the village and its security." He was cut off as Naruto spoke up. "Is irrelevant," he said coldly, and all of them looked at him in shock as he spoke. "If my forces can't even look after the well-being of a crying child in the death of night, then what security are you talking about? Would you have been responsible for reporting to her father that you saw and left his daughter alone? Answer me," he asked icily, and the 4 looked down in shame. "The shinobi are stationed for the security of the village, correct? But if we can't protect our children, what good are you doing looking after the shinobi threats? They are the future of this village and must be protected at all costs. Now I have a new mission for the 4 of you," he said, and they all looked down and nodded, his words piercing their hearts. "Go and tell everyone what happened to her and what is the most important thing to do. The security of the village is nothing if we can't protect its civilians," he said, and they nodded. "And you 4 be ready to write a 5-page report on your actions tonight and what you learned. And if the report is not good enough, then be ready to be stripped of your ANBU masks after the finals," he said, and they nodded in unison, shivering from the little killing intent he was releasing. "Dismissed," he said authoritatively, and he turned around to Temari, who was smiling proudly with the little girl in her arms as he heard clapping and saw the few awake people who saw everything clapping for him. "Namikaze-sama, you're the best. The civilians rest easy seeing you look after us," one of the shopkeepers said as everyone nodded, and he smiled and shushed them up, seeing the time, and was blushing in embarrassment as he turned to the little girl who had fallen asleep in Temari's arms and took her in his arms. "Let's go and get her address from the admission form in my office and get this little girl home," he said, and she smiled and nodded as they went about and did so, walking to her house. They saw his father looking around frantically with tear stains on his cheeks as Temari put a hand on his shoulder and pointed to Naruto as the man's eyes widened when he saw his little girl safe and sound sleeping in the strongest man of the village's arms, sighing in relief. He kneeled down, bowing to Naruto as he was wide-eyed, and picked the man up. "Thank you, Namikaze-sama, you are an angel to my family. You always look out for us. What would have I done if I couldn't find her?" he said, and Naruto smiled, handing her to him as the father cradled his innocent sleeping child happily, making Temari smile. "Why didn't you go and ask help at the shinobi desk?" Naruto asked, and the man wiped his eyes, smiling sadly. "I did, Namikaze-sama, but the man there was a bit drunk and said all shinobi were busy with the exams and didn't have time for silly civilian affairs. He said, making Naruto harden his eyes and Temari to scowl. Many shinobi from clans still looked at civilians' problems with disdain and a waste of time. Looks like they had to be taught a lesson, he mused. I apologize for their behavior, he said, and the father caught his hands and shook his head. No, please don't apologize, Namike-sama. You brought my daughter home personally. I couldn't, he said, but was cut off when Naruto raised his hand. No, my leadership had a hole. I shouldn't have had to find her in the first place. Your complaint should have been listened and reported to every patrolling shinobi through our specially coded seals I have dispersed amongst them. Don't worry, I'll rectify it tomorrow after I have a chat with my forces personally, he said, and the father nodded and thanked him again, stepping in his house as Naruto and Temari walked home with Temari wrapped around his. Looks like you have a busy day tomorrow, Naruto, she whispered, and he nodded with a frown. Yes, I'll make sure everyone is treated equally, whether it be clan children or civilian orphans, as long as I'm in command, he said, and she smiled, kissing his cheek as they reached home and fell into bed in each other's arms. They fell asleep awaiting the adventures that were about to come in the next 2 days, especially the finals. Naruto woke up with a groan hearing the alarm clock ringing and slammed his hand on it, shutting it up. He had been up late last night due to their date already, and he didn't want to get up. He felt soft lips and tingling warm breath over his neck and grunted. He opened his eyes to see his princess looking at him with a smile and a faint pink blush. She pecked his lips softly and he smiled, bringing her in for a hug. You're up early today, Haim, he said softly, and she nodded on his chest while he played with her hair. Hi, we have that small gathering of dignitaries at the resort today, remember? She spoke softly, running circles on his chest, and he nodded, remembering it. He kissed the top of her head, making her smile and cuddle up to him. We won't be able to have any alone time for the next couple of days, I suppose, then? He asked, and she nodded slowly on his chest. He pulled her closer by the waist and captured her lips in a soft kiss, making her in pleasure, and he smiled at him, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, gently making her blush. What do you say to a little shower then? He asked, and she glared at him slightly. No, she said flatly, and he looked at her in mock hurt. Why not? He asked, and she glared harder. Because I know you will send me to the meeting with a limp, she said flatly with a blush, and he chuckled softly. Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. He trailed off, seeing her flat look. I'll be gentle, he whispered, kissing her cheek, and she blushed and looked at him angrily. She wanted to say no, but her cupped her cheeks and looked at her lovingly. We don't know if we would get another chance again for the next 2 days or not. He spoke softly, kissing her neck, and she ummed and grabbed his head, cradling it in her arms while he kissed her neck. No, stop, Naruto, she whispered half-heartedly, and he stopped, surprised at her refusal. Why are you angry with me? Was I too rough last time? He asked, gently kissing her on the cheek, and she smiled and shook her head. No, remember what you promised me yesterday before Kankuro showed up? She said, making him smile warmly and nod. We'll have the complete day after the finals to ourselves, and I want you to make love to me all day. I want to have a family, Naruto, she whispered softly, and he smiled, kissing her forehead softly and pulled her in a bear hug. I love you so much, Mari-chan. All right, we'll do it after the finals, and I want a family too, he whispered softly, and she smiled and kissed his cheek. But we can still have a shower together, right? He asked, and she nodded as he stood up and quickly pulled her up bridal style, making her squeal in glee. We will make out in the shower at the very least. You won't be able to keep me away from you completely, he said, walking in the bathroom while she snuggled in his chest and nodded. He put her down on her feet and took of his clothes in the shower. He heard the shower turning on and looked back to see the silhouette of his wife in the steam and smiled, walking in behind her. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind and made her turn around in his arms. He looked at her dripping form and her naked body pressed against his, capturing her lips as the hot water flowed over them in between their kisses. Temari ummed as she felt his loving lips capture hers in a passionate kiss, and she kissed him back equally hungrily. They made out for 5 minutes in the shower when she felt something hard between her legs and knew what it was. He was hard already, and she knew he wanted her but wasn't going any further. You want it, don't you? she asked softly, hugging him, and he nodded in her neck, brushing her wet hair to the side, making her smile. She held him for a few moments and kissed his cheek gently and brought her lips to his ear. "Make it quick." She purred in his ear softly and he smiled and nodded. "Arigato," he whispered, pushing her against the wall and lifting up her left leg with his right arm, opening her love hole to him. She grabbed his stiff member in her hand and pulled him in a hug, stroking him softly, making him grunt in pleasure. "How much do you love me?" she asked softly, kissing his neck, and he grunted as she rubbed his tip on her opening while softly stroking him, teasing him within her hold. "More than you know." He grunted and tried to push in when she held him back and kept stroking him. She gazed into his lust-filled eyes that were glazed from pleasure. She felt his hand go down to her pee-pee to rub when she grabbed his wrist, and he looked at her in confusion. "What if I stop you right now?" she asked softly and kept stroking him, pulling his hand to her neck. "Please don't," he grunted, moving lightly in her hand, and she smiled at hearing his vulnerable and needy voice. "What if I do?" she asked, feeling him getting stiffer than ever and twitching ever so lightly. "You wouldn't," he said vulnerably, looking in her eyes while she kept stroking him. "Oh, I would," she whispered mischievously, and he looked into her eyes to see her serious and not just teasing him. She really would do it. She was just playing with him. He put her leg down and unwrapped himself from her arms. She looked at him confused when he walked out of the shower, much to her surprise, grabbing a towel on his way out. She was just playing with him and had no plans to go all the way today. "Naruto?" she asked, confused as she walked out in a towel wrapped around her to see him putting on his pants and shirt. She was even more confused when he didn't answer her. "Naruto?" she asked again in a small voice, and she gasped as she looked into his pained eyes. "You really would have stopped, wouldn't you?" he asked softly, and she was stunned at his question and didn't say anything. She was just playing with him and wasn't going to go the whole way. He saw her silence and smiled sadly. He put on his shirt and walked out, completely forgetting his jacket and headband along the way. He stopped as he put his hand on the doorknob and looked at her with hurt eyes, making her eyes water. "You shouldn't play with our moments like that." Softly, making her gasp as she brought her hands to her mouth in shock, and a tear rolled down her eye. She realized that she had hurt him and went too far with her prank. Naruto walked out, closing the door behind him, and she gasped and ran out to see him already gone, probably had flashed away, and started sobbing. She was so stupid. She knew how much he loved her, and his words rang in her mind. "You shouldn't play with our moments like that." It was true, she had tried to prank him into making love. She had crossed a boundary she shouldn't have with her stupid joke and prank. She remembered his vulnerable voice in his last moments when he has with her in her arms. She should have realized he wasn't in the mood for pranks and really wanted to go further, or she shouldn't have baited him on to the last moment like that. She needed to apologize to him. She glanced at the clock to see she was already running nearly on time to go to the gathering and cursed inwardly. She decided to give him some time to calm down and make up to him later on. She put on her dress with the same kimono from the previous time she had worn to represent her village. She had to wear it on the 3 meetings, including the finals tomorrow. She got dressed in her same black kimono and pulled up her hair in a loose bun with the sunbon that had a ruby embedded on one of its ends. She walked down the stairs of her house and put on her sandals. She glanced back into the empty house and her eyes watered. They had been so happy, and he had made her feel so special by taking her on that date last night to celebrate their decision for a family, and she had ruined it all with one of her stupid pranks. She missed him already. He should have been here kissing her and wrapping his arms around her while he walked her through the village. It felt weird to leave the house like that with such a heavy heart. She composed herself and walked out with a small sigh, locking the door behind her. Meanwhile, with Naruto walked down the streets of the village with an emotionless mask marred over his face. It hurt him that she would play with him like that, and he didn't want to do anything stupid, so he had flashed away to the nearest marker as soon as he left the room. Maybe he had overreacted and she was just playing light-heartedly. He sighed tiredly. Maybe he should have listened to her first before just walking out. He was so confused with himself, he didn't even realize when he had reached the Kage Tower and his office. He sat down on his desk, pumping chakra into the seals on them to send out a small beacon as 2 figures appeared in his office, bowing politely. "Baki, Dragon, call every shinobi under your commands to the clearing in front of the Kage tower under the tower. He said emotionlessly, not looking up from the small file in front of him to see the two stupefied commanders of the village. Everyone, both stuttered out in unison, and Naruto gazed up with cold, icy cerulean blue eyes with such intensity that both gulped. Did I stutter? He asked coldly, and both shook their heads furiously, seeing he was in no mood for any questions today, while holding their breaths as he turned his eyes. Both were shell-shocked at the sudden gathering of the forces they were commanded and were building up their confidence to speak to their aggravated commander when his voice cut in the silence like hot knife through butter. In 30 minutes, or don't return to your commands tomorrow. He said coldly, making their words die down in their throats and sweat to roll down their heads when his blank face turned to them again. They saw he was not in a good mood today, on one of those rare occasions. Dismissed, he said emotionlessly, and both ran out scrambling from the room, forgetting that they could use Shunshin to leave completely. He turned his attention back to the file in front of him to take his attention of the tension that had formed in the morning between him and his Heim. He glanced at the clock to see it had been 25 minutes and stood up. He walked down the hallways of the tower as everyone made way for him, seeing his void aura that was surrounding him this morning. He stood in front of the crowd assembled to see two panting commanders kneel down in front of him. "Off here, Namikaze-sama," both said in between pants, and he nodded, motioning for them to stand with them, and gazed at the various shinobi all standing there looking at their commander curiously, and he could hear the slight murmuring in between them. "Is there something you all have that is more interesting for you to talk about rather than paying attention to your commander who is standing in front of you?" he asked in a normal voice, not shouting or speaking loudly, and the whole forces turned deathly silent as the man they respected the most took command of them. The power and authority his voice held instantly commanded their complete attention. "No, Namikaze-sama," he heard them say in unison and standing at attention, and he nodded. "Tora, Nico, Inutori, step forward," he said in his normal voice, and the four ANBU stood in front of the crowd. The four knew why they were here from the events of last night. "I was out late last night with my wife, and we were walking through the streets when I found a lost, crying little civilian girl, no older than 5 years, in the death of night. She was completely scared and alone, not knowing where she was, and wanted to go home." He started as all eyes focused on his commanding tone unblinkingly. "These four." He motioned for them, who gulped beneath their masks, seeing every eye turn to them. "Found their missions for looking after internal security much more prudent than for one of them to walk out and help the little crying child. They obeyed the rules of their commanding officers perfectly, choosing the mission over the little girl," he said, and all of them nodded, looking at the four ANBU who wanted to hold their heads down in shame knowing what was coming next. "Now I have a small question for all of you," he said, and all of them looked at their commander curiously. "Do you think they made the right choice? Those who do, please raise their hands," he said, holding his hands behind his back, and gazed at all of them icily when almost 80% of the hands, including his ANBU and Jounin commanders, much to his shame, were within them. "I see," he said, slowly looking at them, and smiled a small smile. "Those who didn't raise their hands, please move to the left side," he said, and gazed at them, seeing they were all just newly minted genin, and smiled inwardly, seeing their nervous faces, thinking they had made the wrong choice. He turned to the rest of the forces with a smile, making them all smile proudly at their experienced choice when the words left his lips through his smile. "I'm ashamed to call myself your commander. I guess I'm not a capable leader," he said, as all of them broke out in protest after a moment of silence, absorbing his words, saying it wasn't true. He raised his hand slightly, and they turned silent as he spoke up. "Think that all of you were in these fours places?" he said, turning to Baki and Dragon, who nodded in affirmative, seeing his firm tone leaving no room for arguments. "Think that the girl was in the hands of some psychopath or RPist?" he said, as their blood ran cold, imagining a 5-year-old girl in such a fate. "And you were supposed to report to me the next day, seeing her mutilated body, that you saw the girl last night, and instead of the one of you going off from the rules, you stuck by them," he said, when shame felt their hearts, and he continued. "And you had to report it to the father whose child had suffered such a fate that you could have made a difference by disobeying the rules of your commanders, but you stuck by them," he said, and every eye averted his own. Now I ask, how many of you would have chosen the rules over the girl's safety? He asked, and no hand was raised, and he nodded appreciatively. Now you understand what it means to be a shinobi, he said as all eyes turned up to him again. From this day on, you will not follow the rules blindly and make the choices you think are right. You aren't tools, you are shinobi. You have minds. You have hearts. Use them and think before you make a choice. If a situation like last night arises and you all leave the mission parameters to do what was right, I would be proud to have called myself your commander, he said as fire burned within their eyes hearing his words. Every civilian, shinobi, child and adult alike are our responsibility. Take out your hands to help each other, whether they be clan heads or civilians. His voice rung in the crowd and they nodded, knowing the small discrimination that he was trying to remove by that statement. My sensei didn't teach me much, but his first lesson I live by to this day, even if he himself never adopted it, he said as they all listened on with held breaths, knowing how important the next words must mean to their commander. Those who abandon rules in the shinobi world are scum, and that's true, he said, gaining nods from each and every one of them. But those who abandon even one of their comrades for their rules are even worse than scum. His words rung, stopping the nods. Each and every one is our comrade and our responsibility. From this day on, I shouldn't hear reports that we lost someone to fulfill the mission. If it doesn't work with plan A, then follow plan B, he said when a hand raised from the crowd from a female Chunin who blushed when he motioned for her to speak. She had a crush on the man in front of her and wanted to ask a question, but was surprised he was letting her instead of calling her off. What if plan B fails, Tsunade-sama? She asked, and he smiled a little, making her blush intensify and all eyes to turn to him awaiting the answer. Well, the solution is simple and the one I live by personally, he said, gaining curious looks from everyone. If both fail, then create a plan C yourself. Improvise and try to cut as many losses as you could while trying to fulfill your objective. But never do so by abandoning a comrade. Sacrificing yourself is different and forfeiting a comrade to the wolves is different. Understand the difference or you are no better than bandits. Are my words and my message to every shinobi on this side clear? He asked commandingly to all those who had raised their hands, and their respect for their commander increased tenfold and they nodded in unison. Chai Namikaze-sama. Their voice rang in unison and he nodded, turning to the fresh genin who didn't raise their hands with a proud smile. I'm proud that our young blood has hearts of gold. Looks like the future of the sand is in safe hands. Making all of them embarrassed and got nods when he turned to all of them looking at him curiously. He rose an eyebrow at their expectant gazes. What am I, a baboon doing a performance? He asked in an amused and light-hearted tone, getting face faults throughout the crowd at his reversal in behavior, and he smirked as his authoritative voice rang again. We have the Chunin exams final tomorrow, Suna Shinobi, and we need our village secure. Now get your asses in gear and do some work. Dismissed, he said loudly, and all the forces scrambled back to their posts when he heard snickering behind him to see an amused Gaara and a laughing Kankuro, and sighed. That was interesting, Gaara said in an amused tone, making him smile. I knew I made the right choice choosing you, Naruto. You really should take my hat, you know, he said, and Naruto smirked and walked past him as Gaara handed him a small official sealed scroll that he pocketed with a smile. No, you can keep the paperwork and I can keep the shinobi affairs. It's better that way, he said, and flashed away when a sand tendril pierced where he was a moment ago, making Gaara growl. I swear I'll get the secret to his paperwork technique, whatever it is, one day, he said, and Kankuro followed him laughing to the gathering for which they were already late. Now he understood why he had chosen this time. With all of the outsiders attending the gathering, the forces were almost free for a small gap at that moment. Meanwhile, with Temari entered the resort in her elegant clothing with the elegance of a princess and saw almost all heads turn to the representative of Suna exam finals and started greeting her happily. She smiled a small fake smile, greeting them all formally and dismissing them as politely as she could when she saw Tsunade coming her way, and much to her surprise didn't have a cup of sake in her hands. Temari, I was looking for you, she chirped happily, and Temari rose an eyebrow and nodded. What can I do for you, Tsunade-sama? She asked, getting a smile from the woman. You know I have always liked you, she said, gaining a small nod in return when Tsunade smiled. And that is a really pretty ring, and the design of it is rather interesting, she said, emphasizing on the word interesting, and Temari covered it with her other hand with a small nervous smile. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, she said with a nervous smile, and Tsunade smiled widely, taking a small chicken skewer in her hand and walked beside her. And you know the delicacies of Suna are rather delicious, she said, taking a bite from the skewer, and Temari smiled from the compliment. She had made the arrangements, and she was proud to hear a heartfelt compliment. But yesterday I visited a rather interesting new restaurant in the shopping district, and I must say the food there is delicious, she said, and Temari looked at her curiously, putting some food on her plate from the table as they walked side by side. Really, which one is that, Tsunade-sama? She asked innocently, and Tsunade smiled. It has a rather peculiar speciality and has originated from Konoha. I'm sure you must know of it. Ichiraku's ramen, she said in a low voice only audible to her, and Temari was pulled aside by Tsunade as she gulped, seeing her sweet smile. They were in the corner out of everyone's earshot now. Your ring has the shape of a nine-tailed fox. Naruto's favorite ramen stand, Ichiraku's, moved its business from Konoha to Suna of all places after 30 years of business there, just when their business was booming. Those coincidences are too much. He is alive, isn't he? She asked desperately with teary eyes, and Temari sighed, seeing her motherly voice, and nodded when Tsunade hugged her tightly, glomping her like a mother. I knew it. My Gaki wasn't one to die so easily. How is he? He is happy here, right? She asked rapidly in a soft and caring voice, and Temari nodded with a small smile. He is here, Tsunade-sama, and he is very happy. He misses you dearly. The only one he still cares about from the leaf are you and Shizen-sen, she said kindly in a soft voice, and Tsunade's eyes softened with a fond smile, and tears flowed down her eyes as she pulled her behind a small plant out of everyone's eyesight. So he is your fiancé too, right? She asked softly, taking her hand with the ring, gazing at it happily, making Temari smile and shake her head in negative and cut her off as she tried to voice her confusion. He is my husband now, Tsunade-sama, she said softly, and Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as her tears renewed, and she glomped her again, much to her embarrassment, but saw the happiness in her eyes and the true concern for her lover. Oh, he chose so well. Now I'm sure to have blonde grandchildren, she said, and Temari blushed and looked down, making Tsunade beam at no denial to her words. Oh my God, you two have that plan too, she said gleefully, and Temari's blush intensified, and she nodded when Tsunade asked the next question. Where is he? I need to meet him, please, she said desperately, and Temari looked at her wide-eyed. But Tsunade-sama, the gathering. She was cut off as Tsunade shooed her hand to the party. The gathering, they can burn for all I care, she said bluntly, making Temari wide-eyed, and now understood why her husband always said she was too blunt for her own good. She was tempted to make her go and see Naruto, but remembered the morning and looked down. Tsunade-sama, he is really busy with the exams and all, she said nervously, making Tsunade scowl and cut off her protest before she could speak. But I promise you'll see him tomorrow one way or the other, she said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow at her cryptic words. I promise, she said firmly, and Tsunade nodded slowly. She was too happy with the news she had heard anyway to be negative and couldn't wait to meet her blonde Gaki. She pulled her with her, wiping her eyes, and their conversation went on with the two lost in their own conversations as Temari told her how Naruto was and if he was fine. Well, again and again, much to her chagrin. She was happy that the Kages had a separate gathering and she didn't have to see any other shinobi to ruin her mood. Evening. Naruto walked into the gates of his eyes to see the door locked and was surprised that Temari hadn't returned until now. He unlocked the door and stepped in. He pulled off his sandals and kept them in the shoe rack, walking in. He went to the kitchen and towards the fridge for a bottle of water when two slender arms slid around his waist from behind and a small soft form pressed itself on his back, making him smile. I'm sorry. He heard a small whisper and brought him in front of her, picking her up and sat her up on the counter to see her puffy red eyes and cheeks, and knew she must have been crying. He cupped the both of her cheeks gently and smelt the smell of liquor and saw the slight blush on her cheeks over their puffiness. Have you been drinking? He asked softly in a concerned voice, and she smiled and nodded with droopy eyes, pointing her fingers to a small amount on the empty bottle in her hand with a small slurry smile. Just a little. He heard her small whisper with a hiccup and glanced back to see their cabinet of liquor open and several empty bottles lying around the ground, making him sigh as he pulled her close in a hug. You shouldn't be drinking so much, Haim. It's not good for you, he said softly, cradling the drunk girl in his arms while she snuggled in his embrace with a sob. It made me forget, she said with a hiccup, and he rubbed her back softly, making her feel fuzzy and smile, feeling his hands over his. She tightened her hold on him and smiled. She missed feeling this safety even for a few hours. Forget what? He asked gently, and heard another soft sob and kept rubbing her back gently. I felt so scared that you hated me after I made fun of our moment like that, she said, now crying in his arms and hugging him tightly. Naruto smiled softly and hugged her gently and brought her sniffing and cute face in front of him, wiping it softly like a little child as she giggled slurrily with a hiccup. I could never hate you, Mari-chan, he whispered softly, and she looked at his warm and concerned eyes and hugged him. I am sorry, really I didn't mean to, I just. She was cut off as Naruto pressed his lips onto her softly in a small kiss and looked at her lovingly. It's all right, he said reassuringly, and she sniffled in his arms like a little child. Nerkun, she whispered, and he smiled, brushing her blonde, unruly locks softly in his hair. Hi, Mari-chan, he asked softly, and she smiled, snuggling in his chest. I Shitaru, she whispered softly, making him smile and kiss her head softly as he cradled his cute girl in his arms. I Shitaru, Mari-chan, he said softly, and she nodded in his chest, feeling nice in his arms. Nerkun, take me to bed, she said softly, and he smiled and swept her off her feet and carried her to their room and put her on the bed gently. He tried to walk away when she caught his wrist and looked at him pleadingly. Stay, she whispered, biting her lip, and he nodded with a soft smile, taking off his jacket, and got into bed with her. She cuddled up to him and her eyes drooped from the alcohol in her system. Nerkun, I'll make it up to you, I'm sorry, she whispered with a cute yawn, and her eyes drooped in sleep, making him smile. He brushed her hair softly and kissed the top of her head while she lulled herself to his rhythmic heartbeat. She's sleep now, we'll talk tomorrow, he whispered, and she nodded as he felt a small drop on his neck and saw a tear leak from her eye before she fell asleep, making him smile sadly. My baka blonde wife, I love you too much, he whispered, closing his eyes as he looked at the softly breathing mop of sandy blonde hair on his chest with a small smile, and pulled her closer while he too fell asleep. Next morning, Temari woke up to a splitting headache and sat up a bit, holding her head with a groan. I drank too much, she whispered to herself, feeling the intense headache, and saw the empty bed beside her and teared up. She buried her face in her hands and cried to herself. He didn't come home, he hates me. She sobbed to herself when the door to the room opened, startling her, and in came Naruto with a tray full of breakfast. He got into bed and put the tray on her lap, kissing her head softly, making her blush from his tender treatment. She watched him with childlike eyes, sniffing a bit when she saw his warm smile. He picked up a small tablet from the tray and put her in front of her mouth with his finger under her chin. Mari-chan, open your mouth, he said softly, and she opened it a bit as he placed the pill in and put the glass of orange juice to her lips as she swallowed it and saw him sit beside her and pull her close to him in a warm hug, rubbing her arm and kissing her head softly, making her snuggle in his arms. My baka Haim, what were you thinking drinking so much? You had 7 bottles of sake from what I counted in the cabinet, he said softly, scolding her, and she hugged him tightly. 10. She whispered, and he looked at her surprised with a mild glare, making her look down. I had 3 at the party too, she whispered, biting her lip, and saw his glare when she heard him sigh and pull her in a bear hug. You're not angry? She whispered, and he chuckled softly, surprising her. I think you don't remember last night, huh? I forgave you last night when you fell asleep in my arms, Haim, he said softly, making her smile childishly in his arms as she tightened her hold on him. You were with me last night? She asked, blushing, and he nodded, kissing her head, brushing her blonde locks. Of course I was. Where would I go other than my Haim's arms? Plus, you weren't letting me go, you know. he said playfully, and she punched his chest softly with a blush. Of course I wasn't, you're mine, she said softly, and he chuckled and nodded. Hi, and you're mine, Heim. Now have breakfast, you skipped on dinner for sake last night too. You need the most important meal of the day, he said softly, and started feeding her, much to her embarrassment, but she liked being treated like that, with his warm smile and loving eyes looking at her so tenderly. She fed him back slowly with the same affection as he moved the tray aside and sat with her settled on his lap. He kept running his fingers in her hair softly. I was worried, you know, so much sake can harm you, he said softly, and she nodded in his chest. I'm sorry, she whispered, and he kissed her lips softly and gave her a heartwarming smile. But I'm glad you drank at home, where you were safe and could sleep in my arms with me watching over you, he said softly, and she looked down, blushing a bit, making him curious. I went to Kankuro and Gara to, you know, she whispered, and he looked at her with his eyebrows shot up and heard her. Well, Gara told me to come back and that you would forgive me instantly, she whispered, and he smiled and kissed her forehead softly. And he was right, he said softly, and she nodded with a blush. But I was scared, and my gaze turned to the liquor cabinet, and she trailed off, and he smiled and hugged her. Looks like I'll have to refill the cabinet, Annie, he said playfully, and she giggled and nodded. The finals are today, Heim, he said softly, and she nodded in his chest, seeing they had a couple of hours, and looked at him. We should take a bath, I'll prepare the tub, she said, blushing, and he chuckled and nodded. Hi, and today only a bath and no making out or anything, he said, and she tried to argue when he put his fingers on her lips. I don't want to break my promise now that we have skipped out a day, another won't matter. But be ready, because tomorrow I'll make love to you from dawn till dusk, he said softly, rubbing her cheek, and she nodded with a blush, dreaming how good it would feel to make love for so long. They took a simple bath that took half an hour, with them talking to each other softly about their looking forward to their start of a family before they got out and started getting dressed. Temari put on her underwear as she looked at him in his pants and got behind him, wrapping her arms around his naked torso, feeling his warm body she loved so much. Where are you going to be today, Naruto-kun? She asked, and he smiled, looking at the scroll with the official Kage seal with a small smile. Oh, Gara has given me a special duty today, he said softly, and brought her hand up from his chest, kissing it softly, making her smile and turn him around. She wrapped her slender arms around his neck and looked at him lovingly while he kept his hands on her hourglass naked waist in just her black laced bra and panties. What duty? She asked softly, and he smiled mischievously and shook his head. Oh, you'll see, it's a surprise, he said, and she looked at him pleadingly when he gave her a soft kiss with a smile. You'll be surprised, all right, he said, grinning, making her pout and causing him to laugh as they started getting ready for the day. The stage for the finals of the Chunin exams was set as the buzzing of the crowd anticipating to see the young talent of their villages waited eagerly. The betting counters were taking bets with their respective people, going through the crowds with several betting charts for people to place their bets from their seats and in between the matches. One half of the stadium was filled with the crowd from Suna, while the other half had various other villages' audiences and various people there to witness the biggest co-hosting of the Chunin exams in history. It was the first time that the Big Five had decided to send their candidates all together in a single crop pool. The daimyos and various other dignitaries sat in their own personal VIP stands as they looked at the best arrangements they had ever seen at such a big event with a huge smile. Several ANBU were flanking the stadium, hidden in their covers, watching with hawk-like eyes, ready and prepared with several orders in case any of the possible scenarios arose, as was the order by their military commander. Up in the stands, 4 of the 5 Kages sat in their seats with their official hats over them, representing their respective villages with pride. Everyone waited with bated breaths for their Kazekage and the main host of the finals to arrive and start the big event. These young people, no respect for punctuality. I knew it, he was too young to be a Kage, grumbled the Tsuchikage, making the Mizukage giggle. Oh, come now, Tsuchikage Dano, there is still time for the ceremonies to proceed, and with the preparations that I've seen for now, he seems to be quite a capable leader, if I do say so myself, she said, making the man grumble that he should be here before time as the Reikage spoke up. I wish to see the talent that Suna has been hiding. I hear they have trained quite a few capable shinobi, but the news has been slim since their defense systems were upgraded," he said, and Tsunade smirked under her hat, waiting with her breath held for the one person she was waiting to get a glance of for the first time in 3 years. She knew she might even cry if she saw him in front of all these coots, but she couldn't care less as she tuned their voices out and kept looking around for the face with 3 whiskers and sun-kissed blonde hair that was completely missing, which annoyed her to no end. "So, Hokadano, aren't you curious too?" asked Mei, and Tsunade looked at her surprised as she hadn't heard her really well. "Hamizukage Dano, you say something?" she asked innocently, making Ao behind her to chuckle lightly when a dark aura surrounded her as she turned her glance to the man who gulped. "Ao, shut up or I'll kill you," she said sweetly, making him sweat and shiver, and for Tsunade to sweat drop while she turned her gaze back to the stands to find the familiar mop of blonde hair. Meanwhile, in the stands for the Jounins, Temari stood in the stands in an elegant white kimono with blue desert lilies at the bottom near her thighs and her shinobi equipment strapped on. She had her large battle fan in a seal in her wrist, courtesy of Baka blonde husband, that she didn't have to carry it around everywhere on her back. She had 2 small fans in her sleeves, always at the ready for any kinds of problems. She had chosen this particular color for her clothes to match it with her husband's perfectly, and had her hair in a usual loose bun that Naruto had grown quite fond of in the past few days, seeing her do it like that, and she didn't have the heart to refuse him anything. She leaned on the railings with a soft sigh, wondering where he was or what surprise really he had for her. From his grin she knew it was most likely going to be big, but she wanted him with her by her side and his arm around her waist like he always did. "Speaking of problems, hey there, beautiful." She heard the flirtatious and annoying voice of that thrice-med Uchiha and didn't even bother to scowl in his direction, let alone give him any indication she had heard him, which annoyed him to no end, but he forced it down. That is the fire he loved in her so much anyways. "Come on, why the long face? I'm here now, aren't I?" he said sweetly, coming beside her, and tried to wrap an arm around her waist when Temari's eyes glanced at him dangerously. He saw it and shivered at her icy look, but decided to go ahead anyways when he felt 2 slices on his palms, drawing blood, and yelped, shaking off the blood, and looked at her shocked. "Keep your hands to yourself, Uchiha. No one touches me beside my husband. You understand that?" she asked icily, hiding her small fans by shutting them close with a flick and in her loose sleeves of the kimono, turning her eyes to the stadium, not looking at the horror-stricken and wide-eyed gaze of the Uchiha. "Husband?" he stuttered out in a rare instant while she sighed tiredly. He was just too DMN annoying, and she had half a heart to stuff her battle fan in his mouth just to shut him up. "Yes, husband, I was married to my fiancée a couple of weeks ago. Now shut up and keep your eyes on the stadium instead of me," she said in an irritated tone while he stood stunned at her words, and a moment later he grit his teeth and activated his Sharingan. "Where is this husband of yours?" he asked angrily, and she looked at him with a raised eyebrow at his tone and his bloodline that he had activated. "He'll be here. Why, what do you want with him?" she asked coldly, and he smirked. "Oh, I'll show you how much of a mistake you made marrying that useless sand shinobi instead of an Uchiha, an elite. Then you'll see a princess like you belongs with me as the Uchiha matriarch. Don't worry, I'll forgive you for your mistake easily and let you make it up to me," he said sweetly, and she stared at him blankly as if he was stupid. "You just don't know when to quit, do you, Uchiha?" she asked, and was annoyed at the way he looked her up and down like he was undressing her, making her feel uncomfortable before he smirked. "Not when the prize is so good," he said smoothly, and she sighed. "So you wish to fight him?" she asked, trying to get his attention elsewhere before the last Uchiha lost the thing that made him a man. He nodded, much to her surprise, and a giggle escaped her lips, startling the Uchiha, who smiled at hearing her angelic voice and soft giggle. "That I would love to see. I just can't wait for it. It would be priceless to see the last Uchiha get his butt handed to him in a fight and take you down a notch or two," she said in giggles, making him furious. She wanted to tell him who he really was, but poking him like this was just too much DMN fun. "You think he can beat me, the last true heir of the Sharingan?" he asked furiously, and she laughed harder, much to his annoyance. "Of course he can. Maybe your brother might be a good challenge for him, but you—" She trailed off in giggles as her stomach hurt from imagining a blue and black Uchiha with Naruto standing in front of him, with just a little hard breath. Oh, she couldn't stop her giggles. Meanwhile, Sasuke hadn't been this humiliated in his life. He saw how she found it hilarious and even had the nerve to say he was nothing compared to his brother. Just as he was about to say something, the rest of the contingent from Konoha came and Temari greeted them with a forced smile like the rest of them, and Sasuke went silent in the back, standing beside her by the railing. He glanced at her small smile and the way a lock of hair was coming near her eye and her perfect hourglass figure that he noted in with his Sharingan. She was perfect for him, born to be his wife. He would show that no-name loser who he had managed to tick off, he mused furiously. He wanted her strong attitude, those looks, the possibility of strong Kekkei Genkai in his future children and her royal blood. Yes, he would have her even if he had to beat that husband of hers to the ground, he mused venomously. Every leaf shinobi there saw his unusually large scowl and the little bits of killing intent he was releasing with the small glances he sent to the way of the Suna princess. Sakura looked down in sadness and shame seeing those glances. Kakashi and Jiraiya stood beside her, noting how she didn't even spare them a glance, and Jiraiya coughed to get her attention and got a small glance showing he had it and smile. Temari, I must say that the preparations were done really well, he said, trying to start a conversation, and all he got was a small nod with a smile making him sigh. Kakashi decided to make some headway as they were told to get to talk to her and make her know how nice Konoha could be for her. So, Temari, how is life in Suna? He asked, and I smiled when he saw her head turn to him completely with a raised eyebrow. She clearly wasn't expecting that question and mulled over it for a minute. Suna, she thought as the desert and sand came to her mind, her early not-so-good childhood. But then the thought of her blonde baka came to her mind and how he had turned her world upside down. From changing her brother completely to the point of capturing her heart, she just couldn't get enough of him. A pretty pink blush spread across her cheeks as she thought of how he would hold her and she would snuggle for his warmth with a giggle. She still felt afraid since the incident last day and didn't understand if he had really forgiven her or just said it like that and was still holding it in him. But the last kiss he gave her when they were leaving came to her mind, returning her blush and smile, making her look at the Kage box where Gaara had just made an entry with a fond smile. "I love it, wouldn't exchange it for anything in the world," she said in a happy tone, making Jiraiya and Kakashi glance at each other and sigh as they too turned their gazes to the now completely filled Kage box. Up in the Kage box, Gaara entered the personal space to host the 5 Kage with Baki and Kenkuro along his back as his personal bodyguards. Every Kage turned silent and turned their eyes towards the Kazekage who was hosting the year's exams. Tsunade was the first to break the uneasy silence. "Greetings, Kazekadano. You are just on time," she said with a smile while Inoki grunted, begrudgingly agreeing with her. Gaara nodded politely and took his seat in the center with Tsunade and Mei to his right while I and Inoki to his left. "I'm sorry, but some last-minute talks with the council came up," he said formally, and they all nodded, knowing the council meeting's problems, especially Tsunade, who thought of the old coots that were coiled on their council seats like slithering snakes. "No worries, you are just on time, Kazekage-dano, but I must say these are the best exams I've ever seen, even if they are my first as Kiri's representative Kage," said Mei, and he nodded with a smile, and he turned to I, who gained his attention. "Yes, I must say you are a strong leader, Kazekage-dano. I've seen the order and obedience as well as the proper conduct of the shinobi in Suna, and I must say for one so young you have kept your forces disciplined like they should be," he said with a hint of respect. He always thought that shinobi should view their leaders as they should be and how to be in conduct. He was a strong leader himself and respected the young man to have trained them so well. "I really am grateful for your compliment, Reikage-dano, but it isn't me who has kept them on such a tight leash of respect and order," he said, making all the 4 Kage raise their eyebrows. "What do you mean? You are the Kazekage, so you lead them, isn't it so in your case?" asked Inoki, completely bewildered, and Gaara smiled and nodded, making his confusion to increase. "It is, as you say, Tsuchikage-dano, but I have taken off a lot of burden from myself to take a closer inspecting at the diplomatic damages done in my father's reign," he said, making the short man nod but not lessen any confusion. Mei was happy that Suna was trying to accept its past mistakes. She would do it too if necessary and try and forge a new way towards an alliance, she mused, trying to think of a way to strengthen her weakened village. I do not understand Kazakandano, what do you mean, taken off a lot of burden? Asked I. He always liked things to be straightforward and simple and was getting confused at his cryptic words. I have handed over the control over my shinobi forces including my ANBU corps to a new military commander appointed by me and the complete favor of the council. He still reports to me and has to gain approval of the council, but most of the military affairs are handled by him personally, shedding off my burdens tremendously. He said, making them all go wide-eyed and Inoki to almost faint. So much control even if you watch over him, was it really wise? Asked Inoki, and Gaara smiled and nodded. I trust him, the council trusts him, and most of all he has the respect of my forces down to the last man. They would follow him into war if he says so, and his loyalty to the village is unquestionable. He said, shocking them further, and Tsunade found her voice overcoming her shock. That is some trust and loyalty to have such favor, Kazahano. He must have done something quite impressive to have such trust from you. She asked, thinking how she couldn't imagine a single person in her village who had the backbone and trust that she could do the same for. The others thinking along the same lines, and Gaara nodded, looking over the half of Suna-filled stands with a smile. Yes, over the past 3 years he has become a vital part of the village and going through the ranks like they were mere steps of stairs. I have offered him my hat many times, but he doesn't like the paperwork. He said, getting chuckles from all four when Mei caught on to his words. Gaara was happy that all of them were talking like this and didn't mind giving out such trivial information if it helped solidify their trusts and a chance to at least be neutral if not allied with them. Garadano, you said just over the past 3 years, was he not a part of your village before then? She asked curiously, and much to their disbelief he shook his head, gaining stupefied looks from all of them. No, Temari found him almost on the verge of dying in a small village in our lands when she was on a small mission. She brought him here and I offered him a position in my ranks. He accepted, and after rigorous training and after many actions that strengthened the village and united them, he gained respect from everyone to the point he is at today. He said with pride, gaining nods as well as a whole new level of curiosity from them. I though was interested in only one thing. He must be quite strong then? He asked curiously, and Gaara nodded, seeing Kankuro rub his but muttering about temperamental insane blondes, and he stifled a chuckle remembering the day he and Kankuro ran through the village wreaking havoc. He is the best Suna has to offer, and I have no shame to say that in a straight fight I myself am no match for him. His skills are way above my own. As long as he is here I know my village is safe. He said, gaining dropped jaws from the four. To have such respect and strength above a Jinchuriki and an acting Kage was something else. I knew the strength that Jinchuriki held and knew how he had complete control just like his brother, so he must be quite the man. Tsunade though was a different story. Her face had become completely emotionless, and behind her mask her mind ran a mile a second. 3 years ago, Temari found him. Gaara trusts him. He changed so much. She was starting to have a guess of who he was and turned her eyes to Gaara, who saw her look and knew she was close to figuring it out. He just sent a small smirk and a curt nod in her direction, making her eyes widen in shock and for her mind to go blank. Where is he, Kazakagedano? I would like to meet this man you speak so highly of. He asked, making Gaara smile widely, gaining curious looks from the three except Tsunade, whose mind had locked in on itself. You will see him in a few minutes. After all, I have appointed him as the proctor of the finals. He said, gaining nods from all of them, and Tsunade had her eyes glued to the entrance to the field to catch the first glance of her blonde gaki before anyone else. He must be so big now, she mused and wanted to cry but kept her stoic mask up, perfectly waiting for the time she could get him alone and crush him to death in her hug. Gaara stood up, seeing the time and the whole stadium's expectant looks towards the Kage box, and channeled Chakra to his throat to make his voice boom in the stadium. People of Tsunade and our esteemed guests from various other nations. He started gaining the attention of everyone, and a lot of buzzing and excited murmurs to break out of the crowd. All the rest of the Kages were happy at seeing their people in the other half of the stands, so happy and excited even though being in a different village. This year is the first time in the history of the hidden villages that the Great Five have come together with a team in the same exams and will show the world the prowess each of our villages hold. So please give a round of applause to show your support to your prospective genins. he said, pointing to the nervous genins, and gained claps from all around and cheers that their villages were the best, making him smile. So, as the Godame Kazakage of Tsunade no Sato, Igaran no Sabaku declare the finals of the Chunin exams to begin, he said, gaining hoots and cheers from all the stadium, and held his hand up. Everyone stopped and lowered their cheers a bit, seeing his image holding a hand up on the big spectator's screen, and watched him curiously as to what was remaining. He smiled in amusement and spoke up. Well, before the cheers again, we cannot have the finals without a proctor now, can we? He asked, and gained laughs from all over the stadium, including the Kages, that they had cut him off before he could call the proctor, and he smiled and spoke up. So for this year's finals, I call upon Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, our very own military commander and my dear friend, as the proctor for the finals of this year's Chunin exams. He said, and was amused as the whole stadium turned deathly silent. He saw the wide-eyed looks from the half-holding the audience from the guest villages and the dropped jaws of most of the elder jounins in the jounin stands. He turned around to see Baki and Kankro holding back their laughs on the back, and saw Mei, Anoki and Ice mouths opening and closing, but no words were coming out. He saw Tsunade's still blank face and her intent narrow eyes to the closed gates of the field, making him smile as he took his seat. Mei was the first of them to break out of her stupor and stuttered out. "Did you just say Namikaze?" she asked in disbelief, and looked at the owlish eyes of Ai and Anoki, and much to their horrors nodded with a smile. The gates to the field opened, and in walked, much to their horrors, almost a perfect replica of the Yondaime Hokage, only with a blue cloak donned instead of his red and those 3 whiskers on each of his cheeks. Naruto walked calmly out into the stadium towards the middle, waving a hand through his unruly hair, making the hearts of most of the women in the stadium swoon over those cerulean warm eyes. "It can't be," whispered that Tsuchikage, seeing the perfect reincarnation of Minato Namikaze standing in the middle of the eerily quiet stadium. The bodyguards behind him were moving their mouths with no words coming out when the crowds from Suna erupted in cheers. "Namikaze-sama. It's him. He's so hot, I wish I had him to myself. He's so cool, and he's the proctor, man, I wish I was a genin this year. Naruto-sama. Leave Temari heim and marry me. Enri, me." The cheers rang throughout the Suna side of the stadium, while Naruto stood arms crossed and eyes closed to let the commotion to calm down with a small smile. Temari meanwhile had the urge to kill several females in the crowd and was growling a little while flicking out her fans. But couldn't those slots see he was hers now? She thought, fuming when she saw Naruto's one eye open and directly meet her gaze and a little smile on his face. She blushed as he gave her a wink and became the center of attention of nearly 1,000 people. That idiot! Now everyone's staring. Oh, he looks so cute, and he doesn't even glance at those hussies. "That's my Naruto-kun," she squealed inwardly, though was just blushing on the outside and had resealed her fans completely. Or rang the sound of many females in the stadiums with envious eyes towards Temari, making her turn a scarlet red and glare at them to tell them he was hers and hers alone. Sasuke meanwhile stood there frozen. The dobe was still alive and was apparently the husband of the Suna princess, but what really caught his eye and envy was the respect and admiration he was getting from the people. Why couldn't he, an Uchiha, an elite, not get such appreciation while the loser who he made the village throw out was getting it? He looked at Temari to see her look at the man in the middle look at him so lovingly, with a warm blush making him seethe in jealousy and anguish. "What have you done to earn so much respect and the love of such a girl of royal blood, Naruto?" he thought, gritting his teeth. Jiraiya and Kakashi meanwhile had their jaws on the ground along with every other elder jounin. How could I have been so blind? He's sensei's son. Stuttered out Kakashi in disbelief, seeing his sensei and the closest thing to a mother's son standing in front of him, looking like a carbon copy of them both, especially with that cloak, and those 2 words embossed on his back made their eyes widen. The word, flash, rung through each and everyone's head. How did he find out?" stuttered out Jiraiya, and everyone turned to him in shock and disbelief. "You knew," screamed Kurenai, Asuma and Guy at the same time, but didn't get any response from the man who was frozen, still looking at the calm and collected form of the blonde standing in the middle. Sakura had tears in her ears and a million-watt smile. As soon as she had seen him, she had tuned out every word. He was still alive. Now she didn't have to carry the burden of his death anymore, and her bright baka Naruto could come back with her. Meanwhile, Niji and Lee were smiling while Niji was stopping his teammate from jumping in to give him a hug to bask with his friend in the springtime of youth. Kiba was the first one who formed a coherent question, breaking out of his stupor. "Hey, who's this Namikaze fella? I thought Naruto's last name was Uzumaki. Was he adopted or something?" he asked, and every rookie now thought the same thing when they heard a last sigh. "Troublesome," muttered Shikamaru with an amused smirk watching Naruto. "You always were troublesome, Naruto, but this is a whole new level of troublesome even for you, you troublesome blonde. And on top of that you married another troublesome blonde." Sighed troublesome, he thought, watching the blonde, and then rose an eyebrow as almost every head on the stand turned to him, especially the rookies, making him nervous. "What?" he asked, breaking the silence, and got looks making him look stupid, and sighed tiredly. "Troublesome," he muttered, getting bonked by Kiba. "Will you just get to the point of who this Namikaze is and why almost half the stadium is staring at him in horror or in some cases bloody murder?" he asked, getting nods from everyone as they pointed to the stands holding the IWA and Kumo audiences, and sighed. "You people never really did hear history lessons, did you?" he asked tiredly, getting sheepish smiles from everyone when a rude remark came in. "Will you just get to the point already, Nara?" said the Uchiha through gritted teeth, making Shikamaru smirk. "Why are you so anxious today, Uchiha?" he asked suggestively, getting a death glare when he pointed to the blushing Temari and nodded. "What was the name of the fourth Hokage?" he asked, getting stupid looks from everyone when Sakura spoke up. She always did pride herself for her academics after all. "Everyone knows his name beside you, you lazy baka. His name was Minato Namikaze." She trailed off, and Shikamaru smirked, seeing the saucer-wide eyes of everyone, and nodded, looking back down at the stadium. "Exactly," he said, answering all their questions with just one question, and got stupefied looks from everyone when Sasuke spoke up. "There is no way a clanless loser, a dead last like him, could be the son of the fourth Hokage," he sneered, getting a frown from the Nara air. "Well, if you wouldn't know, Uchiha," he started, getting a glare from the small nitpicks of the Nara, who promptly ignored them and continued. "To take over the name of such a powerful and respected clan, one must have legitimate proofs about their lineage. It is clear that he must have provided those to the Sand Council and the Wind Daimyo before he was allowed to take up the name officially. You should know the charter of clan laws better than anyone, oh so noble Uchiha," he said with a smirk, making Sasuke release his killing intents on the lazy Nara, who just shrugged them off when all of them were startled as they heard a voice boom in the stadium from the Kage box. "There is no way I believe he is the son of Minato Namikaze, my only rival and respected friend from Konoha," he shouted, getting the attention of Naruto, who just gave him an annoyed look, making him furious at his silent rebuttal, making him look like a fool when he heard several people laugh. "Say something, din it," he shouted, and Naruto threw another annoyed look and decided to say something before he blew a gasket. "Believe what you will, he was my father and I am his official heir," he said calmly, making his temper go through the roof. Before C or Darui could stop him, he jumped off the Kage box and into the field, making everybody gasp. "Then I'll just see if you are his son or not," he shouted, gaining terrified looks from everyone as the two Kage-level shinobi stared each other off. Wind rustled the dust in the tension-filled field of the stage, all set for the Chunin exams. The highly buffy Raikage threw his hat to the side while rolling his shoulders to work out the canes, all the while keeping his narrow eyes fixed on the blonde shinobi in front of him. Naruto stood calmly as if there wasn't a Kage who had challenged him and had such a short fuse that he could blow up any minute. "Raikage-sama," he spoke calmly, with all the eyes and ears around the stadium now fixated on the words of the soft-spoken blonde standing in the middle. "This is not the place or the time for a battle of the caliber you are looking for. I expect you to realize the damages it would cause to the stadium and no doubt disrupt the event that is about to take place." He spoke in his calm melodic voice, making the Raikage ponder at his words for a moment before smirking. "Why, your father was never scared of a battle. You really his son?" he taunted the blonde, who narrowed his eyes at the Raikage as he started to raise his chakra levels, causing the ground around him to crack, and the whole audience felt the pressure of the man's presence. "I say it again, Raikage-sama, there is no need for any unnecessary violence," He trailed off when he saw lightning cover the man completely, and he let his arms fall to his sides and prepare himself for it. Very well then, if you wish it so much, then I'll finish it as quickly as possible and then get on with the exams. He spoke calmly, making the muscled man growl. You have got some nerve to say that you could take me down. But I appreciate a man who isn't afraid of his own death standing in front of him. He spoke smugly, getting no retort from the blonde in front of him, making him clench his teeth, and the lightning sparkled, and his hair stood from the powerful chakra he was exuding. Raiton no Yoroi. Full power, he exclaimed, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at the incredulous amounts of power the man was exuding. A moment later, in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by Tsunade and Bu from all sides with wind chakra lace swords pointed at many of the man's vital points. The Raikage, however, was still glaring down at the blonde in front of him. Bu, stand down, he spoke calmly, making them stiffen and retract their blades hesitantly, quite unsure of the order, and nodded while bowing to their commander before vanishing into thin air. He took out 2 3-pronged kunais from his hip pouch in both of his hands with a mere flick of his wrists, making the Raikage narrow his eyes at the infamous kunais before smirking smugly. Yes, that's it, now you are taking me seriously, so-called son of Namikaze. Let's see if you really are anything like the man who you claim to be your father, he said, and crouched down before taking off in a blur of blue, cracking the ground behind him and leaving a trail of dust. He was in Naruto's face in an instant, with his arm ped back in his signature move to cleave the blonde's head off. He smirked when he saw the same calm expression of the blonde, not noticing when Naruto flicked up one of the kunais in the air slowly when his elbow reached the blonde's neck, and he met his black eyes with blonde's baby blue in a moment of recognition. Lariat, he exclaimed, making a crater where he landed, and the whole audience was shell-shocked at the turn of events. The spot where the two facing shinobi were, covered in a cloud of dust and debris from the lightning shadow's last attack, who stood up and smiled happily. Meanwhile, the whole crowd was on its feet with bated breaths as they watched the scene unfolding in front of them. The Suna half of the audience were worried for their beloved leader and commander, while the rest of the crowd was wishing that the Raikage really had completed his claim and rid the world of the second coming of the Flash. The entire Kage's contingent was clutching the railing with enough force to make it squeak and squirm under pressure, while Gaara and Tsunade were leaking humongous amounts of killing intents. The Jounin box, however, was a different matter altogether. Kakashi had already had his forehead protector raised as soon as the Raikage had jumped in, and was surprised along with most of them when they heard a small voice. "Eep!" squeaked out Temari with her hand covering her lips while a scarlet blush donned her cheeks. Many of them were quite confused, including the two Sharingan wielders, since they hadn't caught any sight of what had happened in the field or why Temari was squeaking like a shy princess. "What's the matter, Temari-heim?" asked Kakashi in a completely confused look. Got no reply from the girl, who was just running her fingers softly over her lips with a little fond smile with her ever-present blush. "That baka," she thought fondly, bringing her other hand over her chest, and her loving gaze watched the dust cloud settle, and the silhouettes of the two figures came into everyone's eyes, making them turn completely owlish. What had really happened was that Naruto had flashed to the beacon in her ring in an instant and had given her a small peck before flashing back into the arena. In the field, the dust cloud settled and the Raikage straightened up when he felt the cold steel of a 3-pronged kunai touch his jugular and hummed with the heavy amounts of wind chakra flowing through it, causing a trickle of blood to leak out of the man's neck. He smiled as the lightning coursed all around him and glanced back to see the lone blue eye visible to him glaring at him icily like the ones he remembered in the Third Great Shinobi War. "It's over," Naruto spoke calmly, making the whole stadium erupt into chaos from the Suna contingent's side. "Is it?" asked the Raikage smugly, making those icy eyes narrow at the man who dispersed in a bolt of lightning, making the blonde get zapped and stunned by the large amounts of electricity that it electrocuted him with. "Now it's over," he roared, turning around and launching a fist charged with his chakra into the blonde's chest with a smirk. However, his eyes widened when the blonde dispersed in a puff of smoke and his fist passed harmlessly through thin air. "Shadow clone. That sly bee," he thought furiously while his eyes roamed here and there. "Where the hell are you? Show yourself, Namikaze," the short-tempered Raikage roared while looking around furiously at being made a fool in front of such a large audience, but for the life of him, he couldn't see where the man went. Meanwhile, in the Kage stands, Gaara let out a sigh of relief and palmed his face while plopping down back in his chair. He slapped his hand over his face much to the confusion of the rest of the Kages. "Kaze-sama, where did he go?" asked Mei, voicing it out for all of them with Tsunade looking at him in childlike curiosity. He smiled a little much to their surprise when they heard Kankuro snicker. "Whenever you can't find Naruto, look towards where Temari is. It is the golden rule of our village these days," Gaara said, making their heads turn to the Jounin box in a whiplash, and sure enough he was right. Jounin box. Temari was standing with her hands over her mouth in worry for her baka blonde husband when a pair of arms slid around her waist from the back and pulled her into a firm chest gently. She closed her eyes with a smile, her hand finding its way to the whiskered cheek landing over her shoulder when she felt lips press on her neck softly. "Worried about me, Haim?" asked an amused Naruto, making her smirk and let out a soft when she felt him nib her softly on her neck. "Baka," she whispered, making all the heads in the box to turn to her and take a step back in shock at seeing the blonde embracing Temari from behind and playing with her while she was snuggled in his arms. "When the hell did he get here? I didn't even notice a flicker of movement. He could have killed us in a moment without us even noticing it," were the thoughts of most of them, especially the seething Uchiha, who couldn't believe that the dobe was faster than what his eyes could even begin to comprehend, but all the more angry at his actions towards the princess in his arms. "What the hell?" shouted Kiba in shock, falling on his butt and pointing his finger at the blonde accusingly. "When did you get here?" he asked loudly, making all eyes turn to Naruto, who ignored them completely and continued on pleasuring his Haim, much to the annoyance of most of the crowd who were looking on in envy, especially a certain Uchiha. The Raikage, however, heard the Inuzuka's exclamation and looked at the Kage box angrily and immediately threw a tantrum at being ignored so easily. "Come down here this instant," he roared, making Naruto glance up and kissed her jawline while making eye contact with furious Kage and closed them as she tilted her head to the side and let out another soft making most of the males in the audience blush heavily at the public display of affection. The Suna audience was used to this already, but it still didn't make them any less flustered. The Raikage saw red when the blonde ignored him again and powered up his Raitun no Yoroi yet again and charged at the Jounin box when, much to his annoyance, Naruto again disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared in the middle of the field near a kunai with Temari being carried in his arms bridal style. But it was his eyes that were now glaring at the man intimidatingly, who jumped back in the field. Naruto put Temari down, who stepped by his side when he pulled her behind him in a protective manner and glared at the Raikage in front of him. "You could have hurt my wife, Raikage," he said threateningly, surprising everyone in the edge that his voice now held and how furious he sounded, and the drop of any suffix adorning his respect for the man which had fallen quite a few pegs in a few moments. "Then you shouldn't have gone and hid behind her back, Namikaze. Now come on and fight me seriously," he shouted, making Naruto purse his lips and unpluck the bindings of his cloak. He pulled it off to reveal his blue cut-sleeves shirt, showing his lean muscles and toned body as he turned around and put the cloak in Temari's arms, who was looking at him worriedly. He smiled a little smile and cupped her cheek, giving her a gently peck, and leaned his forehead against hers to look into her worried teal eyes lovingly. "Go and stand aside, Haim. This will be over in no more than 5 minutes. He whispered, making her even more worried, but he silenced her by putting his fingers on her lips. "Trust me, all right, I'll be fine," he reassured her, and she knew he was right, but it didn't make her any less concerned for her reckless husband. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly for one last reassurance while he rubbed her back softly to calm her down. "Be careful, I still want you all to myself tomorrow like you promised me," she whispered, making him smile and nod. He pressed his lips on her forehead and nudged her to the side gently and out of harm's way. "Now off you go," he said in a shooing motion while she stood to the side while clutching his cloak to her chest tightly. He turned around to see the smugly smiling face of Raikage, who made another comment to rile him up. "That woman has made you weak, Namikaze. Just like that Uzumaki woman before her did for your father. A shinobi must not have such ties or distractions to anyone." He taunted the blonde, who cracked his neck and glared at the man. "You would do well to watch your mouth, Raikage. My Haim is my strength. I would level half the elemental nations if someone touched so much as a hair on her head in a moment's notice," he said without a hint of hesitation, making another chorus of "us" to round the stadium by the female population while Temari's cheeks turned pink and she looked down to hide her embarrassed smile from everyone and suddenly found the cloak in her arms much more interesting. The Raikage chuckled and nodded with a smile. You are a spitting image of your father in both looks and character. Those were the same words he told me when I threatened him about your mother. His legacy lives on, too bad the allegiances have changed now, he said in chuckles while Naruto took out 2 kunais and held them in his classic reverse grip while falling into his father's hummingbird taijutsu-style stance, getting a wide-eyed look from most of the Konoha jounins. What's with that look, Kakashi? Asked Kurenai, who still didn't get why they were so worked up over his stance when Guy answered, seeing his eternal rival was in a state of shock. That is the personal style used by our very own and most youthful Yondaime Hokage Kurenai. It is said to be one of the most dangerous styles in Konoha, rivaling the gentle fist and Goken due to the speed it requires the user to have. I never imagined I would see it once more in combat after 16 years. He said in nostalgia when he remembered seeing the Yondaime in action during his youth and the impact the man had on the battlefield with his presence alone. And the blonde in front of him at the moment had almost the same aura that he had last seen 16 years ago. Sensei. Kakashi whispered in nostalgia at seeing the blonde standing there in the infamous taijutsu stance, making Guy smile and shake his head sadly. It was too late for regrets now. His youthful student had now joined up and swore his allegiance to another village which from the looks of admiration in the audience loved him more than Konoha could ever hope to. Naruto held his left hand in a half-ram seal, making the Raikage raise an eyebrow when markings appeared all over Naruto's body and vanished in an instant with a huge gust of air. What were those? Markings? Asked Sakura, and this time Jiraiya found his voice. Those were resistance seals, he whispered in amazement, making her even more confused. They were created by the Uzumaki clan originally but were modified heavily by the fourth to condition his body for the extreme speeds he was aiming for. They require the best of knowledge in sealing. Even I myself am not capable of creating seals of the caliber he is using at the moment. He whispered in a trance, making Sakura nod and smile fondly while looking at the blonde. A blush rose to her cheeks as she saw the gentle smile and his peaceful calm expression even while he was facing down the strongest of the shinobi in the land of lightning. What now, you're going to blow me away with some small gusts of winds? Taunted the Raikage himself, charging up his Raiton armor, but saw it didn't even have the slightest effect on Naruto and frowned. Alright then, let's go, he roared and disappeared in a bolt of lightning. He appeared right behind the blonde and swung his leg to cleave his head and was shocked when the blonde just crouched and swiped his leg in a horizontal arc which he jumped upon with a smirk. The boy is good, he thought, and raised his leg up high and brought it down with a battle cry. Raiton hammer, he roared as his heel made contact with plain ground instead of the blonde, who just jumped back and held his hands in a cross guard as the Raikage bolted out of the dust cloud to take advantage of his blindness with a fist but was blocked easily. Naruto slid backwards and dug his kunai in the ground to halt his movement while looking up with his hair flowing in the wind with a small smile. This was fun. The Raikage himself was having the same thoughts, as he hadn't had anyone in years who could match him at the extreme speeds he was going at, and the blonde was still evenly breathing, which showed his speed had been attained through rigorous training and not just a short burst of chakra. I think that is enough warm-up, said the Raikage, and Naruto nodded with a little smile. Indeed. He spoke calmly when a shout was heard throughout the stadium. That was just a warm-up. Their flames of youth burned so brightly, J-sensei, the stadium heard with another boom following behind it. Indeed, my youthful student. Naruto-kun's flames burn really brightly. He is in the springtime of his youth, boomed another eccentric spandex-wearing man when Naruto sighed, already knowing what would follow. Oli, Tai-sensei, Tai-sensei. Some things just never change, he said to himself while shaking his head, and I couldn't help but agree when he saw the two hugging each other and crying. The whole stadium was mortified as the memory was etched into their minds with the stuck unbreakable genjutsu appearing behind the two shinobis. That is just not wrong, the Raikage said, and turned to the blonde with narrowed eyes when he threw his kunai into the air and went through 3 hand seals ending on tiger. Ninja art, kunai kage bunshin no jutsu, he exclaimed as the 2 kunai spread into 100 and rained down over the field in a small grid while he took out another 2 and held them in his hands. The Raikage charged up his armor even more, causing the lightning around him to cackle loudly, and both disappeared in a yellow and purple flash respectively. Several flashes lit up the field, and the echoes of small shockwaves were felt all around the stadium as they matched each other blow for blow at several points in a matter of seconds when the Raikage landed a punch on Naruto's chest and launched him back with a laugh. There you go. He trailed off when Naruto disappeared in yet another puff of smoke in midair, and he growled angrily. I hate clones. He managed to speak before he felt something grinding behind his back and tearing right through his lightning armor and his skin. Wind style, Rasengan, he heard, and was launched forward in a small beam of white chakra concentrated on his back and smashed face first into the wall. The whole stadium was stunned silent as Naruto retracted his hand and watched the Raikage stand up while dusting himself off like nothing happened at all. I think that should be enough, Raikage-sama. We both know that the techniques required to take either one of us out of commission will level a really large area and endanger several lives. I think that I have showed you enough of my skills, Naruto said, wiping the blood off his busted lip that the Raikage had managed to punch in between their high-speed clash. Does the man hit hard? He thought as he watched the lightning around the man to die down, and he nodded in full agreement. Yes, I have seen enough. You really are a Namikaze through and through, no doubt about it. I'm glad that I have another person who could match me at my top speed and still breath to tell about it, he said with a hint of pride, making Naruto smile himself. But you weren't going all out, Raikage-sama, he said, walking up to the man who walked in front of the blonde himself while extending his hand. Neither were you, son of Namikaze, he said, making the boy chuckle, and he chuckled himself, and both shook hands as a sign of mutual respect for each other when the crowd went abuzz in applause and cheers. He felt his shoulders getting covered by his cloak and turned his head to have his lips captured by the love of his life. He instantly pulled his Haim closer and kissed her back equally as their lips moved in perfect harmony, and Temari ran her hands through his hair. She broke the kiss off and nuzzled her face in his neck while he held her close to him. The Raikage turned around and jumped up the wall and into the Kage stands to see 4 highly amused Kages sitting there as they looked at his battered clothes. Raikage-sama, he heard, and turned around to see the blonde who was holding his wife close to him throw his hat to him, which spun and reached him like a shuriken, and he caught it with his lone hand while putting it on with a smirk and nod. Haim? He whispered, getting a soft from her while she snuggled happily in his arms, all but forgetting that thousands were watching them, not that Naruto really cared. I have to start the finals, so you might want to go back to the Jounin lounge before I lose sight of the finals and decide to take you here and now, he purred in her ear while nibbling it with his teeth softly. She giggled and hit his chest lightly while looking at him lovingly with her head tilted to the side. What am I going to do with you, my baka blonde husband? She asked playfully, hearing the crowd cheering them on, which made her cheeks turn pink but didn't take her eyes away from those loving baby blue eyes gazing at her so warmly. Well, you could, he started, making her giggle and put her fingers over his lips. Oh hush, it was a rhetorical question. She giggled, and he chuckled himself while loosening his hold on her waist as she stepped back and kissed his cheek softly before jumping back into the half-destroyed Jounin lounge, ignoring the cheers of the crowd completely to lessen her embarrassment at showing such affections in front of them. But he was hers, and she wasn't afraid to show it. She saw the glazed and blushing faces of the males and mostly envious looks from the women in the lounge, but what made her quite surprised was the venomous look the pink-haired Kunoichi was giving her, but she shrugged it off as she heard Naruto start the official proceedings for the finals. Meanwhile, in the Kage stands. That is quite a shinobi you have, Kazekage-dano. Such talent at so young an age. A shame that the leaf let him go like that, Tsunade-dano. I wish he had come to my land instead of yours, Kaze-ano, said the Raikage as he took his seat beside his fellow Kages. Tsunade just bit her lip while staring at her blonde longingly, knowing how true the man's words were, and no doubt each one of those fools must now be seeing what they had let go after the display that he had just put up. Indeed, he is one of my most trusted shinobi and friend, Raikage-dano. I still praise the day that I had him in my borders and took him under my command, said Gaara in his monotone voice when they heard the always silent Inoki speak up. Yes, he really is that man's son. Thankfully his allegiances are sorted out quite nicely now, he said suggestively in a hint, making a ghost of a smile appear on Gaara's face. Now that sounded like the man was hinting towards an alliance. Yes, and he's quite the specimen too. Who was that girl that was with him, Kazahano? Asked Mei suggestively while liking her bottom lip as she eyed the blonde up and down hungrily. Gaara rose an eyebrow at her gaze and sighed. It looked like another one of those jealous females' headache was coming up. That would be my sister and now his wife, Temari Namikaze, he said, making Mei frown a bit before she smiled sweetly and nodded, still keeping her hungry gaze on the blonde. I see, she must have some hold over him to keep him tied down to her, she mused, making Gaara sigh again. A major headache would come up if the Mizukage herself set her sights on Naruto. Temari would not be pleased. Mizukage or not, her protectiveness over Naruto was unrivaled. Yeah, that she does. He whispered to himself and looked down into the arena to hear Naruto's voice ring across the stadium. In the arena. Will all the prospective candidates who have made it past the second round of the Chunin exams please step down into the field? He asked and watched the genins who had made it past the second round step out. There was a team from each of the major villages and he smiled as he watched the genin from the minor villages look a bit nervous. It made him go back to his own Chunin exams back in the Leaf where he had been the underdog and was hiding all his nervousness from everyone. Alright, now we'll see who will whom with random matches being selected and appearing on the screens. He saw as the names of a genin from IWA and Kiri came up and he turned to the group in front of him. Everyone besides the two please head over to the waiting area for their turns, he said, making all of them save two go back and turned to the two in front of him. Now for the first match, Hiniki Momochi and Kishiki Kaizama. Do you have any questions? He asked and got a nod from the Kiri genin while he motioned for him to go on. This terrain isn't fair for us Kiri ninja, these are highly suited for all except us water-style users, he said, making Naruto smirk. The life of a shinobi isn't fair, kid, he said, making the genin look down, but he continued. But you are right, this is a stage to show the people your full potential and what you and your village have to offer, so I guess I can consider you are right, he said, making the boy look up with a smile and confused look. But we are in a desert region, we need water sources for water-style jutsus like back in our land. He trailed off when he saw the smile on Naruto's face and flushed when he ruffled his hair like a little child. Now stand back, kiddo, he said warmly, making the two step back and jumped upwards, much to the surprise of the crowd, and the whole crowd heard a strange swirling noise. Many of the Konoha and IWA shinobi had their second rounds of heart attacks as a huge ball of swirling chakra appeared in the blonde's hand. Udama Rasengan, he shouted and slammed the destructive sphere in the ground, sending a shockwave all throughout the stadium and formed a huge crater in a side of the field. The genins were confused as to what he was doing and watched as he started going through blazing fast-hand seals and ended on Tori. Water style, water-severing wave, he shouted in focus as the moisture all around the stadium swirled around him and formed a wave of water as he faced his palms forward and caused the tidal wave to go ahead straight into the crater, forming a small lake. The genins and audience alike their jaws dropped as they saw the proctor change the terrain to his choice in merely 2 moves and looked back in amusement to see the stunned faces of the two. Now there, the problem has been taken care of, I guess, so no complaints now, I assume? He asked the two, who shook their heads dumbly, and he nodded with a smile. Alright, then I will step in if I see that the fight is hopeless and the genin is not able to fight back or is in danger for his life, and hold the right to give the win to anyone at any time. Any objections? He asked the two, getting only silence, and nodded. Alright then, Hajime, he exclaimed and jumped back while the two started on their match. Meanwhile, in the Kage stands. Amazing, such mastery over the water element. He created such a high-level water jutsu in a desert region with absolutely no water source, out of thin air, spoke Mei in amazement as she appraised the fellow water user, getting nods from Ai and Inoki while Tsunade was wide-eyed. Wasn't that the special ability of the Nidaime Hokage Tsunade Dano? Asked Inoki, getting a nod from the blonde woman, who smiled proudly. Yes, Aji-sama was one of the only ones in his generation to have such control over the water element to negate almost all its weaknesses and make it his ultimate weapon in battle. Most think it was a bloodline of sorts, but that isn't true, she said, making all of them raise their eyebrows at the blonde senju. They themselves had assumed the same thing. What do you mean, Tsunade Dano? Asked Inoki, as there were not a lot of things that he didn't know with his age and experience, but this news intrigued him. You see, the Senjus and Uzumakis were cousin clans, with the Uzumaki clan being primarily very powerful water ninjutsu users. Their skills in sealing always overshadowed their talents for water ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Myoba-san Mito Uzumaki was the one who trained Tobarama Aji-san personally during his younger days in many skills, including helping him to perfect the mastery over water style to such a degree, she explained, making them all quite surprised. So the boy is of a real royal heritage then, to be a part of the main branch of the Uzumaki head family and the last of the Namikaze clan. Garadano certainly struck gold with this one, said I in slight jealousy, making Gaara smile and nod. Tsunade just smiled sadly as she wanted to cry over what she had lost, but she would be dead if she didn't retrieve herself and her relationship with her Gaki, no matter what it took. She though confidently and kept her eyes on the blonde, whose eyes were watching the clash between the genins like a hawk. In the Jounin lounge, Sasuke had his knuckles clenched in anger after he saw the blonde show his skills in front of the world like they were nothing. The jealousy in his ear reached new bounds as he started going through that those weren't even half the skills he knew. He had been holding back the whole time. So what had he been doing over the past years in the village? The Dobe had everything: a loving village, an excellent and beautiful as well as a proud kunoichi as his wife, who was of royal status and high stature within her village. He was apparently the military commander of the Sand, and he had seen the way he had ordered the Anbu around like they were nothing and the admiration all the shinobi held for him. Why couldn't he have that? It was simple: the village was holding him back. He hadn't been able to learn anything extraordinary like the Dobe of his team had. After getting rid of him, he had assumed that the only competition in the village for his attention and training was now gone and he could reach new heights. But he was wrong to stay in the village for all those years. He needed the KS wielding to exact his revenge and have a girl like Temari to rebuild his clan. Temari. He glanced at the kunoichi, who was looking so lovingly at the blonde, and couldn't help but admire the glow she had on her face today. He wanted her more than anything. Then why couldn't he get it? He was an Uchiha. He would get everything he wanted like always, he thought angrily, and clenched his jaw and knuckles tightly. The finals of the 36th annual Chunin exams had finally come to a halt, and all was now silent in the seemingly joyful and excited crowd that once resided in the stadiums. Almost all the civilians and dignitaries had left, with just some of them making their way out under the strict guard of the ANBU placed all around the village. The proctor of the exams finally turned his gaze up, his baby blue eyes half shadowed by his flailing hair coming onto his hair, while his cloak now sat atop, slung onto his shoulder to show his completely ripped and lean muscles through his cut-sleeve shirt. Baby blues met teal greens when he saw Temari jump up onto the railing, still staring intently into his eyes. Neither blinked, seemingly lost in each other's, when she opened her arms, leaned forward to fall down freely, her lips adorning a mischievous smile. Only a blur of dust lay awake where the blonde boy once stood, the viridian blur catching his princess mid-air before falling down gracefully on his feet. His princess scooped up in his arms bridal style, who let out a content sigh and snuggled in his arms. "One of these days you're going to hurt yourself like that, Haim." The blonde scolded her half-heartedly, doing nothing but nuzzling his nose in her own to get a giggle out of her. You'll catch me, I know it," she said with a small yawn, making him sigh and kiss her nose. She crunched up her nose, and he laughed. She hated those butterfly kisses near her nose, but he loved that adorable face she made each time. "You sleepy?" he asked her in his tender tone, getting another small yawn and nod from her. She was dead tired. The harsh works off the past week were catching on to her, now that the duties placed upon her were seemingly over. "Naruto." The blonde turned his head around to the Kage box where Gaara was staring at him with his usual stoic green eyes. "Can I have a moment?" he asked him, making him look down at the half-asleep wife of his and then back at him in a confused manner. He didn't want to, but Gaara wouldn't call him unless it must be necessary. But his princess came first. "Give him 5 minutes, he called back before he vanished in a flash. Gaara pursed his lips, his eye twitching dangerously, hearing the Kage's snicker behind him. "He has his priorities sorted out, asked Darui, making Gaara sigh and nod. He couldn't help but smile for his friend and brother-in-law. Namikaze Estates. Naruto came to in front of the marker within his room, walking to the bed with soft footsteps. He placed the sleeping girl in his arms on the bed gently, who was now completely out like a light. His hands smoothly took off her sandals along with the sunbon holding her hair in a bun and kept it aside so it wouldn't hurt her. Instantly he saw her arms, sleepily searching for something, and he smiled, placing a pillow that she clutched for dear life and nuzzled her face in it. "Naru," she mumbled, making him stifle his chuckles and kiss her head. His eyes looked at her adoringly. He brushed her head gently and placed a little peck on it. "Not yet, Haim, but I'll be back soon, Kay?" he whispered, not getting any answer from the asleep girl. He disappeared in a silent flash, taking one last longing glance at his sleeping wife before going back to some business that needed to be taken care of now. Suna Stadium. Kage box. Kya. Naruto heard a yelp and sweat dropped at the makeup lad Jounin on his butt, glaring at him heatedly. "Will you stop doing that? I hate that jutsu," he hissed angrily, making Naruto raise a playful eyebrow. He crouched down on one knee and poked his nose, making the man's eye twitch dangerously. "Kenkaro, you're a Jounin and have seen my flashes seemingly hundreds of times," he told the man dryly, making him snort but said nothing. It was true after all. "Whatever, it is still annoying, all diamond blondes are annoying," he muttered, making Naruto chuckle and nod at his childish pout. The man would never let anyone else have the last word, no matter how stupid he sounded himself. So he left it at that and looked up at the eyes of all the Kages now completely fixated on him. "Yo," he said, and got an immediate bonk on his head courtesy of Gaara. He rubbed his head only to feel a feminine arm drape around his shoulders and a pair of lips press on his head. "It must have hurt you, let me see," a soft, stuck voice said, making him look at the Mizukage looking at him innocently, but the hunger in those eyes wasn't lost to him. "I am quite all right, Mizukage-sama," he said, trying to get her off before she caught his hand in between her boobs. "It's May, call me May," she spoke in her same alluring voice, making him pull his hand back hesitantly. "Of course," he said, and turned his eyes around to look at the rest of them. But his eyes did hang onto a particular mop of blonde hair that was seemingly trying to hide herself behind everyone's shadows. "Ba-chun," he called out, the name slipping off his lips unconsciously. A moment later he was pulled in a bone-crushing hug, his head now laying in between her large biars. His arms flailed around, seemingly not getting any room to breathe in the air-tight hug he was pulled into suddenly. "Breathe," he rasped out, making her break her hug and cup his cheeks to look at that whiskered face she had missed so much. His eyes widened in shock at seeing those honey orbs streaming with tears. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm so sorry, I tried, trust me I tried, but..." The seemingly unbreakable fire shadow's resolve crumbled down in front of him in a matter of seconds. Tsunade felt guilt creep all over her, how powerless she was to help the boy she considered her son. She couldn't even look straight at him when he came, but the name he had called her with that only he could. She had let her instincts take over, even if he hated her for everything, at least she had gotten a last hug. Her thoughts trailed off when a pair of strong arms wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her in a warm embrace. For the first time in years she felt like she had a family again when he tucked her head under his chin after kissing it softly. "It's all right, I don't blame you for any of it, Ba-chan. I still love you like my mother," he whispered, only audible to her, making her tears double over and clutch his shirt like a lifeline. She looked up a moment later, wiping her eyes off with a warm smile and a soft sniffle. Her hands cupped his cheeks again in an adoring manner. "You've grown so tall, Gaki," she said, making him chuckle, and giggled herself. A moment later her eyes narrowed dangerously, making him gulp, remembering how angry she would get when he did something stupid and always glared at him like this. "You got married," she said, poking his chest pointedly with her finger. He gulped and chuckled nervously, rubbing his neck. That tic had still not gone from him, and it made her smile. "I'll forgive you for not telling me, only if you give me grand kids soon enough," she said firmly, making him smile. She was still the same old stubborn hag, all right. But his cheeks did turn a bit pink in embarrassment at her words. "Of course, I give you my word," he said, and she smiled, clicking off the necklace from her neck and putting it over his head again, patting the jewel for reassurance while looking him straight in the eyes. It still belongs to you, you won it fair and square, remember? She asked him, making him smile in nostalgia at remembering their bet, and nodded. Of course, he said, accepting the gift, making her smile wholeheartedly. All her fears lay forgotten at his small acceptance of her necklace, and she now just had a lot of scolding, doting and pestering left for later. Come live with me at my house for the rest of the days you're here, Bachan. We'll catch up there. He asked her, making her consider his proposal. Ah, what the hell, I'm the Hokage. I can do whatever the hell I want. She said to herself and nodded, accepting his proposal happily. All repercussions or security arrangements to hell. He turned to the others, getting to the Raikage, who was still looking at him calculatingly, trying to decipher a seemingly large puzzle. He rose an eyebrow when Naruto stretched a hand for him to shake. He stood still with his arms crossed. You have some nerve trying to shake my hand. He threatened him, making all the others stiffen at his proclaim. He saw the blonde standing unflinchingly, as if not even bothered by his words. His eyes narrowed in before letting out a small smirk and shake his hand in a tight manly shake. He liked men who wouldn't cower under his gaze, and the boy had the same aura as his father years ago. A man who loved his family and crept fears in his enemies' hearts. He saw that Sasuke standing there with his ever-present scowl, mirrored by the girl behind him. The large man, though, had a warm smile on his face. Sasuke-sama? Naruto said politely in acknowledgement, making the man's eyebrows to furrow in deep thought. Namikaze, he said bitterly, as if the name was poison in itself. Naruto quite understood his venom-laced voice and paid it no heed. Your priorities are sorted out straight, unlike your father, I see. The sand headband looks better on you than the leaf, he commented, watching him closely to gauge a reaction out of him. But all he saw was a small smile and a nod, surprising him. I would agree with you on that, Sasuke-sama. I hope we can move on from our past grudges. Scratching old wound would do us no good. Let's look forward to a nice future, he said, extending a hand. Onoki looked at the hand for a few seconds, as if hesitating on what to do before he begrudgingly accepted and shook it lightly. We'll see, but I tell you, youngsters these days no respect for their elders, he said, getting laughs from everyone but the two standing behind Tsunade. Not going to shake a hand with me, Naruto-san? Asked the stuck voice of the woman from before, making him glance to the side. He hadn't even felt this nervous when he fought Sasori head-on. And that man had killed the Sandaime Kazekage for Kami's sake. Of course, he said, letting out a smile, and shook her hand. Her thumb brushed his palm gently, as if sending a small message through her amber-green eyes. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Quite nice indeed. She whispered out the last part when she pulled her hand back and smiled at him. All the men looked on jealously at Naruto, who seemingly looked a little peeved out at the moment at her odd actions. Naruto, a male voice called out from behind Tsunade. He turned around, his eyes turning cold as soon as he saw the white-haired man who had called him out. Jiraiya, he said, the word in itself leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. The man winced visibly at his little venom-laced voice and complete drop of respect, unlike the others before him. All the other Kages looked intrigued at their conversation, knowing how he was related to the blonde, yet his resenting voice wasn't lost to any of them. The Toad Sage wanted to say something more when Naruto cut him off. I suggest we all rest for today now that we have all been introduced. My wife has made sure that all your arrangements are suited to everyone's needs personally, so I think you all would be pleased. We can talk this out tomorrow at a small dinner if that is fine with everyone. He asked and got instant nods from the 5 shadows, all happy with his words, and let all the events of the day sink in. Naruto put a hand forward to Tsunade with a smile, who instantly got a hint and put her own in his, steeping forward when her shoulder was clasped tightly. Tsunade, do you think it wise? You are going to said the Toad Sage when his hand was slapped away roughly. I have already accepted Namikaze-san's proposal, Jiraiya, and it would be quite rude if I broke my word now, she said coldly, making him wince yet again, the sudden new iciness in her voice, even harsher than before. But what about the security measures we set up? He tried to make her see reason and avoid her going to his house, but her eyes narrowed in on the man dangerously. Are you saying I would be unsafe in the residence of the man who seemingly looks after the security measures of the whole hidden sand village? That is some accusation to our seemingly allies. She asked him dangerously, and he pulled his hand back, pursing his lips. She was dead set on going, and nothing would change her mind now. That much he knew. All right, I'll notify everyone of your new place for residence, but I should come with you, he said before he was cut off by Naruto. I apologize, Jiraiya, but I have no more room in my house other than the one I offered your Hokage, he said coldly, making the Toad Sage look at his one-time apprentice with hurt-filled eyes before begrudgingly vanishing in a smoke-less shunshin. The rest of the Kages did the same, with Gaara staying a while longer than the others to look at Naruto with eyes holding a hint of concern for him. The blonde smiled at his brother and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Gaara, no need to worry, I'm with family, he said, making the man nod. Tsunade's heart warmed up at hearing him refer to her as family, and she wanted to crush him to death in her arms but held herself back. Gaara stood silently for a moment before nodding. Very well then, I'll see you tomorrow, he said, and disappeared in a wisp of sand. Naruto did the same and flashed away straight to his home. Namikaze's estates. Naruto flashed in front of the main gate of his house, purposefully to let her get used to it. This is your house? Tsunade asked softly, making him nod. She looked at it affectionately. It was so much better than anything he ever lived at the rundown apartment back in the Leaf. Naruto could see her wallowing in guilt, and took a hold of her hand to pull her in. Tsunade saw the lush gardens in the house, making her quite surprised at the greenery in a seemingly arid region. He even had a small koi fish pond to the side. He walked her in, closing the door behind him. She put her sandals aside and followed him into the living room, where he motioned for her to the large and comfy couch. She sat and looked around in amazement. It was so luxurious. Naruto rummaged through the shelves to look for something for her to drink. I'm sorry, Bachan, I would have offered you some fine sake, but my princess drank all our stock out a couple of days ago, in one go at that. He whispered to himself with a smile, making her shake her head. She wasn't in any mood for sake anyways. Naruto, no need for formalities, she said, feeling like a guest herself, but he would have none of it. She watched the new plate of the half-ate-out cake with a hungry gaze. It looked so alluring. Naruto chuckled seeing her hunger, and she smiled sheepishly like a child caught stealing a cookie jar. Naruto cut a generous slice of the black velvet cake he had baked a couple of nights ago for his princess, and Tsunade took it happily, miming in delight when she put a bite in her mouth. Bakers in Suna are great, I see, she said, pulling out another bite, and he smiled in amusement at her words. I baked it, he said, and laughed when she choked and patted her chest. He held out a glass of milk for her that she gulped down to make the choke go away. Well, he must have picked up a few skills along the way, since she didn't ever remember him being this good at baking. Though he had always had a fine hand at cooking from what she remembered, so it wasn't surprising. How's Shizune-chan? He asked suddenly, making her look at her plate sadly. She misses you dearly, Naruto. We both did until today, that is, she said, making him sit by her side and put her head on his shoulder in a one-armed hug. I missed you too, you were one of the only ones I missed, he said, rubbing her arm in a soothing manner. How have you been, Naruto? She asked him with all the curiosity of the world, making him fall silent for a moment, pondering on how to answer such a twisted question in a seemingly simple manner. Happier than ever before, Bachan, he said, making her smile a happy sad smile. I have a girl that loves me, her brothers, that are brothers in all but blood to me. People her respect me and look at me as one of their own after years of seeing me around them. The shinobi too respect me, not for my position or my status, but for who I am. It was what I had wanted since I was but a child. Acceptance, he said, making her nod shamefully. He had gotten the things he had longed for in a new village. Instead, his home-born village had scorned and spitted on him day after day. And he looked so happy too, it made her quite happy herself. I'm glad, she said, putting her hand on his lap and squeezing it for reassurance. The cake and the rest of the world all but lay forgotten, as they started exchanging their tales of what had been going on with the other in their lives straight through the night. Next morning, Temari walked downstairs, her hair done up in a ponytail after her shower. She was clad in her furry pajamas and Naruto's oversized black t-shirt and currently was quite annoyed right now. Her husband had apparently stayed the night out somewhere after putting her to bed. She was going to have a stern talking to when he came home. Her rant trailed off at seeing the sight in front of her. Naruto and Tsunade were there on the couch, with Naruto's arms still safely around her shoulders and she had her face tucked on his shoulder. They had fallen asleep midway through their catching up exercise and currently Temari found it completely adorable. The two looked like a lost mother-son duo meeting after years, which could be called true in this case as cheesy as it sounded to anyone else. She tiptoed her way towards the kitchen to prepare herself some coffee and didn't have the heart to wake the two up. She was still surprised that Tsunade had come to their house, but she was fine with it. After all, she was one of the only ones she found pleasant from the leaf these days. Both Naruto and Tsunade's noses twitched in unison, making it quite comical to see when their eyes flickered open to see 2 mugs of steaming coffee and slices of meat pies lying in front of them. Naruto smiled seeing his princess sitting on the armchair with her own mug on her lips with closed eyes. Tsunade couldn't help but smile when she saw the two look at each other lovingly. She was glad he had found such a lovely girl for himself who had the heart to stand up to the world if it came down to it. They ate in silence, quite comfortable in fact, and Tsunade didn't remember a time in all the past years in the leaf that she had felt so much at home. It made her heart soar that she had finally found him, and her fears for his whereabouts now lay down to rest. She now knew most of what had happened after their talks last night, but there were still some things he had to know. "Naruto," she said in her serious Hokage voice, making him turn his eyes to her in focus and place the mug down on the table. "The leaf now knows you're alive and all your truths have now been revealed to the world too," she said, and he nodded, not seeing her point. "They would want you back," she said firmly, already knowing how those leeches back in the council worked after all these years of them skinning the village dry of its life. She saw disbelief stretched across their faces. Naruto for one didn't have any words at her proclamation. But Temari was as blunt as always. "You seriously think after all they've done to my Naru, he'll even consider seeing the leaf's walls, let alone return? No offense?" she asked her incredulously, and Tsunade shook her head, not shocked at all. Instead, already expecting this. "None taken. But I know how their minds work. Now that they know you're alive, they would want you for what you now hold," she said, making realization dawn over his face. Temari was still confused. What more could they want from him? Naruto had forgotten to tell her about all that his parents had left for him, seemingly having no monetary problems here in Suna to even think back to it. "My parents' fortunes," he said, rubbing his forehead tiredly, seeing her point. "What fortunes, Naruto?" Temari asked, oblivious to the whole affair. Naruto couldn't help but think how stupid he was to forget a thing like this, but he had never kept money in his mind ever since he was a child anyways. Tsunade decided to clear up her obliviousness. His mother Kushina Uzumaki was the heiress to the Whirlpool village and the Uzumaki clan. She explained, and Temari nodded, already knowing that much. So the entire sealed island of the land of eddies and whirlpools now belongs to Naruto, along with all the fortunes left behind by the Uzumaki clan before its destruction. It all lays sealed in the ruins of Uzushiogakure no Sato, untouchable to anyone but of the blood of the royal family of the village whose last descendant is. She trailed off, letting the girl fill in the blanks. "Naruto," she whispered, looking at his apologetic face, and looked at him with eyes that promised pain later on for not telling her all this. Tsunade enjoyed seeing his plight, but she was far from finished. "And Minato's fortunes too," she said. This time surprise came from Naruto. He wasn't aware of this. "What fortunes?" he asked obliviously, making her smile and nod, already knowing off this. Minato was a great man with a seemingly much too sharp mind, a really sharp one when it came to businesses and ownership, she explained, making him shocked. "I know you don't know of this, Naruto, but the Sandaime cleared up all traces that could be traced back to the Namikaze's name as soon as he died and spread it all up into various accounts in the Fire Daimyo's personal vaults. All of them lay sealed there, untouched for years and collecting interests and all the rents of the lands he owned in his lifetime and left behind." she explained, remembering finding the Sandame's will in the Hokage vault with instructions to tell Naruto of this when he was of the age of 18 or became a Jounin, whichever came first so that he may inherit it when the time came. Naruto's face showed his shock, making Tsunade smile sadly. Sarutobi-sensei loved you a lot, Naruto. But his age finally caught up to him in his later years. He did all that he could for you, but the council had wormed its way into each of his departments sneakily, and there was only so much he could do all alone, all the while managing the aftershocks of the Kyuubi attack and the crippled forces he had to deal with while maintaining all the secrets around himself. But in the end he did make sure to stash it all away under lock and key, so that no one but its rightful owner can lay a finger on even a single penny apart from its heir, she said, making him smile and nod. He remembered all that the old man had done for him, from forcing the orphanage to take care of him by force and under his own personal eyes before all the hate became too much for him and he had begged the man to stay alone. How much is it? Temari asked worriedly to gauge the political issues that would ensue now that everything was out and about. Tsunade herself rubbed her forehead of the oncoming migraine. No one knows the exact amounts or what he owned apart from the Sandame, Yandame and the daimyo guarding it all himself. But I do know that the lands holding the main shopping districts in Konoha along with half its resident lands pay their rents for the lands to accounts that lead to the fire capital. Tsunade trailed off tiredly, making Temari turn shell-shocked. But that means… She whispered in shock, realizing what he owned now. Yes, Naruto now owned half the resident land in the village along with its shopping nerve centers. The money that Minato made as a shinobi and a Hokage along with the rents to the lands and their interests combined give him enough power to rumble up the fire capital quite a bit and effectively cripple Konoha's entire financial structure should he want to. She said blankly. She had half a mind to tell him to do it and be done with it. But she knew he wouldn't. It would make him no different from those BSTRDs back in the village. Both women's eyes turned to the blonde boy who had fallen completely silent after hearing the things he had just now heard. But one thing lay on his mind above all else. So I would have to come back to the village to settle this all, I presume? He asked Tsunade, and the venom in his voice wasn't lost to Tsunade, who nodded sadly. Yes, the fire daimyo himself would come to meet the heir to the most powerful family in the village personally. An invitation from him isn't one to be ignored as much as you would think otherwise, Naruto. She answered him, making him nod. He wrapped his arms around his wife, who came straight onto his lap in a hug, seeing him so troubled, and pecked his lips softly. It'll be a light, I'll be with you, Kay? She asked him softly, making him smile and nod with a sigh. No one saw the small puff of smoke behind them in the hallways of his home. In a simple hotel room, Sasuke lay on his bed, seemingly in deep thought at what he had learned. The hatred within his heart touched new heights. He promised himself he would take all that the blonde now held dear away from him by force. Especially his wife, but for that he needed a person who would help achieve his goals and give him the needed power to take out the two people he wanted to remove in his life. His hands brushed the nape of his neck and he let out a bloodthirsty smirk. Soon, Naruto, I'll have Temari and all that you hold here in my palms, and I will have achieved truly what I have desired for all these years, he whispered to seemingly nobody in his room. The pale fingers of dawn peered in from the window, bathing the entire room in its illuminating radiance. There was no ringing of alarm this morning, nor had there been any need of one. Both the house's residents had prior engagements to tend to, ones that had been made weeks beforehand for that matter. Feeling the soft brush of lips on his neck, Naruto smiled, lightly stroking his slumbering wife's lovely hair. Last night was amazing. Looking down, surprised to see her awake so early, loving azure eyes stared into sleepy teals for a moment too long, taking his time to appreciate the beauty he had been adrift from for the past few weeks. Naruto flicked a lock of hair, tickling her eyelash. Wasn't it? He murmured softly. Temari said nothing in reply, opting to smile dreamily and snuggle her face on his chest instead. She was already quite aware that the two of them had a rather lively bedroom life, but the events of last night had shattered the boundaries of its realms quite literally. How many times was it? 6, right? Her voice was low, she seemed almost shy to ask it out loud. Smiling, Naruto placed a loving peck on top of her head. 7. Her finger traced his chest line before rotating in concentric circles, teeth gnawing away nervously at her lip. "Do you think, you know?" She blushed, unable to say or even look at him anymore from sheer embarrassment. Words didn't need to be spoken for Naruto to catch her drift. He smiled. "I think so, yes. But we'll keep trying just to be sure," he whispered knavishly. She giggled, bonking his chest playfully when she realized just what it was he was insinuating. "Pervert," she mumbled. Naruto rose an amused eyebrow hearing her soft mumble. "I am serious, you know." His palm cupped her cheek, making her face up to him for a deep kiss. She broke it off before things got heated up, frowning with a gasp. "I'm still sore," she pouted. He flipped her over, earning a squeal of delight from his princess before his head mysteriously vanished into the blanket. "I can help you with that," he said. Her face ranged from being confused to one of horrified realization a second too late. He had already found his spot by then. She ummed loudly, "Ugh." Throwing her face aside, cheeks flushed, Temari grabbed the sheets tightly within her fists as her resolve to keep him off of her kept crumbling into oblivion. Her arms reached into her blanket, cradling his head between her legs. More. Needless to say, breakfast was not served to the couple that morning. Tsunade walked up to the door after hearing a knock. It honestly felt quite weird to receive a guest for a place she was staying as a guest herself. But it made her happy too. A small part of her wished she could do this every day, wake up in the morning without a hangover, knowing there was a family waiting for her in the house. It made her feel cherished. Opening the door, she was a bit startled seeing exactly who it was. "Kazehano," she greeted, nodding politely. Her greeting was returned with a polite nod of his own. "Hokahano," he stated monotonously. "May I?" The buxom blonde Kage blushed and moved aside with a start. "Of course, where are my manners?" Closing the door behind her, she followed Gaara to the living room, all the while noting his little actions. He was tending to photo frames and flower vases as he trudged, as if he had done this chore 1,000 times. It made her take note of how familiar he seemed to this estate. A pang of envy sliced her heart at that. "Naruto and Temari?" She drawled, wondering just how it was she would make him excuse the couple for not being present to receive them. Her cheeks flamed a dark tinge of pink, remembering quite vividly the emptiness that had reverberated in her room, a floor down from the master bedroom, and what reason there must have been for such voices. "I know." "Oh." Her flush increased twofold for what she was about to ask. "Is this, you know, a common occurrence?" Gaara rose an eyebrow, bemused, and started gathering the kettle to make some coffee. He nodded, "Yes. Those two go at it like rabbits once a vacation pops up every now and then. I made the mistake of staying the night once. It was winter as I recall, and I'd rather not be scarred any more than my life has already done for me." By the time he had finished his blunt reminiscence of memories, Tsunade was flushing like a volcano. It seemed the man did have rather keen words for such things. Right?" She coughed uncomfortably. A thick tension settled between the two. While Gaara focused on preparing his morning beverage, Tsunade sat there with absolutely no idea what to say. Relations between her and him were scarcely political at best, hostile at worst. She'd rather prefer it if it wasn't the latter. "You want some?" he asked. Tsunade forced out a strained smile. "Yes." He nodded without gazing back, going back to adding some freshly ground beans in the pot. "You come here often?" she queried curiously, a small attempt at initiating a conversation. He nodded. "Yes, they have rather nice coffee." Tsunade's sweat dropped. "Yeah, right," she muttered, a bit peeved at his unusually curt answers. He didn't seem particularly invested in the conversation, neither was she willing to push her boundaries with their already strained relationship. Gaara pulled off the kettle and came in the living room with two costly-looking black emblazoned cups, filling them both gracefully before seating himself in front of her. He settled into the couch, crossing a leg over his thigh while bringing his cup to his lips for a sip. Those intimidating eyes of his boring holes in her face weren't lost to the usually chirpy Senju. She settled back herself, mirroring his seating style, but closed her eyes shut in order to avoid his subtle glare. Sipping a little of the served beverage herself, she ummed in delight. "This is good coffee. Hokage dano." His cold voice made her stop, and she eyed him warily. Both settled down their steaming mugs in unison, the situation now turning serious. I do not particularly like your stay here at my sister's house, for reasons I'd rather not say. She said nothing, inwardly relieved for his rather blunt and frigid attitude to any human being in general, as opposed to his sister's rather lively yet undecipherable diplomatic charm. Both were poles apart in personalities, at least to her, but he stopped for a moment while his eyes flickered in uncertainty, as if pondering over to search for the right words. That since Naruto sees you as a mother of sorts, his trust is all I need. I welcome you here, not as the Hokage, but as Naruto's endeared guest. Tsunade rested her elbow on the armrest, nestling her cheek in her palm with a tender smile. You are rather mature in choosing words, especially given your age, I must say, Kazerano. She complimented him, which the red-haired boy took with a grain of salt. It was true, though, indirectly pointing to her that she was welcome in his village only due to her proximity with his friend, and not as the Hokage meant that he would rather have not invited the Leaf at all than have their large numbers run around his village while his men were kept busy keeping eyes on them. Did you wish to converse with me on something particular? I did. She nodded and once more pulled the cup to her lips. What will the Leaf do, now that Naruto's existence has been revealed to the world? Humming, Tsunade rested the cup on her table, contently crossing her fingers to hide her lips. Whatever I say next, I say as an ambassador to the Leaf. I want to make this point crystal clear before saying anything, no offense. None taken. Very well then. Sighing, Tsunade pondered over her situation for a moment before nodding. You did not just reveal his existence yesterday, rather you revealed his heritage to the world. The names Namikaze and Uzumaki in general hold some weight in the eyes of the world, especially the ones who do know their histories rather well, she surmised, earning a slight frown from him. I do not understand. Laughing shamelessly, she shook her head. I would be surprised if you did, she chortled. His frown deepened into a full-blown scowl. The Uzumakis were wiped off by the joint efforts of Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. Namikaze Minato wiped off legions of Iwa and Kumo's forces in the Third Great Ninja War. Now most might not be aware of this for various reasons, but that Tsuchikage did not surrender to the Sandaime Hokage to end the war. Her recital took a pause with a sharp intake of breath. Gaara's face of confusion was all she needed to know that he wasn't that well-versed in history as a veteran might have been. Ryotenbin no Inoki laid his arms down to Minato Namikaze, not the present Hokage. When he saw 1,000 of his best ninjas' corpses lying in front of his eyes for the second time, Iwagakure had never faced such humiliation before then, and with the fourth's untimely demise, they thought it would never come to pass again. My predecessor was rather non-indulgent when it came to Naruto's heritage being known for reasons you can see. Even I wasn't aware of their identities for sure before yesterday, if that says something to you. She recited her history lesson, one that Gaara absorbed in with the thirst of a sponge. These events were never documented for him to read on. These were the things only veterans who were present to witness these sights must have known. Even in such deep musings, Gaara had to wonder, how much did Naruto know? Knowing him, possibly a lot. I swear he does these things to annoy me. His mutter befuddled Tsunade to no ends, but he dismissed it with a subtle wave of his hand. What does this have to do with the present? She smiled at his naivety. With his father's name, his mother's royal blood, and the amount of influence his presence alone would hold in the Leaf, there is not a chance in hell that our council won't try to get their claws on him, one way or the other. Gaara knitted his eyebrows in annoyance. He was banished from the Leaf, and placed for execution on first sight. How could they demand his return? That is where you are wrong, Gaara. Gaara looked at her, eyes confused. Whatever do you mean? He was exiled, not banished. The Leaf regarded him as a threat that was too vulnerable if left alone back then. But seeing how the fourth seal still holds strong. Eyes widening, Gaara clenched his knuckles tight. He will no longer be perceived a threat, thereby enabling the Leaf Village call for his return. He finished contritely, earning a satisfied nod from Tsunade. This was the primary reason he hated this accursed position with a passion. Well, that and paperwork, but this certainly came first. Political maneuvers, backstabbing BSRs, mute betrayals. He would rather crush enemies into oblivion with his trusty sand than duck his head into these acids any day, all week long. I swear, that idiot is more trouble than he is worth. Tsunade's melodic laughs hadn't annoyed anyone so much until that point in time. What the hell happened to you? Oh, for the last time. Where did that old stubborn buffoon I've known for so long hide himself? How could you act so mellow in front of that bee? He calmed down, huffing. The kunoichi backed off with a fierce scowl. Her grandfather, the Tsuchikage, pinched his nose in exasperation. Inhaling a sharp breath, I was not acting mellow for anyone, that was just how the situation demanded me to act. This is why I keep shouting that you are nowhere near ready to be a jonin yet, young lady. Anoki yelled, frustrated. Pink eyes rolled back, bewildered. Then please do enlighten me as to what you were doing being so touchy-feely with that Namikaze? Have you forgotten Dash? Stepping forth, Anoki did the last thing the residents of his room had ever dreamed of. Slept. She held her stinging cheek in shock, recoiling from the pure fury in his eyes. I forget nothing, he hissed, catching her shoulders in such a tight grip that it forced out an involuntary wince from the girl. Her rosy orbs turned misty, not from the pain itself but from the deep rage that emanated deep within her own heart. Anoki's eyes softened for a moment. He hovered up in the air to make an eye-to-eye level conversation with her. Akatsuki, look at me. She didn't, instead choosing to look away with a bitten lip. He forced her gaze to him with his hand, wiping her unshed tears with his thumbs. Seeing her like this up close, it allowed him to bask his heart in fond nostalgia. You are still so charismatic, just like your mother, he whispered remorsefully. His comment made her will waver ever so slightly, but she dared not cry. It was unbecoming for a kunoichi in her eyes. Naruto Namikaze is not a leaf shinobi, you must remember that. She looked at him with such hatred. Kitsuchi had half a mind to restrain her lest she lashed out at him. A sharp look from his father stopped him dead in his tracks. He stepped back with a lowered head in SBMsen. Looking at her again, Anoki squeezed her cheeks tenderly. What happened back then was done by Minato Namikaze, not by his son. But Dash. But nothing. Anoki cut her off, miffed. Even then, in midst of his mass slaughter, he was acting as any shinobi loyal to their village should have. As much as I loathe the very existence of that man. He spat venomously, flashes of buried memories coming forth like raging tides in his mind. I respect him for his loyalty too. Pink eyes went wide, disbelief etched all over face. Seeing her sudden disarray, Anoki smiled. He gave up his life on the off chance that his village might be spared from a certain calamity. He sacrificed the lives of his whole family that night. His son was made a living vessel for the Lord of Demons, the same entity his village loathed like you loathe him. His calm explanation made her lips curl thin. Remembering how they treated their own Jinchuriki, she couldn't deny the steel required to achieve such feat. But he did all that for the leaf. Take that headband away from him and there would never have been a yellow flash. Your grudge shouldn't be with Namikaze, it should stay with the leaf. Seeing her slumping shoulders, Anoki knew she was conceding to the truth. Just like she should. The Kage never rallied on useless emotions. Welfare of his village and shinobi always came first and foremost. She had to learn this if she ever wanted to inherit his seat in the coming future, as he had hoped she would. An alliance with the man who has inherited that infamous potential will double our military might, may even increase it exponentially. You must look at everything rationally, child. There is everything to gain here and nothing to lose. It was rare for Kitsuchi to see his father act so gentle, but he figured it was what made these little moments even more endearing. But to actually see such drastic effect on his hot-headed daughter was something else of itself. Sighing, it seemed as if Anoki had sapped out all energy from his granddaughter. Fine, she muttered, defeated. Seeing her acting in such stark contrast to her underlying emotions. Anoki had never been so proud. Envisioning things was something humans did by birth. Even so, Sakura had never envisioned a hidden village smack bang in the middle of a desert to be so lively. Walking through the main shopping districts, every person was covered head to toe in linen clothes so as to shade themselves from the scorching heat. The business was on full throttle. Prices were sky-high due to the heavy number of foreign guests exchanging currencies with them. The stands were, much to her surprise, filled with many items she hadn't thought feasible in such an arid terrain: fruits, freshly cut vegetables, cold drinks, restaurants of all shapes and sizes, you name it, and it was here. She had been rather flabbergasted to see the last person on Earth gracing her doorstep, trying to wake her up for an early morning walk. "What's the matter with you, Kakashi-sensei?" Smiling, he ruffled his kunoichi's hair playfully. She slapped his hand away and began working on fixing it up once again. "The morning seems rather peppy for a walk, won't you agree?" Nodding, Sakura had to concede with the scarecrow on the point. Though it still didn't quite answer her question, but why dash? Feeling a small nudge on her feet, Sakura looked down to see a ball bouncing near her sandals. Sure enough, a moment later numerous kids came running out of a corner to retrieve said object. The kunoichi smiled and tossed the ball up in her arms with a flick of her toes. "Here you go." She handed it out to them. The rather small flock of children grinned, nearly taking it from her when a voice called from beside them, "What are you doing here, Haruka?" Looking aside, both leaf ninjas saw a decently aged man come and greet a little girl in the middle of all children. "I'm playing." Her chipper tone actually made smiles break out all around the streets. Kakashi could see that they were rather caring when it came to children her age. Though, his slant eyebrow raised when he saw the icy glares being leveled at them both. "Let's go, Haruka." The man caught her arm and led her away. The girl looked back with a melancholy gaze. "But my ball," she cried. It made the man halt his steps for a moment, only for him to eye the ball in a stunned Sakura's hand as if it had turned into garbage merely from her touch alone right before he twisted his head back to the little girl with a warm smile. "Don't worry, I'll buy you a new one. That one is dirty now." His comment shook Sakura to the core. His implication wasn't lost to her in the slightest. She had never been on the receiving end of such a venomous comment before. Every adult back home usually adored her due to her parents' heavy respect and influence. As soon as the kids had left, Kakashi looked around them in concern. It seemed as if someone had pulled an imaginary trigger of sorts, where all the chirpy-looking people had morphed and were now staring down at them in utter disdain. Nothing was physical or even verbal, though their disgusted side glances weren't lost to either of the two. "Kakashi-sensei," she whispered. Nodding, Kakashi affirmed. Trudging past the hostile streets, it wasn't long before incoherent whispers became audible statements right behind their backs. "Scum," "trash," "beach," "freak." Tears stung her emerald eyes. Sakura turned around with a start to see everyone tending to their businesses as if nothing was wrong. Thinking it was only her latent paranoia screaming for no reason other than a subtle lack of sleep, she looked aside to see her teacher too, looking back with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "Strange," the jonin murmured, rubbing his chin pensively. Somehow, Kakashi felt all this to be oddly nostalgic. "My lady, I must protest against this decision. You cannot go in without protection dash." The rest of the words were tuned out from her mind. Only a few words in between started jumbling up in the vacancies of her mind. "Lady, cannot go in without protection?" Smiling sweetly, "L?" she chimed angelically. "Yes, my lady dash." "Shut up or I'll kill you." Hi. Chojuro cleverly decided to stay back lest the shy swordsman be melted into oblivion. He looked at his quivering senior with a pitying look, even though he never meant it. Somehow the man had a knack for aggravating one of the most dangerous females in the elemental nations without ever attempting to do so. Seeing her walking into the chambers with her usual lavishness, the gruff-looking man by her side grunted in utter annoyance. "What's the meaning of this?" His loud voice had absolutely no effect on the masked men guarding the door. They shook their heads dutifully. "No guards are allowed inside, only the Kages have been permitted to enter." I growled, the vein on his forehead almost on the verge of popping and spewing off blood. "Blasphemy, you do not trust me," he yelled, absolutely livid at their guts. Still, the guard stood stone still. "Do you not trust the sand?" The tension in the hallways was impalpable. Someone could literally prick the thick atmosphere with a pin. That is, if anyone had the guts to actually go through with it. And even I had to admit, These sand shinobi truly were baked and toughened in scorching heats to stand in front of him without even flinching an inch. Do you not trust Lord Namikaze? That did it. I slammed his lightning-covered fist right by the masked man's face and buried it in the wall behind him. The man still didn't budge an inch, much to his hidden ire, and continued staring on impassively through his mask. Grunting, I relented. See, that Prui, stay here? Hi. Ice Shadow loomed ominously over the two Embu. You had better wish that master of yours a prayer for this. Had he not have earned my respect back there, your heads would be mush by now for such insubordination. His growl was followed by an ominous bang of the door, marking its cracked closing. Scooting closer, Chojuro stepped near the slack-jawed senior of his as subtly as it was humanly possible. Those sand and Bushur are tough to stand up to the rakeage. Maybe this alliance just might be possible, won't you say, Ao-san? Ao nodded dumbly, having nothing else he could add to his junior's words. Not even a little comparison to his fond olden days. Jiraiya sat, eyeing the empty saucer in front of his eyes lifelessly. He dipped a finger on its rim, circling it on the saucer like a top with a vacant smile marring his face. I want a word with you. Glancing back, Jiraiya rose an inquisitive eyebrow. Really? He inquired. Yes. Shrugging, Jiraiya went back to the task of refilling his saucer from one of the 5 nearly empty bottles of liquor clattering his table disturbingly. You taught the 4th, correct? Yeah. The man by his side smiled wickedly, almost as if he had found his golden treasure without even searching for it. So, you know all of his techniques too? Yeah, all except one. His smile slipped a bit, clearly not expecting this development. Which one? Jiraiya chuckled. No, laughed, as if he wasn't even sane anymore. His most powerful one, the one he promised to leave only for his son. His son. The venom in his voice wasn't lost to Jiraiya. Even though he couldn't care less if anyone lived or died anymore, he had to take note of this. Even though he knew that, he was finished. Standing up, he inconsiderately threw some rolls of notes on the table and staggered his way out. Halting his steps for a moment, he glanced back with a knowing smile gracing his lips. You are no match for him. His hands tightened on the edge of the table, knuckles whitening and causing the timber in their grip to shake and crack. A wash of hatred flashed all over his face while his eyes bled crimson, 3 deadly tomos circling madly in his eyes. Sasuke Uchiha would have everything no matter what. The whole floor gyrated with the subtle thumps of music being played by the side. It was, after all, the last get-together for all the guests conjured up in the Sand Village before they traveled back home. The rush of this year's annual Chunin exams had all but died down, and everyone honored with the pleasure of being invited to this party was more or less content with savoring these last few moments of luxurious cordial reception before they returned to their meager lives back home. You don't look too comfortable, if you don't mind me asking. That I'm comfortable. Is it the food, perhaps, not to your liking? That no, it's nice. Naruto sighed, for what seemed like the umpteenth time this evening. Was a given fact that since he was playing host during this gathering, he himself was accountable for making sure each of his guests were comfortable and properly taken care of. But this wasn't how he'd expected to play host. Listen, you don't have to put up a front with me just for the sake of your grandfather. I won't rat you out, I promise. His reassurance did seem to have an impact. Shoulders slumping, Kuratsuchi heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking a drink from the waiter tumbling around, Naruto offered it to her courteously. Kuratsuchi, apparently not one for formalities when her host himself seemed to have no qualms with her, chugged it down in one gulp. I don't really like you all that much. Her honest confession made Naruto throw out a warm chuckle. Yeah, I figured it out a while back, you know. His comment earned him a sharp slap to the arm, courtesy of one flustered-looking kunoichi. Why have you been hanging around me all evening then? His blunt question made her flinch, her eyes subtly darted to her back, too subtle for anyone but the keenest of eyes to have noticed. Naruto did in fact notice it, and glanced back to see her grandfather's feverish eyes trained on her back in the midst of his own conversations. He put you up to this? She didn't so much as twitch, too afraid to answer honestly and get caught admitting the truth to a foreign diplomat. Naruto had indeed been wondering why this girl, one who feverishly hated his guts, had been limping by his arm all evening when she could have had better places to be, better people to associate with. Pondering over a solution, Naruto's caught the barest of visages in the corner of his eyes and smiled, having come up with a suitable plan to ease up the poor girl's nerves. Offering her a hand, "May I have the pleasure to a dance?" Looking as if struck by acid, "Never!" Akatsuki bit right back. Maybe he should have offered her ramen instead. Eyes twinkling with mischief. "Well, I'm glad you feel so pleasantly for me. I'm sure your grandfather will be too once he gets to know how pleasant you are to me." The way her pink eyes narrowed ferociously almost made her look, dare he say, cute. Akatsuki instantly looped an arm around his and tugged him along the crowd, straight to the dance floor. "You're the worst." She faux coughed out of everyone's earshot. "I try, princess." Reaching the middle of the floor, Naruto settled his palm on the small of her back and smiled when she coiled her arms around his neck. Linking their fingers together, both started moving to the quiet, harmonic beats of the music. Akatsuki, being ever the rival, pushed her toe forward and scowled accusingly when he pulled back his own toe from being crushed beneath her heels. Their little battle of feet went on for a minute or so before the girl finally conceded her defeat and let her head be laid down by his hand, her cheek nestled on his shoulder to compensate for the slow music the orchestra had just tuned to now. "You're an okay dancer." Knowing this was the furthest extent of a compliment he'd be getting from her tonight, Naruto took it with a smile. "What can I say? I had an awesome teacher." Akatsuki laughed lightly, finally feeling relaxed. "Thank you." She hadn't expected him to go so far just to make her feel at home. When her grandfather had forced her to make friends with Naruto, she'd feared the worst. There was nothing more she hated than an enemy country's ninja. Slap on the name Namikaze to the back and you had a winning combo that was hard to beat in her list of hate. But he had held her by his arm throughout the evening, taking every curt and cold comment she threw at him with a grain of salt. To think he'd go so far as to force her into a lovely dance just to make her feel comfortable was beyond what she'd expected from him in the wildest of her dream. Not like she was dreaming of him or anything, dang it. Why the hell was his chest so plushy, for crying out loud? Just as the music started annotating the last of its notes, Naruto took her hand and spun the girl around, earning a squeal of delight from the stone-faced kunoichi before he pulled her back closer to him and lifted up her thigh in one swift movement. Finishing their dance by leaning her back while he pushed his weight on her, his fingers teasingly traced her thigh through the slit in her gown and smiled, seeing her flushed scowl. "Told you, I've got an awesome teacher." Before she could retort with some sort of sissy reply, a round of applause broke the duo's reverie. Only now did they notice that everyone's sole focus of attention was on just the two of them. Akatsuki made a show of fixing her gown and gave a bow. Naruto followed suit and both got down from the floor, looking very much worse and under the weather for the wear. "You're the worst." "Gosh, you enjoyed that dance just as much as I did." "That's not the point," she hissed. "We're not supposed to." Naruto cut her off. "We're not supposed to what?" Sighing, "You know, act so kind and friendly," she muttered. Naruto rose an eyebrow and crossed his arms, unimpressed. "Why the hell not?" he asked. "You were born in the leaf, Naruto," she explained. "Now you live in the sand and I'm from the hidden stone that despises the both of them." Cutting her tirade midway, "It's nothing to be ashamed of," Naruto said, stopping beside her with an air of confidence. "Don't just keep thinking back to where the person was born. No one has control over it. Times are changing, Akatsuki, and to be honest, I'm hoping sand and stone will be allies in the future." Her breath hitched, clearly caught off guard. "Allies?" she exclaimed, flushing when she saw all eyes turning to her with amusement. "I'm sorry, what?" she stuttered. Naruto took a step forward, making her take one back out of sheer instincts. His aura alone was one she had never encountered before, an aura of power, of pure confidence. He wasn't even oozing the slightest bits of chakra or killing intent, and yet, as ashamed as she was to admit it, Akatsuki already felt dominated by his presence. "You aren't ready, Akatsuki." "Not yet, but even I can see you'll be the one who'll be named the Tsuchikage given some time to mature and grow." Naruto honestly confessed, "I want us to be neutral at least, if not more." Suddenly, for some odd reason, Akatsuki found her heels to be an awful lot interesting. "You really believe I'll beat Sasuke?" she whispered in such a small voice that Naruto had almost missed it. "Believe?" Naruto picked her chin up and forced her gaze to his. "I know you'll beat Sasuke, girl, a fine one at that," flashed with one of his trademark fox-like grins. Akatsuki found the tips of her ear turning hot and her knees felt fuzzy. If she were to be honest, which wasn't common, she had been doubting her own worth as a candidate to that position ever since she'd seen that raw display of power back in the arenas. To think, the old man she chewed off every day, stood on equal terms with these behemoths, had crushed her confidence in ways she absolutely did not desire. But here she was, being touted as a perfect candidate to that post by none other than Namake's Naruto, the man who had the guts to go against the Raikage without an ounce of fear. The man she hated, and dare she say, respected and idolized from the bottom of her heart. "Friends," she whispered, pushing her hand onward, "I'd like that." Naruto took it and shook it firmly. "I'm glad," he said, actually glad to have made at least turned one adversary into a friendship he could rely on in the future. But this wasn't right. There wasn't anything solid to reaffirm the solidarity to this newly minted bond. Just then, an idea struck him and he rummaged through his back pocket for the item. Taking her small hand in his own, with Akatsuki noting how rugged and assuring it felt against her own manicured ones, her hand instantly curled up into a tight fist from the unwarranted action from the blonde. Rubbing the inside of her palm in circles, Naruto eased her grip and opened her fist before closing it back down to place his kunai firmly in her hands. "Let's seal it with this," he suggested, and Akatsuki brushed the cold steel in her palms with a forlorn look. She knew it, of course. It was a three-pronged kunai. "What's this?" she asked, feigning ignorance. "This is my treasure." Naruto never ceased to amaze her, a kunai with the Shiki formula on it. "It only works one way, of course." Seeing her confused face, he elaborated, "meaning it only works if someone on the other end pumps some chakra into it. You don't have to worry about me infiltrating your village or something. It is a fail-safe of sorts. If you find yourself in trouble you can't escape and have no one to rely on, just ring me up or give me a call through this." And there it was again. Once more his eyes shone with that same aura of dominance she'd been enveloped in before. But the words he uttered next made her very heart shiver. "I'll be there in a flash," Naruto promised, only now noticing the fear and hesitation in her eyes. But this was something she had to decide for herself, even he knew that much, a decision that might very well shape her village's future. How many times had she heard those cursed words? It was part of a popular saying in her village, after all. The Third Great Shinobi War had left a scar too great to be filled in the hearts of her people with time. If you saw the flash, your neck had a slash. This saying had been ingrained in her mind ever since the early days of her childhood. It was the saying that had taken 1,000 lives in a minute, her mother included, after all. Everyone knew them in the stone. These kunai knives were hated with a passion back home. But to think these very knives would become a tempting offer to friendship one day, Akatsuki had to admit that life had a sadistic sense of humor. "My village can decipher this, you know," she admitted softly. "I can even call you into a trap and have you assassinated with this," her thumb lightly tracing the treasured formula perfected by the fourth Hokage, her own heart and mind unsure on how to go about this or what exactly she was supposed to make of this unexpected offer. Why was he placing such faith in her? "Then you're very welcome to try, princess." Naruto's tone was cocky, mocking almost. But this time, instead of scowling or outright biting his head off, Akatsuki smiled lightly. She flicked the slit of her gown to the right, exposing her naked thigh and the black belt holding a single kunai to him. Disposing off the prerequisite weapon it held in a trash can kept by her side, she tucked her new and trusted weapons safely in place. "I won't tell anyone of this, I promise. Your secret's safe with me," she whispered, fixing her gown back in place. "But why go so far from me? Aren't we supposed to be enemies?" Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Why stay enemies when we can be friends?" He shrugged his shoulders, winking playfully. His words marked the end of their conversation as an Enby came by his side and whispered something in his ear, forcing said blonde to excuse himself from her. Seeing him go, Akatsuki couldn't help but murmur, Friends, huh? She grinned like a cat. It's got a nice ring to it. Seeing him stride through the crowd like a lion of sorts, Kurotsuchi let her gaze linger on his wide and firm back for a moment too long. Were his shoulders always this broad? She hummed. I wonder. Her head tilting aside in honest confusion, she wondered if she was sick or something. Her cheeks still felt hot as a volcano for some odd reason, as if she just spit out some lava in the aftermath to one of her techniques. Maybe the desert heat was finally getting to her. Lifeless, wrinkled eyes watched the circling liquid rippling in his saucer, rather blankly. It had been this way ever since he'd come to the sand, a decision he knew his heart would regret until the day he'd die. This was how it was supposed to be, wasn't it? The likes of a legendary ninja like him reduced to living his aging years as a failure, drinking his years away. Is this seat taken? Looking up at the annoying voice that had just broken his peaceful trance, Jiraiya squinted his eyes to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. I've got only one spot left, tell the other three to find someplace else. He grumbled, downing yet another saucer before pouring it full for another round, signaling the waiter for another bottle yet again. How many bottles has it been already? None of your diamond business, that's how many. A small, soft hand met his cheek for an audible smack, one that left his eyes twinkling and mind spinning with the sheer grunt put behind it. You never take that tone with me. Drunk or otherwise, understand? Just who do you think you are lecturing me? The annoying voice cut him off. The last person who truly cares about your well-being, Jiraiya. Your trusted teammate, that's who I think I am. Tsunade, is that you? Yes, silly, she giggled. It's me, who else? Don't think Orochimaru of all people would visit you in broad daylight on a whim. The effect of alcohol instantly flushed itself out of his system, and Jiraiya's vision sharpened to see the woman he could never get sitting there in all her glory, sipping on some tea. Why'd you come here, Tsunade? Don't you have better places to be? Better people to meet in that party? He scoffed haughtily, trying and failing miserably to put up a mighty front and save some face, at least in front of her. Jiraiya, it isn't even time for supper and you can't even count people with your eyes. What's gotten into you, huh? You're ruining your life. Oh ho! Jiraiya exclaimed, faking a laugh. Is that concern I hear? Jiraiya. Tsunade sighed. Well, I'll be damned, he laughed boisterously. Never thought the day would come when you'd come see me in a time of peril, the legendary Kunoichi Senju Tsunade. I must admit, I'm honored, he stumbled a bow. It was this moment that the waiter chose to make his presence known. Sir, your bottle. Before Jiraiya's fingers or the timber of their table could so much as touch the porcelain of this bottle, Tsunade snatched the annoying thing away and slammed Jiraiya's saucer right back on the waiter's tray. Take it away, she snapped. He'll have a coffee black. Before he could so much as utter a word of protest, Tsunade raised her hand chidingly and shut Jiraiya up like a mother would do to her child. We'll have a decent conversation like two responsible adults. It's about DM time you came down from your high and back to your senses. Even if she was at odds with him, he was still her teammate and friend. How many times had he come through for her in her times of need? That's the point, Tsunade, Jiraiya growled. I don't want to come to my senses. Tsunade's eyes softened. Why not, Jiraiya? She asked tenderly. Don't take that tone with me, Jiraiya thundered, and out went the tenderness from her eyes. I don't want your pity, he roared loudly. All right, she whispered. He scoffed. Fine. There was a moment of silence as Jiraiya's eyes clouded up in nostalgia. You know something, Tsunade? I idolized Sensei more than anyone in the village. He confessed in a drunken stupor, clearly beyond his senses. Tsunade hummed, intrigued. I know. That time, when I returned to the village a month before the finals of the Chunin exams were about to happen, you want to know what he told me? Jiraiya sniffled, forcing Tsunade to give his hand an assuring squeeze and urged him to go on. It was high time he let this out and finally told her the truth he'd been running from all this time. He told me Naruto had even more potential than he'd seen in either Orochimaru, Minato, and even Itachi. Then, Sensei even went on to tell me he'd have taken Naruto in as his apprentice had he not been Hokage. You should have seen how he looked at the boy, Tsunade. It was like he was a blood relative of his own. It wasn't his words that surprised her, it was the tone laced with pure venom that did Tsunade's composure in. Yeah, he really loved the kid. Tsunade agreed, smiling fondly. No, hear me out, Jiraiya intervened. He said it would be nice to leave behind at least one student who wasn't a complete failure in his eyes. Jiraiya laughed out loud, and Tsunade was forced to duck her head in shame. How many times had Hiruzen called her back in times of need? Every time, she'd answered his calls with curses and swears to the village. She knew they ached his heart, stabbed him with pain every time she let her hostility for the leaf bare boned right in front of him. But the man had always smiled, even helped her with money-related matters whenever she'd needed his assistance in hopes that maybe, just maybe someday she'd come around and see the light at the end of the metaphorical tunnel. Unfortunately, by the time she'd come to her senses, his corpse had already been cold in the grave while the village was left in tatters. He told me the kid had learnt a forbidden Jonin technique in a couple of hours. This was the first Tsunade was hearing of it, so leaned forward in interest. I'd chugged it down as an over-exaggerated praise, of course. But he wouldn't hear any of it. You should have seen him. The man looked possessed. Before Tsunade could get a word off her lips, then, I took Naruto on that trip to find you. It was then that I saw what Sensei had seen all those years ago. The raw potential, a legend in the making. Kid nearly mastered the Rasengan, a technique that took Minato 3 years to complete and 6 months for me to learn in a mere month. He was a diamond in the rough. With the correct assistance I knew he was destined to take Sensei's and Minato's place someday then and there. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times, and she narrowed her eyes in deep contemplation. This was finally the time he was letting the cat out of the bag, finally admitting the truths. Then what happened? Then, Jiraiya chugged down the remainder of sake from his old bottle and swiped the drops with the back of his palm. Sasuke went AWOL. Tsunade quieted down completely, letting him push everything out and tell her why the hell he'd gone on and betrayed the boy who he had such high hopes for. The boy who he spoke for with such pride and admiration. I honestly believed he'd fail. Sasuke would go to Orochimaru in search of power and I'd take him out on a trip to train and keep Akatsuki off his tracks. That was the plan, back then at least. Why'd you do it, Jiraiya? Tsunade whispered. Why'd you betray him? She couldn't help but ask the question eating away at her soul. Because he succeeded. Jiraiya thundered as if the devil himself was upon him. He even succeed where I failed. How the hell could he bring Sasuke back? Tsunade's eyes widened, all blocks in her mind clicking. You were jealous of him? She asked him as if he were ridiculous. Of course I was jealous, he huffed, and she didn't know if he was just drunk or plain old stupid right now. When he was in the hospital, that Hyuga chick would come daily to leave some flowers. A princess adored him, Tsunade. He had the genes and lineage of his parents. An untapped potential no one could hope to achieve given the proper guidance. You see where I'm going with this? He was a carbon copy of me, just a bit more and perfect and completely in reverse. He succeeded at everything I'd failed. Naruto brought back Sasuke where I failed to bring back Orochimaru. He had the love of a princess when I failed to so much as get a glance from the woman I loved. Tsunade looked away at that. Even the toads liked him more than me and Minato combined. Bunta said he was too stupid and gutsy, but they loved him. Plus, he had the makings of a perfect sage. Jiraiya crushed the bottle in his palms with a distinct shatter of glass and porcelain. So, when the villagers turned on him for bruising up the Uchiha, I let them be. A lone tear slipped past his cheek and Jiraiya hid his face in the palms of his hands. God knows I wanted to help him, but something dark bubbled up in my chest and I just wanted him to take it. He spat bitterly. I wanted him to feel the burden of my failures, the loneliness of a friend's betrayal and the path of solitude that I've endured on my travels. He made a motion of his neck being sliced and spoke and smiled evilly. So, I sided with the villagers instead of him and cut off his contact with the toads. Told them that he was a traitor to the village and got his contract completely annulled. He nearly cried towards the end. I took away everything from him and left him with nothing. Tsunade herself was openly crying now. To think she herself had a part in making Jiraiya fall so far was utterly painful and agonizing at the same time. Jiraiya, She honestly didn't have any words to explain her predicament right now. I'm the true demon, aren't I, Tsunade? Jiraiya. Tsunade didn't even have enough words left to console him right now. Whether the reason be hatred, pity or remorse she'd never know. Minato and Kushina left me in charge of their legacy, their baby. Sarutobi-sensei entrusted me with the care of nurturing one of his soldiers and training the village's Jinchuriki. He was my godson, my responsibility for God's sake, and I pushed him out of his home and kicked him to the wolves. Jiraiya slammed his fist on the table and webbed a link of cracks in it in despair. Why didn't you say something sooner, Jiraiya? What was I to say? He chuckled lifelessly. And who was I to tell? Tsunade had absolutely no answer to that. You could have told me. Tsunade blinked, realizing it definitely wasn't Jiraiya's voice she was hearing since it was so feminine. Jiraiya blinked, realizing it definitely wasn't Tsunade's voice he was hearing even in this drunken stupor. Both turned around as one, seeing a girl with hip-length blonde hair straightened out on her back standing there with a white free-flowing gown hugging her curves. Temari, Tsunade whispered in distress. Of all the people, it had to have been her. How much did you hear? Jiraiya asked with a wince, realizing the true extent of his actions for the night as the alcohol in his system was all but gone right now. Enough, she answered curtly, her stance firm and cool. I came to escort you back to the party, Lady Tsunade, she said calmly. Listen about what you just heard. Jiraiya started to try and explain his side of the story. But, when he saw her cross her arms beneath her bosoms as her teal greens narrowed in on him, words left his throat. Jiraiya, Temari sighed and ignored the formality of honorifics. I honestly cannot care less about what you said right now. I don't even know what to think about you right now. So, for now, let's just forget this ever happened and return to our lives. Jiraiya stayed silent and let her say whatever she wished for. Temari honestly could have cursed him to her heart's desire and he wouldn't have retorted to even a single word of it. But he knew she wouldn't stoop to do something so low and disgusting. She was above all this. After all, she wasn't like him. She was the girl who held Naruto's heart in the palm of her hands, after all. That will be for the better. I suppose, Jiraiya agreed and stumbled by her side. Just as he was about to pass her, he stopped and looked at her. Temari didn't even bat an eyelash when he tried to touch her cheek with his finger, only for her to take a step back and stare at him quietly to see what it was that he wanted. You're a great girl, Temari, he acknowledged. You've got the same sass coupled with the soft side Kushina once did. Take care of him for me, will you? Temari stayed quiet for a moment, but after thinking about it, I'll always be there for him, she said quietly, but not for you, for myself. Regardless, thank you. Temari watched him trudge out of the bar with a firm gaze, but her heart went out for the man whose walk held none of the composure a legendary ninja like him should have held. Just as he was about to leave, Jiraiya, she called out to him. Said man stopped and looked at her in surprise. Temari turned her gaze to Tsunade and motioned for them to come a bit closer. There's a tradition in the sand, she started quietly, honestly confused if she should be doing this with them or not. Elders are supposed to gift their children with something, anything, to impart their young ones with blessings and keep away evil eyes from the shadows of their children. Temari opened up one of her palm and kept the other one on her stomach. I've got neither a mother nor a father, neither does Naruto. So, it's only right I get something for this young one to impart him with an elder's blessings, she whispered, looking down. What? Jiraiya stammered. Child? What child? Where is he? Tsunade tugged his sleeve, wide-eyed. Temari, are you? Yes, she affirmed. I'm Dignitary. Lord, have mercy on me. Tsunade squealed in delight. How long? 1 week. Tsunade went forward to inspect her stomach and diagnose her, but Temari stepped back, palms still outstretched impatiently. Don't get me wrong, Lady Tsunade. Naruto may trust you, but you're still a medical ninja from an allied village. You get the gist, right? She asked icily. Tsunade smiled tightly, knowing full well what she meant. Being a medical ninja of her caliber, it wasn't out of Tsunade's skill to perform an abortion with the slightest of touches, and she had even seen the girl try and keep her distance in the house without making Naruto realize it. She hadn't hoped Temari to outright trust her, but Tsunade had hoped she at least had a little faith in her. "My gift," Temari asked for the final time. Tsunade hurried through her blouse and took out her wallet, instantly emptying everything above the denomination of 100 in her palms. "Thank you," Temari nodded, and turned to Jiraiya with an impatient tap of her foot. "Are you going to hand me something or not?" she asked. As if someone had pricked him with a pin, Jiraiya shivered. "Oh, of course," he nearly cried in joy. The news still hadn't seeped in enough. Naruto was going to become a father. Minato and Kushina were going to be grandparents, and Temari was willing to at least let him impart his blessings onto their unborn infant. He slid his hands all over his torso, his fingers tracing the black thread hung around his neck like a feather. Jiraiya plucked the necklace off, brushing the crimson ruby shaped into a spiral with a forlorn smile. "This was Kushina's," he admitted softly, tracing the jewel as if it were the most precious thing in the world. "It's all I have for now, Temari. Please accept it." The girl graciously took it with both her palms and clutched it to her chest with a warm smile. "Thank you." Tsunade cupped the girl's head in her palms and pulled her blushing face down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Life is a flame that is always burning itself out, but it catches fire again every time a child is born. My grandmother used to preach me this when I was little. Maybe they'll revigor a new flame for this child too. It's truly a new era, Temari." Jiraiya took it as his cue to leave and try as he might to stop his face into wrinkling up while he bawled his eyes out in front of two ladies. "Master Jiraiya," Temari called before he left again, "I'll see you at the baby shower, right?" Her eyes turned to Tsunade. "The both of you?" "Of course." Tsunade chirped up almost instantly, and looked behind to see Jiraiya leaning by the door with an arm as if he'd just been through war. He started leaving without a word, but both women heard a choked sob. "Jiraiya, will you accompany me?" Tsunade asked again. This was the only chance at redemption he might ever receive, but it was his call. Tsunade knew it. Even Jiraiya knew it. Jiraiya raised up his free hand with a chuckle. "I won't miss it for the world." With that said, Jiraiya walked out to find himself a bathhouse before he went to a shrine and finally made a trip to the cemetery back in the Leaf. Someone had to give news to Minato and Kushina, after all. Maybe, just maybe he could redeem his fallen self after all? Otherwise, hell was what awaited him. Lemon ahead, but I urge you read it. It is relevant, but you've been warned. White mist covered the room like a thin veil. Most would be hesitant to say that the visibility was favorable, but the man and woman inside were accustomed to this atmosphere and could see without any obstructions. "Sasuke-kun," a soft voice purred, "Yes." Sasuke liked the valley of her births enticingly, slowly but surely grazing his teeth on her skin. The girl winced a little, but continued to when her took her BRSS and roughly massaged them. He proceeded to take a pert NPL in between his lips. She whimpered when his teeth circled around the appendage while he started biting away over it savagely. She continued to scream as he kept sking and biting away at her NPL like a beast while his hand traveled down south, right in between her thighs. Sasuke slowly moved his mouth up from her chest and kissed her mouth, dipping his tongue into her hot mouth as a battle of tongues ensued, all the while 3 of his fingers tried to work his way inside her. Clenching her nose in a pinch, Sasuke kissed her so roughly the girl nearly lost her breath. "Sasuke?" Her whimper made him groan. Clenching the flesh of her neck in his teeth, "Say it." Sasuke grunted. "Sasuke-kun, I want you." Slapping her hard, "What did I tell you to say?" he growled. Tears of fright rolled down her cheeks. "Ethan, I love you. I love you with all my heart, but I can't take it anymore." She was almost afraid to say the next part but went on anyways. "I need you now. Your wish is my command." Sasuke rose up from her slender form and positioned his member in front of her entrance with one swift movement. She cried out in shock and pain, nearly unbelieving that making love could ever be this harsh. Slowly he started to move in and out, in and out. Before, without any warning, Sasuke started picking up the pace and continued groaning. The girl tried to keep up with the pace, but failed miserably. He was going too fast. "Sasuke, slow down please." She whimpered. His rock hard hilted with each move, hitting her walls repeatedly with an audible smack. It wasn't long before her walls tightened up and she started to bleed. "Ow, Sasuke," she cried. "Please stop. You're hurting me." Her wails fell on deaf ears as he continued to pound into her while she held onto the sheets for dear life and waited for this nightmare to just end. Without even removing himself, Sasuke flipped her into a puppy position and continued his assault with the same ferocity. The force itself was so great that his partner kept hitting her head on the headboard of the bed repeatedly. "I'm near the end." With one last move, he came inside her while the girl collapsed on the bed with a sniffle. Her heartbeat calmed down and she curled up into a little ball as he pulled out of her. Sasuke sat with her, tangled in the sheets for about 5 minutes before cleaning himself off and started putting on his clothes. Walking out to the living room, Sasuke looked back, annoyed that she was still following him around like a puppy. "Where are you going, Sasuke-kun?" "Sakura, it was a good session but you know I have to go. We've been over this 1,000 times already. If anyone catches us together it won't look good on me. I've got a reputation to uphold, unlike you." "Oh, of course," she whispered. "Tomorrow, before leaving, try and steer Naruto away from you-know-who. Make up with him and keep up public appearances, and I swear you'll have proven your love and loyalty to me. Next time he goes off on his own, my mission will finally have come to fruition." With that said, Sasuke left a naked Sakura whimpering in the living room. Little did he know that the couple had an audience waiting in the hiding for them. Sakura was so engrossed in the pain she felt that she didn't feel any presence behind her until it was too late. She turned around, only to see the hilt of a sword making its way to connect to the side her temple. Gaara's time at the party had been uninteresting so far. Apart from making small talk with more of the fellow Kages, there hadn't been anything eventful for him in this gathering thus far. Just as he was about to make his way and talk to Naruto about how the talks with Kuratsuchi had proceeded, a man cloaked in a dark black shroud was in front of him. Gar didn't need to ask to know that this was the official to his ANBU. "Lord Kazekage," he bowed dutifully. "Lord Naruto wishes your presence in the back of the administrative tower." Eyebrow quirking up in surprise. "What's that idiot up to this time?" he sighed, seeing Naruto walk out with an ANBU just at the same time. 2 more ANBU flanked his back while their leader motioned for him to follow him outside. "I don't need so many escorts, you know. Lord Naruto's orders, we cannot disobey Lord Fifth." Gaara walked with the silent trio out in the village before they took to the roof and made their way back to the Kazekage Tower. Ianbu jumped down in the barren lawns of the building while Gaara looked around, unimpressed. "Where's Naruto? Is this some sort of a joke?" "Not at all," the ANBU leader said. "We just wanted to have a private time with you, is all." His partner chuckled before taking his mask off. Gaara's eyes narrowed when his eyes were greeted with blue flesh instead of a normal human skin, while the man grinned with his shark-like teeth as if he'd made some sort of a joke. His own eyes turned to the second flanking NBU, who took his mask off only for Gaara to gaze into the accursed crimson eyes of the ancient shinobi clan. "Hashigaki Kisan, Uchiha Itachi," he muttered, annoyed, "the Akatsuki." "Oh ho," Kisame laughed. "You know us already. I must say I'm honored." "Lord Kazekage," Itachi spoke, ignoring his partner's useless bumbles, "we wish for you to come with us, peacefully. You've got some nerve to order me around in a desert no less." Gaara said, calm as a cucumber. He turned around to look at the final one. "And you, the third musketeer. Who the hell are you? Identify yourself." "Me?" The last one took off his mask and said a name that made Gaara's blood run cold. "I'm Uzumaki. Uzumaki Nagato." A soft tune broke into the light lilting air as Temari stretched her body upwards and extended an arm to grab a pack of tea from the top shelf. The mellow beams of sunlight accentuated the glow on her cheeks as the ball of her feet danced over the wooden floor with customary elegance and felicity, the tip-taps of her toes in sync with the tune she was crooning. The scent of tea leaves brew wafted through the air as she went towards some sugar, when, suddenly, a pair of arms grabbed hold of her and stopped her from dancing. Naruto pressed his lips to Temari's ear and kissed it tenderly, enveloping Temari in that tender hug of his from behind that always made her feel mushy. "Someone's in a good mood today," he whispered. Temari smiled as she laid her cheek against his shoulder and started swaying in his arms. She hummed. Both savored in the serenity of the moment when Naruto started matching her movements and swayed left and right to her hums. "What's got you in such a good mood, Haim?" Naruto asked after a few minutes of dancing. Temari didn't answer him. Too engrossed was she in her own little world. The sunlight struck the pendant on Temari's chest and bounced off the gem in the middle. Its gleam caught Naruto's eye. He slid his finger along the black thread tied around her neck and traced its length lightly, his smile widening when Temari's breath hitched as little as he went lower and lower until his finger reached the ruby pendant. Carved into a familiar little spiral it was. As it rested in his palm, Naruto took his time to appreciate the craftsmanship. "That's one exquisite necklace," he murmured thoughtfully, smiling. He let go off the pendant and squeezed her waist tenderly. "You've been busy spending my hard-earned money, I see," he said, chuckling a little towards the end. Temari said nothing. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and turned around in his arms. "You like it?" she asked. "Yes, it's beautiful," Naruto whispered. Temari opened her eyes a little to see him staring not at the necklace, but at her. She squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment, and the tips of her ears turned hot. Naruto chuckled when she nuzzled her nose in his neck to hide her face. "Idiot," she muttered, smacking his chest lightly. "Are you free tonight?" Her question caught Naruto by surprise. He thought about it for a second. "I suppose," he replied, rubbing her arm gently. "Did you have something in mind for tonight?" he asked. "I do." Temari nodded. "What is it?" "It's a surprise that will blow your socks off, mister," Temari said, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. He playfully pinched her nose. "Keeping surprises from me, are you?" Naruto asked. Temari drew circles on his chest with her finger and chewed on her lip. "It's important," she whispered. Naruto raised her chin up with his thumb, with worry in his eyes. "Hey," he said in a cooing voice, "what's got you looking so worried?" "Tell me." Temari shook her head. "Not now tonight," she said resolutely. Naruto turned off the stove and pulled her head back against his shoulder. "All right then," he said. "Promise me that you'll be home tonight," Temari whispered. "Won't miss it for the world," he promised. There was a knock to the door that drew the couple's attention. "I'll go get it," Naruto said, not bothering to hide the subtle annoyance lacing his words. Opening the door, Naruto was greeted with the familiar, sparsely painted face of his brother-in-law. "Kankuro." "Morning," Kankuro said. Naruto nodded and motioned for him to come inside, but Kankuro shook his head. "I'm here on official business. Can you get Temari for me?" "What official business is that?" "One that I haven't sanctioned." Kankuro sighed. "Your protectiveness of my sister is endearing and all, but I really need Temari's help on this one." Naruto had the decency to rub his neck in embarrassment on hearing that. "Help." Temari walked out the door and stood beside Naruto. "With what?" she asked. "There's this kunoichi who's been apprehended on grounds of suspicious behavior by the ANBU. But she isn't willing to cooperate with anyone, that is, anyone besides you," Kankuro explained, not unwilling to meet Naruto's suspicious stare even for a second. Temari's brows furrowed in slight confusion. "That's odd," she murmured. "Who's the kunoichi?" Naruto asked. Kankuro looked Naruto in the eyes. "I can't answer," he said after a moment's deliberation. "Which village is she from?" he pressed on. "I can't answer." Temari's frown became a bit more pronounced as she silently watched the back and forth between them. "Kankuro," she whispered worriedly when Naruto took a hold of her hand and gave it a firm squeeze to stop her from interfering. "Why can't you answer me?" "Kankuro." "I can't answer. This is my last question, and you will answer me. Did Gaara sanction this arrest?" Naruto asked firmly. Kankuro knew from the hard tone that he wasn't getting out of this without an answer. "No," he begrudgingly admitted. Temari took a step closer to keep her husband from blowing up at her brother. Naruto took a deep breath and pinched his nose with a sigh. "Then on whose authority was she?" "Mine," Kankuro answered before he could finish asking the question. Naruto slowly unwound his arm from Temari's grip and gave her a reassuring smile. He took a couple steps closer and stood within arm's length of Kankuro. His tall form towered over the puppeteer like a mountain shadowing a plain. You do realize that this reckless arrest can turn into an international disaster, right? Naruto asked in a low voice. Seeing Kankuro's hesitant nod, Naruto poked his chest with his finger. I'm giving you full authority, just this once. I won't ask you anything else, just don't make me clean up your mess afterwards. Thank you, Naruto, Kankuro murmured out of Temari's earshot. Naruto walked back and circled an arm around Temari's waist. I'll make sure she's with you in an hour. I'd prefer not to waste our tea, Naruto told him. Kankuro opened his mouth to refute, but seeing Naruto's mischievous look and Temari's fond smile, he knew he wasn't winning this argument. Fine. Just have her be there on time, will you? He grunted and walked off the premises. Naruto walked inside, and Temari closed the door behind them, leaning her back against the door. Why didn't you ask him more forcefully? She asked. Don't you remember what he said? He said, and seeing her adorably confused expression, he added, he said, I can't answer to all my questions. And that, even as a hint, is a dangerous thing to say. He knew I was questioning him as a superior, and yet, even though it could become dangerous for him, he continued saying so. Whatever intel he has on this, he'll only share with you. And I trust my wife enough to make the right decision with whatever it is, Kankuro. This was all Naruto could add before Temari closed the distance between them and hugged him. I love you, she whispered. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and kissed the top of her head. I love you too, princess. Just remember to call me if things go down south. I'm always here for you, and even if you find yourself too deep in something unofficial, just talk to me, all right? He said. Temari nodded and smiled against his chest. She pecked his lips lightly and broke free from the hug, leading him back to the dining room by his hand. The tea, unfortunately, was never served. The darkness in the room did nothing to alleviate the redness in Sakura's eyes. The well-kempt pink hair she frequently flaunted was ratty. And unlike the innocuous warmth and cool shade she was accustomed to, the torrid heat of the desert made her skin clammy. Sakura was thankful for the silence in the cell. As she sat, knees to her chest and tears in her eyes, the tranquil silence allowed her to search deeper inside her soul. She had seen her love, Sasuke, cold and distant many times before, but last night his actions and his words had taken even her by surprise. She had given him everything she had to give, heeded his every beck and call like a loyal wife, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. Sakura knew now that, even through those countless passionate nights of love, his heart had never been hers. She had merely been a pawn, a piece whose use was now nearing an end. It was a bitter pill to swallow. The truth had been in front of her all this time, but she had always turned a blind eye to it. Sasuke's ambitions were too large for her to live up to, his thirst for revenge too much to quench with only her love. And this time, his ambitions were going to destroy a family. The iron gate creaked and broke the silence when the masked guard held it open for her two visitors. The guard switched on the lights for the first time today, and Sakura had to squint her eyes and hide her face behind her hand to escape the searing light that momentarily blinded her eyes. Sakura! Temari slowly came closer to the girl. Careful! Kankuro murmured from behind. As usual, his sister paid no heed to his words and knelt in front of the girl. Sakura brushed away some of the hairs covering her eyes and smiled toothily. Veins were prominent in the whites of her eyes. The tear marks that covered her swollen cheeks gave Temari enough reason to assume that the girl had been crying for quite a while now. You came to see me, Temari? I'm glad, Sakura whispered. Temari did not know what came over her when she cupped Sakura's cheek. Maybe it was the lost look in her eyes? Or was it the swollen cheeks she wanted to caress? Perhaps, even her own primitive motherly instincts were to blame for the strange affection she showed to Sakura. What happened to you? Temari rubbed her cheek with her thumb. Seeing her eyes filled with worry, Sakura circled her arms around Temari's neck and put her weight onto the blonde. Temari tumbled down on her buttocks and enveloped Sakura in a hug. Sakura's soft mumbles were almost incoherent to Temari, but Kami did she sound devastated. Are you all right? Were the first words Temari was able to make out from the countless others Sakura sobbed. Temari rubbed Sakura's back soothingly and lightly smoothed out her messy pink hair. Me? Temari nearly giggled. I should be asking you the same, silly. Temari turned her head to see Kankuro eyeing her with disapproval, clearly not fond of the affection his sister was showering over his suspect. The blonde frowned at her brother and gave him a look that demanded he stay put, and stay put he did. Did Sasuke meet you? Sakura whispered between her sobs. Temari stiffened from her words before going back to brushing Sakura's hair when the girl clutched at her waist tighter, clearly afraid that the blonde would push her away without an answer. No, I haven't met Sasuke, Temari confessed. Thank Kami, Sakura murmured in her neck, her breaths evening out a little. Kankuro was stiff as a board behind Temari's back, his nails biting painfully into his arms. I knew it, he muttered to himself. It eased his heart a little that his suspicions hadn't been unfounded, but that same hunch worried him too. Being a regular participant in the ANBU's interrogation corps gave him an insight far keener than most, and the subtle glances Sasuke kept shooting his sister with throughout his stay irked the puppeteer in all the wrong ways. Neither were the looks leering, nor were they lustful. They were sharp, attentive, even, as if they were taking note of his sister's every move, watching her every step. The implications as to what those looks could mean in the grand scheme of things made the hairs on Kankuro's neck stand on ends. What happened to you, Sakura? Kankuro paced back and forth in the cell. Temari felt Sakura go still in her arms. She looked back to see Kankuro's eyes trained on the girl like a hawk. She wasn't nearly as oblivious as to not realize what her brother was trying to do. He was trying to wear Sakura's vulnerable mind down until the girl spilled everything he wanted to know. Temari pushed back Sakura lightly and held her hands in her own. She looked at the girl's body from top to bottom. Temari's eyes got narrower and narrower the lower they went. Sakura squirmed a little when she realized that the disheveled kimono was not hiding her skin that well, and that the blonde's eyes were trained intently at the scars on her thighs. Temari lightly traced the bruised skin on Sakura's thighs, and her face contorted in anguish when Sakura shamefully slapped her hand away with a soft whimper. Temari's throat became dry as the desert, seeing the face of her brother when she looked behind and saw the look of utter contempt Kankuro had shot Sakura. She looked back at Sakura and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Did Sasuke do this to you? She asked as kindly and softly as was humanly possible. Sakura's lips parted to reply, but no words came out of them. The lump in her throat became even more pronounced. She covered her mouth with her hand to try and stop the sobs, but all her attempts were futile. Temari held her trembling shoulders firmly, as if the girl would shatter into a million little pieces the moment she'd let go. Don't listen to her, Temari. My ANBU were watching them. Kankuro's words seemed to make Sakura look even smaller and frilier. This where was enjoying. Kankuro's head jerked to the side as Temari's palm met his cheek in a tight slap. Kankuro caressed his stinging cheek and looked at his sister with wide eyes. Temari's body was trembling in rage. Kankuro closed his eyes, fully expecting another slap when Temari raised her hand once more. The blow never came, and Kankuro opened his eyes to see his elder sister holding a warning finger at his nose. Not another word, she warned him in a low voice. Temari gracefully sat on her knees and looked at Sakura kindly. Does it hurt when you sit? She asked. A little. Sakura nodded timidly. Kankuro, get a female medic in here, Temari told the puppeteer in a stern voice. There was no room for argument left in her tone. Kankuro clenched his knuckles till they turned white and turned to the guard outside. Get us a medic, he begrudgingly ordered the guard outside, who looked stupefied even with his mask. Sir? She's a prisoner, you can't be serious? The utter humiliation and frustration coupled with the sting he was still feeling from the slap he'd just been struck with made Kankuro pull open the gate and smack the guard multiple times on his head with the papers in his hand as he barked, Didn't you hear what she just said? Get the girl a demon medic. The poor guard turned tail and scurried off as if the devil himself was upon him. Thank you, Sakura said gratefully. Don't thank me, Temari said with a smile. There are things I cannot forgive as woman. Sakura turned her gaze down at her lap and grabbed the edge of her kimono. You are really kind and strong, Temari. I can see why everyone regards you so highly, she admitted wistfully. Why did you want to see me in person, Sakura? Temari asked. Sakura looked up with a hint of determination in her eyes. I have to tell you something, she said. What is it? I really love Sasuke. Sakura took a deep breath to keep her voice strong. I really thought I could change him if I loved him with all my heart. But I've failed, Temari. Sasuke is too far gone now. I cannot drive him off the path he has chosen, but I won't stand aside and see him destroy someone's family either. Temari gulped thickly. The question she already knew the answer to was on her lips. Whose family? She asked fearfully. Sakura didn't say anything, but her silence said everything. Temari steeled her heart and asked in a firm voice, Tell me everything, Sakura,